Louis stood perplexed by the wonderful world of light before his eyes. 5 colors of radiance seemed to permeate the surroundings, suffusing him with feelings of infinite power and knowledge. Each of the colors represented a fundamental rule of the world of San Soliel, and they crisscrossed and overlapped to construct the world. Seeing them, Louis came to a sudden realization. These are all divine authorities. Louis stared at the lights like a greedy beast. He wanted to swallow them and instantly become a supreme god. But soon, he sobered up. He averted his eyes to regain control of his reason and stop himself from doing something irrevocable. This is the world of godhood. These colored lights are divine authorities. The godhood is just a carrier that can be loaded with divine authorities. In this way, one can master the power of a domain. If it's like that, I can understand it. If a god that mastered the divine authority of war fell in battle, then anybody else could obtain this divine authority. The godhood was only a vessel that could store any divine authority. As long as the divine authority had not been taken by other gods, then it was free game. Even if mortals possessed both godhood and divine authority, they could not immediately become gods. In order to truly ascend, they would have to thoroughly understand the divine authority, otherwise, they would only be like Louis, who could barely use the powers at their disposal. Without that understanding, they could not truly call themselves divine. In that case, does the distance of those divine authorities imply that they already have owners? Louis could see all the divine authorities in San Soliel. There were some of them that felt far away from him, as if they could never be touched. These divine authorities were perhaps in the hands of the surviving gods. There were also those that were very close by. These seemed to have no owner. But some of these lights had the same color as those in the distance. Could it mean that some of the gods haven't fully mastered their divine authority? Could it mean that the divine authority is divided between people? For example, someone who has 10% of it could not be called the god of war, while the one who has 90% of it is the real god of war. That still means that the one who mastered 90% is much more powerful. Then the one who has 90% will probably try to kill the other god of war to become perfect. This might be the source of conflict between the gods. Louis thought about it. He observed this miraculous world carefully and finally understood what gods were. Godhood could be likened to computers for the gods. Their ultimate level was dependent on their hardware, and this could be upgraded by acquiring a greater understanding of their domains. The greater the understanding, the more information they could store and the greater the ease they could operate with. The gods could then use their software, their divine authority, to release their abilities. In all of this, divine power was the energy used. It was obtained from faith. Naturally, the more powerful a computer was, the higher its power consumption. The reason why Louis could not convert faith into divine power easily was that the power line he had access to could only convey a low current. Without an upgrade, the computer would be difficult to use properly, if not impossible. This time, because Louis had changed the living conditions of the civilians in Dragon City, they were able to provide him some faith even if they did not chant his name. These beliefs turned into a temporary thin power line that allowed him to barely turn on the computer and see its true contents. But now, Louis was equivalent to a 3-year-old child that did not know how to use a computer. The device, after all, was not foolproof. And its software required a lot of studies to understand. At the moment, all Louis could do was boot it. He didn't know how to build up the power line, so he could not increase his power. The only thing he was doing was inject divine power to operate the godhood. He was taking some of the energy he had saved away for dangerous situations and using it to power the computer. It's just as I expected. How could mortals possibly manipulate godhood? They could only painstakingly craft the hardware that would become their godhood step by step over hundreds of years. That is to say, if I want to become a real god, what I need to do now is to try to improve my own knowledge. I must grow into adulthood before I can use it properly. So, what I need is another thing, and that is divinity. Louis laughed to himself. People who took the proper path to become a god had gained divinities first, turning their physical selves into divine creatures. From then on, they would build their computers and then install softwares that they could use. At that point, they would become proper gods. Louis, on the other hand, was given a computer that someone else had built, but he could not use it, so he was still a mortal on the outside but a god on the inside. Although this body of mine has been genetically modified to perfection by the Terran civilization, it's still mortal and not immortal. Perhaps because the Terran civilization couldn't fully understand the concept of God. In that case, could the major adjustment to this body actually be its fertility? Louis muttered to himself. That is to say, I must now look for divine creatures, kill them, and steal their divinity, to become a divine creature. That way, I could also become a god and possess the qualifications to use this computer. Moreover, the performance of this computer is considered to be the strongest in the world. I don't even have to replace and update the hardware to directly use it. Louis became more excited the more he thought of it. Very good. Now that I know how to become a god, the difficulty has reduced significantly. Now, let's study the divine authorities first. I didn't know what the original divine authorities the five-colored dragon god had, so when I had realized the power of dreams, I had accidentally deleted these authorities. But it's impossible for there to be no divine authority in this godhood. This godhood's level is high enough to hold almost every divine authority, and the one that I had initially relied on was. Louis paused and then gazed deep into the depths of the godhood. There was a tree that split into 5 branches, each of which should represent the different divine authorities inside the godhood. The tree was pale and lightless. Only one branch was shining with emerald light. It was the ability that Louis had used when he first arrived on this world and turned into a demigod dragon. His expression became complex. In this mysterious world, he was able to clearly feel the divine authorities he had inadvertently chosen at that time. When I knew I was a dragon, I always imagined myself as the guardian dragon from World of Warcraft. I never imagined that the godhood would give me the divine authority of the 5 dragon aspects. Galakrond is also the name of the progenitor of dragonkind. Could this be fate? Louis muttered. There was no mistake. Louis's divine authorities had been set at that time, and they were dream, life, magic, earth, and time. Gods were indeed unimaginable existences to mortals. Is this the true nature of gods, or rather, the faith-based gods? They are born from the fantasies and dreams of mortals? But according to some sources, there are gods that aren't faith-based. Those Khanate gods eventually came to rely on faith for some reason. For instance, the silver moon goddess, Selûne. Louis tried to recall everything he had learned over the last few months. Over this period, he had slyly pried information out of Marches and Cisna. As he needed to give an illusion of power and knowledge, he had no choice but to inform himself on these matters. At the very least, he had to know more than the average person. Under this kind of situation, Louis had maintained his dignity and majesty as a demigod dragon. This was a mentally taxing task. Sigh, I've been pretending to the point that I can't handle it anymore. He muttered. It's not yet time for me to think about this kind of divine mystery. Once I become a god, I can take my time. For now, my goal should be increasing my power means. As he thought about this, Louis's gaze landed on the tree's branches. The tree grew out into 5 branches. One branch shone with a faint emerald glow, while the others were unlit. Eventually, all branches converged into a single point at the top. Why 5 branches? They seemed to signify authorities. Could it be that I was subconsciously prodded to select 5? No, that shouldn't be the case. If so, then had I thought about every single authority at that time, wouldn't I have been able to grasp all the powers of the gods? That's too good to be true. Well, no doubt that would also result in me being attacked from all sides by them. I'd become public enemy number 1. In situations where multiple gods shared the same divine authority, each would think of ways to plunder that of the remaining god and attain perfection. If he really stole a piece from every god, he would undoubtedly be mobbed by them sooner or later. Even the Terran civilization had failed their invasion, let alone a single Louis challenging them. My godhood comes from the 5-colored dragon god. I don't really know much about the dragon god. Perhaps its name means that it has 5 divine authorities? This might be the reason why I have inherited 5 of them and they were replaced by my imagination. Louis pondered more and felt that this explanation was reasonable, but as the dragon god, shouldn't the most important divine authority be dragon? As Louis thought deeper and deeper, he raised his head to look at the apex of the branches. Could it be that the location of the divine authority of dragon be at the peak? Isn't this just like online games? I have to light up all the other divine authorities, dream, magic, earth, life, and time, before I can obtain the dragon authority. Do I just light up all divine authorities, or do I need to study all of them in depth before getting closer to the top? Louis felt that his knowledge was not enough. Because there was too little information, he could only speculate. Sigh, forget it. It's better to think of which divine authority I should light up now, to gain the most benefits. Louis gazed at the divine authorities and calculated. Because of the faith of the people of Dragon City, he was able to temporarily turn on the godhood and gain a chance to pick a divine authority. But, because there was too little faith, he could only temporarily light one up. If he wanted to understand the divine authority further, he would need to become a divine creature. Louis was not yet at that level, thus everything that he could do was only temporary. But, Louis was already satisfied with this result. This was equivalent to playing an online game with 100 levels. Other people would need to reach level 10 to light up a divine authority, but Louis could jump 10 levels and instantly gain one. When I first came to this world, I was bound by contract to win the war between elves and humans. At that time, my mind thought about the 5 dragons. At the same time, because I helped the elves, I unconsciously lit up the divine authority of dreams, whose symbol is Isra, the guardian of the Emerald Dreamland where the elves and druids sleep. This may be my fate with the elves. Louis's thoughts drifted off. The divine authority represents a god's domain. This is something too lofty and unusable by mortals. Only divine power could activate it. The divine authority of dreams gave me the ability to turn fantasy into reality and reality into fantasy, but it's too high-end for me to use. Louis frowned. This was because his level was not high enough. As someone who was only equivalent to level 10, he could not use powerful abilities from higher levels. He had to first become a demigod, which would also consume divine power. I have to be careful in choosing and must select the one with the most benefits. First, I'll pass on the divine authority of time. Although it's powerful and high grade, it would be difficult for me to use at the moment. In the domain of magic, spells that involve time are high class beyond high class, meaning it has a huge consumption. If I were to light it up, it might become like Emerald Dreamland, which I cannot use. Although Louis could not choose the divine authority that he wanted, he wasn't sad. When he becomes a god, he would be able to use it anyways. Secondly, I'll also pass on the divine authority of life. There is little assistance that it could provide right now. But it would get stronger at the later stages. I'll also pass on the divine authority of earth. It is powerful and has a wide coverage, but this is not what I need now. In the end, this was the most suited for the current situation. It has the same depth as mortal spells, and also the one that could provide me with the most means. Louis gazed at the last divine authority, magic. He settled down and stopped hesitating. Under his control, he moved the power of faith like a key and struck the branch that symbolized magic. With a boom, Louis felt an explosion in his mind. Monstrous and multicolored images appeared in the depths of his soul. At the same moment, he felt himself rapidly master numerous skills and abilities. Louis felt his consciousness sink from grand heights down to almost nothing. From pure deific status to that of a mundane living creature. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the familiar spacious hall. "It seems I'm back in the nest again," he muttered. His tone was lamentable and carried traces of resignation. Suddenly, he noticed that his vision seemed to be a bit off. Specifically, the range of his sight seemed to have greatly expanded. Prior to waking up, his area of vision was similar to a human's, about 100 degrees. Now, however, he could perceive over 270 degrees with great clarity, and could even faintly make out the space behind himself. What's going on? Louis was amazed and thought that this was his spiritual growth after lighting up the divine authority of magic, but soon he found that it was his body that had changed. As he became excited, he was suddenly able to see himself, and in his gaze, 2 dragon heads had appeared. What the fuck, I've become a 2-headed dragon? Shocked, Louis cussed unconsciously and froze as he looked at his body. The 2 heads moved left and right. They could even look behind each other. Louis wasn't sure how this affected his soul, but he now had 2 dragon heads and 2 pairs of eyes. He immediately began to look at his body. Fortunately, he was still a golden dragon with beautiful scales that shone dazzled all who saw them. The only thing different was the appearance of a second head. One of the heads was wearing a crown, which should be Louis's first head, but this time, the golden scales on the neck were glowing in emerald. When it mixed with his dragon's might, he found that it had become terrifyingly powerful. The other head was exactly the same as the other head, just without the crown. And instead of an emerald glow on the neck, there was a light blue glow. Prominent though the glow was, however, it could not overcome the golden luster of Louis's scales. Rather, it seemed to complement his majesty. Louis understood that this emerald color represented dreams, while the azure color represented magic. Luckily, my heads didn't turn completely emerald and azure. If they had, my body would have 3 different colors. If that happened, what would people begin to call me? The colorful dragon, he sneered internally. Well, at the very least, this isn't like the novels, where each head has a different will. These 2 heads are both me, and I can control them as dexterously as controlling my own hands and feet. There isn't any delay at all. Having 2 heads is also beneficial. In physical combat, both heads could tear at the enemy and could even just spew dragon breaths. Although I look a bit evil with this, I'm still pretty majestic. In fact, it might be even more terrifying to most people. There shouldn't be any downsides to this. Louis quickly accepted his current state, but he suddenly thought of something. Could the 5-colored dragon god actually have 5 heads? With this conjecture, Louis hurriedly asked the intelligent brain. Louis had completely forgotten about it since it did not provide him with any benefits. Naturally, it might have had a high computing ability and a lot of information on the Terran civilization, but it didn't tell him anything for unknown reasons. It's just as the host said. The 5-colored dragon god captured by the Terran civilization had 5 heads. The intelligent brain confirmed Louis's guess. After lighting up the 5 divine authorities, he would be like the dragon god and grow 5 heads. Why do I feel like this is like the apocalypse? Louis thought about a part of the Bible where the enemy of God was a red dragon with 7 heads, but he was a golden dragon with 5 heads. That said, he was still an absolute monster in the eyes of the masses. Although I now have this strange appearance, I have also become stronger. This is not a loss. Louis comforted himself. Then he checked what other benefits he obtained after lighting up the divine authority of magic. He quickly realized that his abilities had received an amazing update. These are draconic spells? Spells and racial spells were not the same things. Spells were used by mages who learned how to communicate with magic using their spirits. Then they would use gestures, symbols, chants, and rituals to create mystical effects. On the other hand, racial spells were closer to natural abilities. They didn't need to be learned, nor did they have any kind of preparation. They were extremely convenient abilities that could be used with just a thought. Creatures like demons, angels, and dragons all had racial spells. The effects of these spells were the same as mages' spells, just not that fancy. Each dragon would often master 2 to 3 racial spells in their lifetime. Dragons, by virtue of having powerful bodies, possessed strong resistances. Along with their racial spells, they were able to dominate the food chain. Louis immediately learned what spells he had learned and froze. Darkness Epidemic Swarm Grow Plant. Echo Illusion Concealment. Charm Human Suggestion Detection. Flame Mist Create Wind. Ice Wall Animal Communication Wind Manipulation. Control Water Thaw Detection Sharpening. Stone Wall Create Cement Create Stone. Feather Fall Detect Evil Reverse Gravity. All in all, Louis had directly mastered 24 spells. Although this was far from the potential of a mage, who could theoretically gain proficiency in thousands of spells, it was a great start. And mages would rarely master that many anyways. The most important thing here is that racial spells did not need incantations to cast. They were like superpowers. As long as Louis had enough energy, he could use them easily. The spells at his disposal likely covered almost every racial spell that dragons possessed. Most dragons could only master 2 to 3 of them, with ancient dragons perhaps climbing to 6, but Louis had jumped straight to 24. These spells did not seem as strong as offensive-type spells, but they were very useful, even on Earth. Louis sucked a breath of cold air. Happiness came all too suddenly. He had somehow mastered 24 spells. Along with the railgun that was equivalent to a legendary spell, his combat power had risen sharply. After being dumbfounded for a while, Louis quickly found the spellbook that Marches gave him and wanted to see what changes the divine authority of magic had brought him. Marches was a 7-ring mage, and this title signified the highest tier of spell he had at his disposal. The world of San Soliel had thousands of spells, but many of these had been lost to the annals of time. Perhaps only the god of magic could say they had mastered them all. At the moment, Louis was testing his competence in magic after lighting up its divine authority within himself. Flipping through the pages, his eyes widened in shock as he looked at the words and symbols that had once stumped him completely. I can understand everything. He flipped through the entire spellbook from beginning to end. After confirming that he understood all of its contents, he knew that he would no longer have any difficulty in learning spells. It seemed the divine authority of magic was the right branch to light up, after all. Prior to obtaining their divine authority, gods were not necessarily mages, and thus did not necessarily know spells. This was why even when he had lit up the divine authority of dreams before, he couldn't read the spellbooks. Now that he had done the same for magic, however, there would no longer be any obstacles to his understanding of its principles. All the same, I can't use all of them. Louis's brow furrowed. He was still just a juvenile dragon. His spirit and body had not yet matured. Thus, even if he understood the mysteries of magic, his body's limits prevented him from casting most of the spells. There is no problem for 1 to 3 rings. I can cast them whenever. From the 4th ring, I am beginning to understand them, but they will be difficult to cast until I evolve once more. If my expectations are not wrong, as long as I evolve again, I should be able to master 4 to 6 ring spells. After evolving another time after that, I could completely grasp all 1 to 9 ring spells. As for legendary spells, I would have to use divine power, which means that I could use them any time. Fortunately, I have a clue as to where I can find the next energy source. Good thing I left that scale for the US to find. The secret base there should hold the next chunk of energy. He smiled to himself, smug at his own foresight and precaution. Previously, I hesitated on how to enter the base. With my previous strength, I would need to turn into a demigod dragon to be able to attack that place. If that happened, the military base would definitely retaliate with weapons. But it's okay now. Now that my spell repertoire has improved drastically, my odds have greatly improved. Louis was calm and relieved now that several of his concerns were addressed. In fact, for non-human species like dragons, racial spells were much more useful than normal spells. Normal spells, after all, took a significant amount of time and preparation to cast. Ultimately, they were less useful than a swipe from a dragon's claws. But once Louis obtained a human form, these spells would be useful and would become his greatest weapon. With a human form, it would be much easier for him to roam Earth and fool the world's governments. But soon a wave of fatigue swept over him. It seems all that learning and analysis has finally taken its toll on me. He yawned as his eyelids drooped down, telling him that he needed to sleep. Suddenly, Louis felt a vibration from his soul, as if some great presence had glanced at him. Although it went as quickly as it came, he could still feel it lingering upon him. He quickly raised his head and watched his surroundings with his 2 heads in vigilance. He waited for a long time, but nothing happened. That feeling, could it have been the god of magic? Louis's heart jumped and he immediately understood. The god of magic, Miss Masella, was a god that was confirmed to be alive. Louis had previously lit up the divine authority of magic, so as the owner of the majority of the divine authority, it would make sense that the real god of magic would notice him. But the fact that I was able to light the divine authority up means that the god of magic hasn't completely mastered it yet. A portion of it is still distributed. Fortunately, the gods are unable to descend at the moment for some reason. Even their existences are in a state of being half asleep. Good on those Terrans for doing such a thorough job. Louis thought. He calmed down. Since they wouldn't be able to deal with him for now, there was little for him to worry about. That said, it was unfortunate that he made enemies out of one of the strongest gods. No matter. He would just deal with it in the future. The most important thing right now was for him to get stronger, and lighting up the divine authority of magic was the quickest way. It's said that the god of magic is a woman, so calling her the goddess of magic is more accurate. When I become a god and fight with her, I will definitely defeat her and have her bear my children. Louis was quite vicious and swore. The 5-colored dragon god was one of the original gods, the creator of the dragon race. Its position was higher than the goddess of magic. As the one who inherited the godhood of the dragon god, Louis might not compare to the original once he becomes a god, but he would not need to be afraid of the goddess of magic. Louis's eyelids became heavier and heavier. He used the contract to quickly call marches over. It didn't take long for the sound of running to reach the empty hall. Louis's humble servant, Archmage Marches, had arrived. When Marches entered the great hall, he saw that the great dragon lying on the gold mountain had changed drastically and grown another head. When he noticed the 2 different colors that shone with divine might on both necks, his expression immediately changed. Legend has it that the ancestors of all dragons, the 5-colored dragon god, had fallen during the era of disaster. It said that the dragon god had 5 heads that represented all the dragons and their supreme power. And now, his master had grown a second head and was a demigod. With just this information, Marches could guess that Lord Galakrond might want to become the new 5-colored dragon god and replace the god of dragons. Thinking of this, Marches deeply bowed his head and did not dare stare any longer. Do not look directly at the face of God. This was the common sense of the world. After a while, I will be sleeping for a month. Marches, I will leave the internal affairs of Dragon City to you. If there are any problems, discuss them with Cisna and Lisfer. Louis held back his sleepiness and muttered. As you command, my lord. Marches answered in a respectful voice. He was not surprised that Louis wanted to sleep at all. Slumbering for the majority of their lives was a very draconic trait. Intelligent brain, start a countdown. If I have not woken up in 30 days, you have to wake me up. Louis was afraid that he might just sleep for a few years since he was a dragon. This was something that he would not allow. Snow capped the peaks of the San Soliel mountain range year through. For those closer to the bottom, the daytime sunshine would often bring with it bursts of warmth, whereas the nights could deliver a freezing cold. 10 kilometers north of Dragon City, an elf and a beast man were walking in the snow. The two walked together without any of the hostility that typically came with their encounters. This was a very rare combination. This damned weather. It seems like it's about to snow again. I hope we don't encounter a blizzard. The elf was wrapped in a thick cotton coat. He tugged at his collars to keep the wind and snow from pouring in. He muttered in a low voice with the continent's common language. He continued with overwhelming hate at the current environment. I want to return to the city, lean by a warm fire, and roast one of those sweet and sour apples. Then I'll stuff them in white bread. Hee, that will certainly be exquisite. At the request of the mighty lord, all the people of the city were required to speak with the continent's common language. This was to allow all races to communicate. It was the same as how some countries promoted their main language on Earth. The elf pursed his dry lips. Hey, elf. You can go back if you can't stand the weather. It's enough for me to patrol alone. Looking at your skinny appearance, I'm afraid that a gust of wind would blow you away. The beast man next to the elf had the head of a tiger. He was robust and clad with animal fur. The wind and snow fell on it, leaving a layer of frosty white. Such a rude fellow. If it weren't for the Lord's request that all patrol guards be mixed races, do you think that I would want to be with you? Elves weren't good-tempered either. One could even say that they were condescending. He immediately cursed after hearing the beastman's words. But the elf wasn't angry. Just by looking at them, it seems like this was just normal bantering. It could be said that this occurrence could be seen everywhere between the elves and the beastmen of the city. Actually, I also miss that roasted meat and white soft bread. Ah. The beastman gulped. For a time, they both chatted about their extravagant livelihoods, causing both of them to go hungry. Let's stop talking about this. We will be able to change shifts tomorrow. Let's just endure a bit more. The more they talked, the hungrier they got, so the elf decisively ended the topic. The beastman heavily nodded in assent. The two continued their small talk when suddenly the elf's long ears twitched. He whispered, something's not right. There are some movements from the southeast. There are a lot of people approaching us fast. We can't run. Although the beastman constantly butted heads with his partner, he trusted his hearing. When he heard his words, he quickly swept the surroundings for hiding spots. Unfortunately, he only found some small rocks buried in the snow. This meant that if something was really coming at them, then they would have no place to hide. The two gripped their weapons and looked to the southeast. It didn't take long for the beastman to also discover the sound of movements closing in. The elf and the beastman shrunk back when they saw the scurrying creatures from the distance. The beastman looked at the bizarre monsters and knew that he was not going to be spared, so he joked, Hey, elf. I never imagined that I would be buried with you. Shut up. The elf's tone was a little shaky, but he quickly calmed down. Elf, you will also be honored just like us beastmen. Humph, elves are not a race that fears death. The elf said back condescendingly. I like you, elf, for the people of the city, praise the dragon. Praise the dragon. Both of them whispered a prayer and charged at the group of monsters. They knew that they could no longer run. Lady Cisna, Lady Lisfer, this is the scene. In the snowy mountains, Cisna and Lisfer led a team of elves and beastmen to the site where the patrol was killed in action. They looked at their tattered bodies lying on the snow. Cisna's emerald eyes flashed with discomfort, but she quickly calmed down. As the Ranger General, she had participated in countless battlefields and seen countless deaths of her compatriots. This kind of scene was not enough to shock her. Lisfer was even calmer. For the beastmen, war and death were a common occurrence. If a clan member died, they wouldn't be too sad, and the only natural response was to take revenge. "Milady, we had come to take over their patrol work, but they were not in the designated place. Then we found their bodies here and quickly returned to the city to report." Another beastman elf pair stood in front of Lisfer and Cisna and reported what they saw. Cisna and Lisfer didn't say anything as they waited for the autopsy. Soon, one of the bear brothers and a druid came over. "Lady Lisfer, the two bodies have signs of being gnawed on by beasts as well as wounds from weapons. It seems that they were killed by beasts and humanoid creatures, all of which were physical injuries. There are no traces of magic," the bearman reported. The druid then nodded and said, "Lady Cisna, I have inspected them with spells. There is shadow energy inside their wounds." "Shadow creatures?" Cisna and Lisfer spoke in unison. "Interesting. Ever since the gods disappeared from the world, the connection between the realms has weakened. Although the Shadow Realm is connected to the main continent, very few people can actually traverse between the realms. Perhaps a spell summoned them here. Or perhaps..." Lisfer licked her lips and revealed a fierce smile. The next instant, her body disappeared in a flicker. Cisna raised her eyebrows at this, so, it seems she isn't just all talk. It didn't take long for Lisfer's figure to reappear. This time her expression became serious. "There is a cave 2 kilometers away. It's probably connected to the Shadow Realm. I'm guessing that the killers came from there. Also, it's highly likely that the portal was artificially constructed." Hearing this, Cisna's expression also changed. "We need to report this information to the Lord." She was a legendary rank powerhouse, so she wasn't afraid that someone had linked the two realms together, but because this place was close to Dragon City, this information had to be reported to the Lord. "But the Lord seems to be sleeping." Lisfer was hesitant. Only suicidal people would dare wake up a sleeping dragon, especially one at the demigod rank. The two looked at each other and suddenly said in unison, "Marches." That's right, since none of them dared to wake up the dragon, then it was better to let the human do it. Anyways, he was the weakest one among the three of them, so it was better for him to take the blame. In an instant, the elf and the beast man reached a consensus. With this decision, the atmosphere instantly relaxed. Cisna looked at the corpses of the patrollers and sighed, "Properly store their bodies. When we return to the city, bury them properly. As for the elf, bring him back to the forest." Cisna paused mid-finish and corrected herself, "No, just bury him in Dragon City. He sacrificed his life for this city." Upon receiving Louis' summons, Cisna and Lisfer hurriedly arrived. After arriving at his lair, they were stopped by the human guards stationed at the entrance. Ever since the barracks were established, Louis ensured that the entrance guards would be rotated among the three races. Since he didn't really need their protection, the requirements for serving as a guard weren't too high. And they were chiefly responsible for announcing visitors rather than providing security. "Please wait a moment, miladies." Facing the two ladies, the guards maintained a respectful tone while standing their ground. Cisna and Lisfer nodded their heads and did not mind waiting a while longer. When the soldier left to report, a young man in priest robes arrived. It was Clooney, the young cleric who had recently been assigned the task of educating the soldiers on Louis' grace. Cisna and Lisfer had always felt that this small priest was indescribably strange. His position within the city was equally as odd. As a former worshipper of the goddess of mourning, he should ordinarily have been imprisoned as a heretic. Yet, Lord Galacrond had actually kept him on hand to use his holy magic on the city's populace. Lord Galacrond had completely exploited the loopholes of low-level holy magic. As long as Clooney believed in the goddess and possessed the sacred emblem issued by the theocracy, he could use some holy techniques on the populace. To this effect, Louis had ensured that the priests only ever wore the goddess's emblem when healing others. At any other time, they would need to remove them. This was equivalent to squandering the goddess' blessing. Using her gifts without granting her the glory and prestige that came with doing so. And if she could, she would no doubt descend in a fit of rage to punish the blasphemer. Well, for someone who had already offended the goddess of magic, what point was there in worrying over the goddess of mourning? He'd probably do even more scandalous things as he grew stronger. After seeing this priest, Cisne and Lucifer faintly understood that the Lord was about to make a big move. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to come here. Cisne remained silent while Lucifer was slightly excited. The beastman's desire for war flowed in her veins. Soon, a soldier came out to let them in. The three of them did not speak to each other. They all walked through the daunting empty halls and reached the main hall. They all saw Louis, who was on top of a gold mountain, contemplating deeply. After seeing Louis's two-headed appearance, Cisne and Lucifer were both shocked. With the legend of the dragon god and the fact that Louis was a demigod dragon, they understood his thoughts and goals. Their lord had a great desire to replace the fallen dragon god. Having 5 dragon heads symbolized the dragon god. He was the first dragon who created thousands of dragons and had this kind of appearance. Gods were beings with a variety of original bodies that weren't necessarily humanoid. Some evil gods even had grotesque monster forms. For the gods, their outer appearances weren't important in any physical sense, but symbolically, they stood for a lot. Louis's appearance that was leaning towards the dragon god was also a symbol that would bring him incredible power. Imitating the form of a god was considered blasphemous, but if the god had fallen, then it would mean trying to take over the power of that god. Cisne and Lucifer both bowed down in awe. This was because there was a great possibility for Louis to become the dragon god since he was already a demigod. The significance of Dragon City became higher. It could very possibly be the paradise that the Lord had built for the sake of becoming a god. Everything is in line with the Lord's goals. Cisne and Lucifer sighed secretly with envy in their hearts. Becoming a god was simply the final dream of all mortals, but after countless years, how many were able to succeed? After calming down, the first thing they did was to look at Marches and express their admiration. Marches bowed his head and smiled bitterly. Although having 2 beautiful women look at them would make any man happy, Marches did not feel anything. He had, after all, been forced to wake up Lord Galacrond. Luckily, the Lord did not wake up grouchily, else he may have already been slapped to death. "Why is it always me that suffers?" he muttered. "I know the general situation for Marches," Louis spoke. "Is there any new information?" He raised his head and asked the others. Reporting. After moving the bodies of the patrolling soldiers back to the city, we examined them carefully again. It was found that in addition to shadow energy, there was also the power of death on their wounds. Cisne replied with her pleasing voice. "Death?" Louis muttered. He kept feeling that there was something deeper about this, especially when the power of death was mentioned. The first thing that came to his mind was the undead apocalypse. It should be impossible for a backward world like San Soliel to encounter something like an undead apocalypse. Louis thought once more and strongly said, "Cisne, Lucifer." "Yes, my lord." "Early tomorrow morning, choose a mixed army of about 1,000 strong. I will lead them tomorrow to explore the Shadow Realm connected to the San Soliel mountain range." "Yes, my lord." Cisne and Lucifer were startled. They had thought that they would be sent out to explore the Shadow Realm, but they never expected that the Lord would be moving out himself. "Clooney." "My lord." "Lead those priests and troops who are subservient to me to move together. Although you can't perform high-level holy magic, low-level holy magic is enough to save some seriously injured soldiers in critical moments." "As you command, my lord." "Marches, you will stay in Dragon City for the time being. Make sure no accident happens." "Yes, my lord." Louis thought for a while after giving his commands and thought that they were foolproof. As the Dragon City was being rebuilt, he couldn't just let all those at the top leave. There must be people who remain to guard the city. The most reassuring candidates were Marches and Lucifer because they were both his slaves. But Marches was a 7-ring mage that could not compare to Lucifer in combat as well as commanding others. So, it was naturally best if he stayed behind to guard the city. Unless Louis created a legion of mages or Marches becomes a legendary rank mage, Marches was not too useful in warfare. He could at most kill a few hundred people, but once his magic power was used up, he would immediately be chopped to death. Sending out hundreds of ordinary soldiers was much better than sending a high-ranked mage. Mages were most suitable for small group fighting, thanks to their magic that could cope with many dangers. Of course, if one was a legendary rank mage, they could annihilate an entire legion with just one spell. Before this, I did not dare move out of Dragon City myself because of my limited methods. With the help of those 24 racial magic, I now have the ability to dish out powerful attacks without turning into a demigod dragon. With the protection of the army, my safety is guaranteed. Cisna should also follow. She is equivalent to a hostage. Even if I'm not in Dragon City, the Silver Moon Kingdom won't dare make any strange actions. Yup. It's not that I don't trust elves, but it's best to be careful. Louis calculated the pros and cons, and then looked at several people. Now, go back and prepare yourselves. Tomorrow morning, I want to see the 1,000-strong army. By your will, my lord. Night fell, and Dragon City's barracks were silent save for the steps of the few patrolling soldiers. Wyatt, the young man who had successfully enlisted in the army, was currently asleep. He dreamt of all the changes that he had witnessed since he became a soldier over a month ago. After successfully passing the tests and joining the military, he and his compatriots had trained daily on a regular schedule. Everyone had to wake up on time at 6 in the morning. After a quick wash, they would go out and line up to round around the area. After running and resting, they would eat breakfast, and then they would gather at the center of the field. They would stay there to listen to Clooney's lectures on the Lord's supremacy and wisdom. After this session, they would receive strength training from the Beastmen. They would also undergo exercises in military posture, marching, and other things. At first, Wyatt did not understand the purpose of the exercises or why they needed to lift their legs at a strict height, but as time passed, he noticed the powerful aura that they were giving off as their movements began to match. The wisdom of the Lord is as dazzling as the sun. Wyatt and many others were deeply moved by the changes that they witnessed. They felt a sense of unity and purpose when they stood together in a formation, and they gained the confidence of being united and able to overcome all difficulties. Formation training was the best way to discipline the army. If they were on a small-scale battlefield, they would be able to handle things more skillfully and easily. Another thing that Wyatt was happy about was that the Beastmen could not do this. Although they could follow commands, they could not even line up in a neat and tidy formation. Their attention to detail was markedly inferior to humans. They originally felt inferior to the Beastmen, but now they had gained confidence after finding this talent. Even if the Beastmen were stronger than humans, they weren't invincible. Perhaps in a one-on-one or 100-to-100 battle, Beastmen were far stronger than humans, but with the increase in manpower, humans could make up for their lack of talent. The combat power shown by humans would not be weaker than the Beastmen. After the morning training, they would eat lunch at noon. After a bit of rest, they would continue with afternoon training. All the training was running while carrying sandbags and other types of endurance training. At the start, no one could endure it at all, but as time passed, everyone was able to complete the training. They could even endure it with an increase in weight. After dinner, they would continue formation training before going to bed. Naturally, Clooney also continued his informative sessions before bed. Personally, Wyatt felt that Clooney's sessions were unnecessary. After all, every soldier was filled with gratitude towards the Lord. It was through his efforts that they had enjoyed a higher level of dignity and more secure livelihoods compared to before. Although they needed to eat fast, the amount of food wasn't limited. Moreover, they got to eat many delicious things such as the things called steamed buns. They would also occasionally get to enjoy meat in their meals. For these people, who normally did not have anything to eat, they would naturally work hard to have such enjoyment. In this single month, Wyatt had turned from weak to strong. All 2,000 of them that were part of the initial draft were now first-rank warriors. Naturally, this wasn't really anything to be proud of because reaching the first rank wasn't that difficult. As long as they continued to train, they would naturally reach it. It was just that they were able to achieve it faster due to the disciplined nature of their training regimen. But once they reached the second rank, they would be able to perceive that they have gotten strong and perceive that they were several times stronger than normal citizens. For Wyatt, his goal was to reach the second rank, the third rank, and even the fourth rank. Because of his hard work and training, he had been named as a centurion, with the authority to command 100 people, but according to Lisfer, they had to reach a certain level of strength to be promoted again. As a result, Wyatt worked even harder. After becoming a soldier, he could only visit home once a month, but the treatment for soldiers was very good. Every time he returned home, he would bring enough food stamps and money so that his family could live a worry-free life. His 12-year-old brother was already old enough to take care of their sick mother. In 2 more years, his little brother could also begin to look for work or choose to farm to save enough to marry. As for Wyatt, he was not in a hurry. He felt the more promising men in the military were more career-oriented. Life was moving in a good direction for him. That was also what every soldier thought. They were now able to feel the charm of being alive. However, there was something that some people would always complain about, and that was, "Oh." The horn was blown, causing the eyes of the sleeping soldiers to open. They quickly got up, got dressed in a few seconds, and assembled at the center. This sudden night training was the most painful for the soldiers. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies stay. The rest of you can go back to sleep. At 5 in the morning, the sun had not yet risen, but the chief instructor of these soldiers had ordered them to assemble. The chief instructor was none other than the powerful and scary Lisfer Bloodblade, who was nicknamed Demon by the soldiers. Lisfer was a beautiful person. This would be the impression normal people have of her, but for these soldiers, she was a demon that had come from the abyss. Almost every soldier had been severely abused by her, but they couldn't help but respect and admire her strength as a 9th-rank warrior. In the military, only the strong were respected. Beauty wasn't useful at all, as proven by the Elven Rangers. Wyatt soon found that other than them, hundreds of elves and beastmen had all been assembled. The soldiers on the night shift brought over hundreds of sets of equipment in silence. With Lisfer's urging, everyone changed into combat gear. Everyone was equipped with leather armor, a sword on their right hand, and a round shield on their left. At this moment, everyone realized that this was not a drill. They might actually be going to war. Fear and excitement sunk into their hearts as they held their swords shakily. "I'm sure you know what's going to happen next. Carry those bags with you. Inside it is food for 10 days. Do what you are told as if this is training, that way you will have more chances of surviving." The demon-like wolf girl displayed a bloodthirsty smile and then continued with a solemn expression, "Everyone, keep quiet. Leave the city with me in silence." The group of close to 1,000 people walked neatly along the road. They remained silent as they walked out of Dragon City and into the wilderness under the leadership of Lisfer. At this time, brilliant light came from the eastern horizon, causing the hearts of the people to jump. They could feel a sense of oppression from the blowing wind. The soldiers unconsciously raised their heads to look at the light. At the peak of Dragon City, 2 huge wings spread open. Everyone witnessed that their great Dragon Lord had soared up. Whenever the citizens of Dragon City saw those golden wings unfurl, their minds would involuntarily recall the events that transpired 3 months prior. The very day when the titanic, nigh omnipotent dragon descended upon the city and razed it to the ground before infusing within it new life. The soldiers humbly retracted their gazes and looked at the ground in deference. Although the Lord's appearance was different from when he patrolled the city, even the most ordinary mortals knew to not directly look at a deity's face. Mighty gods had thousands of different faces, each of which represented a kind of power, authority, and unreal might. Although their lord was only a demigod, that status alone was enough to distinguish him from countless other beings. Louis came out of his lair and spread open his wings. With just a few flaps of his wings, he reached the edge of the city. He remained aloft over the city's shambling walls, choosing to gaze at them. He had not fixed the walls so far because he had plans to expand the city. And with the current state of affairs, it was not yet time to expand the territory. Thus the walls had remained short and inconsistent with the city's requirements. Louis chose not to land on them as he felt it would detract from his image. Instead, still aloft in the sky, he glided over to the 1,000-strong army below. Ever since mastering the magic branch of the godhood within himself, he could use the spell, reverse gravity, to hover in the air with ease. There were 300 beastmen warriors acting as the main force, 300 elven archers acting as long-range suppression, and 300 human soldiers acting as support due to their insufficient training. Louis thought that if they returned alive from this battle, each one of them would become real warriors. At that time, he could give them promotions to lead the rest of the human soldiers. Other than the army, Louis had also called upon the elven druids. There were about a dozen of them of low rank. The strongest was only about the 5th rank. It was said that there was a druid sect in the Forest of the Moon, and all the high-ranking druids were members of it. But the Queen of the Silver Moon Kingdom was not obliged to send that kind of high-ranking druid to guard Dragon City. If he was in her shoes, Louis would do the same either. At the very least, I have a legendary rank ranger with me, and that's enough. Louis looked at Cisna, who was kneeling on one knee, and smiled. Additionally, there were also several priests. Their job was to save the wounded. These responsibilities slightly overlapped with the druids. As a lord, Louis did not need to form small teams to explore like those adventurers. When heading towards mysterious secret realms like the Shadow Realm, he would naturally gather his troops to probe. Louis looked down at the group of soldiers. He initially wanted to do a pre-battle speech to raise morale, but after thinking a bit, speaking in a long-winded manner did not match with his image. Therefore, he just looked at them from the skies and spoke in a majestic voice, "Set off." The army remained silent and calm. This was the result of their training. Even those beastmen who loved to wail had tense expressions. After inspecting their things, they began to move under the command of the officer. The team of 1,000 people marched quietly and neatly. Louis nodded in satisfaction at their army-like appearance. Modern army training methods had their merits. After an hour of quick marching, the legion arrived at the cave that Lucifer had found earlier. "My lord, this is the place." Louis stood on top of an ice mountain. The cold air and snow blew. The temperature that was enough to freeze people was nothing for a dragon. To Louis, this was the same as a cool breeze. Lucifer stood beside Louis and pointed at the cave entrance. The army lined up in front of the entrance and prepared to counterattack in case any monster came out of the cave. Louis observed that the mouth of the cave was so large that even his body could fit inside. After grasping the divine authority of magic, he was very sensitive to spells and could sense the faint aura of shadows from within the cave. From my perception, this path to the Shadow Realm did not open spontaneously but rather shows signs of artificial creation. This is a trap that someone purposely set against me after I became the Lord of Dragon City. Luckily, we had found this in time. I agree with your second point. Plotting against a demigod dragon is not easy, so this trap should not be as simple as it seems. But we must still be careful. Let me see what secrets are in there. Cisna, are there any strong monster tribes near Dragon City? Louis asked Cisna. As a 1,000-year-old ranger, in addition to the closeness of the Forest of the Moon to Dragon City, she must know more about the history of the city. Cisna thought for a moment and answered, "A long time ago, there was a tribe of frost giants living close by. There were also brown bears, ogres, ice bats, and many other monsters. Whenever the city changed hands, the rulers would always clean up the nearby monsters. They should have already hidden far away from the city and into the deep mountains of San Soliel. This Shadow Realm should have nothing to do with them." "I see." Louis nodded his head and directly informed everyone using the Echo spell, "Big Bear, Second Bear, take a group of beast men to scout the way first. Cisna, you go with them." The Bear brothers, who were called Big Bear and Second Bear, were stunned. They wanted to retort that they had names, but after looking at the dragon's pupils, they didn't dare speak. With their abundant battle experience, they called some agile leopardmen scouts and walked in together with Cisna. With a legendary rank powerhouse with them, they wouldn't be in too much danger unless there was a powerful legendary mage hiding in the Shadow Realm. Soon, a beastman came out and reported, "My lord, the path connecting the realms is safe. There is no danger inside." After receiving the information, Louis immediately roared, "Soldiers of Dragon City, forward!" Swing. Everyone stopped their counterattack stances and pulled out their weapons as they entered the cave at an orderly pace. Louis was vaguely excited. Ever since he came to San Soliel, he had been developing the city for more than a month. Now, he finally found a chance to conduct a raid like in those novels. The world within the Shadow Realm seemed to be tinged with a dark filter, as everything within it appeared a tone darker than in the main continent. In the sky hung a permanent solar eclipse, and the earth was gray and dull. The realm seemed to be an inversion of the main world. After Louis entered the cave, his vision blanked out. When he could see again, he made out an endless gray scene that was devoid of life. "The Shadow Realm," Louis said in a deep voice. He looked around and found himself and the army in what appeared to be a deep valley. Louis's heart thumped. He grasped the soil on the ground with his claws and closed his eyes to feel the life force within it. The energy was lacking in some respects, but it was enough for the cultivation of crops. Over the past few months, Louis had become more and more knowledgeable about the requirements of running a city. And so upon landing within the Shadow Realm, his first thoughts pertained to its suitability for long-term settlement. If this place is secluded enough and safe enough, this could be used as a production base. I can't keep relying on Earth for important resources like food. Unfortunately, it seems security might be an issue. Thinking about the patrolman that died, Louis knew that unless he could get rid of the latent danger within, it was impossible for him to establish a secret base for growing crops. The exit of the dimension was too close to Dragon City, and so Louis could hardly leave it be. He needed to take direct action. Now that he had lit up the divine authority of magic, he didn't have to solely rely on the godhood anymore, so he personally led the exploration of this place. Send out scouts to find if there are any living creatures nearby. The rest of you take a break. When his orders were passed down, the army immediately mobilized. The leader of the scouts assigned manpower and scattered them in all directions. The rest of the people maintained vigilance while resting in preparation for any potential crisis. The Shadow Realm. Connecting dimensions is becoming more and more difficult. Cisna looked at the gray world with a complicated expression and sighed. After the era of disaster, the gods disappeared. The connections between the major realms have thus thinned. Except for some powerful mages who can travel alone, it is almost impossible to connect realms at such a scale. Hearing Cisna's lament, Louis thought about the history of the world and the existence of the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm was an existence that mirrored the main continent. That meant it was just as big as the main continent. Therefore, Louis was not interested in their exact location. The Shadow Realm completely wrapped around the main continent. If anyone wanted to go to a different realm, such as Hell, Abyss, or Heaven, they would need to pass through the Shadow Realm. There were even some professions, such as assassins, who hid in the Shadow Realm and used it as a hiding spot before revealing themselves in the main world and assassinating their targets. After the era of disaster had passed, many gods lost the faith of the people. Only a small number of gods were still able to give divine blessings, while the rest fell into a deep slumber. Those myriads of sects and religions had hidden in the shadows, because without the blessing of the gods, they had lost their powers. Even the human kingdoms and empires had lost their faiths. Only the theocracy gathered most of the faith from humans, while the rest of the world was a desert of faith. This was the current era, an era without faith. There wasn't much recorded about the era of disaster. People only knew that it was a cataclysmic event involving the multiverse. Many realms were wrecked in that catastrophe, and even Heaven and the Abyss. The stars that symbolized the gods also fell from the skies like a meteor shower. Most of the life in San Soliel had also perished. The current civilization of San Soliel was born from the ruins of that cataclysmic event. Those who survived it and lived to the present day were very few in number. That's why history was also called the Lost History. Louis knew that the cataclysm was caused by an invasion from outside the Crystal Wall system. Those invaders were the Terran civilization. It's said that the kingdom of the goddess of night is somewhere in the Shadow Realm. Lisfer suddenly spoke with faint excitement in her eyes. Put away your greed. Even if it is the ruins of a god's kingdom, mortals should not covet it casually. Louis's calm words dispelled Lisfer's greed. She bowed her head to show respect. In fact, I also want to go to that kingdom and explore it. I might even be able to find a divine weapon. It's just that this place is so big that it'll likely take ages. It's also said that the goddess of night is a very secretive god. It won't be easy to look for it, Louis muttered. At the same time, he thought of the current theocracy. The theocracy did not solely believe in one god but multiple gods. In addition to their belief in the goddess of morning, they also believed in the goddess of night, the god of war, and the god of love and beauty. These four gods that were not related to each other were actually strung to a single religion. There were definitely twists and turns to this. According to what Louis knew about the history of the world, before the era of disaster, the goddess of morning, goddess of night, and silver moon goddess were enemies. However, as symbols of night and day, the goddess of morning and goddess of night finally united. Together they became a religion along with the god of war and the god of love and beauty. These four gods covered a wide array of divine authorities. The origin of the theocracy is quite problematic. Perhaps the existence of the theocracy was created by the remnants of the gods. Louis had a hunch that a turning point in the current era would soon arrive. It would be the best era in some ways, but also the worst era in others. It was the time where the gods were recovering and quietly waiting for the time when the stars returned to their places. That's why I must become the protagonist of this era. Louis's eyes narrowed and had no more doubts about the future. At this time a scout returned and reported, "My lord, we found a village in that direction." The scout did not know how to distinguish the directions in the Shadow Realm, so he just pointed with his hand. You found a village? Louis thought for a moment. They are likely natives of the Shadow Realm. How many people are there, and how strong are they? I didn't dare get too close, but based on observation, the village isn't very big and appears dilapidated. There are only some wooden fences, and no proper walls or defensive facilities. The scout accurately reported to Louis. Louis raised his head and ordered, all troops, set out. Let's head to the village, to find out more information about the Shadow Realm. The soldiers quickly got up and marched at an orderly pace. My lord, there it is. Lisfer pointed at a small settlement at the far side of the plains. It showed definite signs of activity. The village was surrounded by thick fences of wood with protruding spikes, and behind it lay a mountain. Although the fence and gate were not as strong as their stone counterparts, they managed to leverage the geographical advantage of the location. Looks like it's not just a bunch of rabble. There is a considerable military defense. Lisfer licked her lips. She narrowed her eyes and surveyed the village with a look of affirmation. Cisna's face was cold. She took a look at the village and said, the village is on high ground. If there are guard posts and archers on the rocky hills around, they would be able to cause huge casualties to their enemies. We can only attack the main gate by force. But that would bring unnecessary sacrifices. She and Lisfer swapped opinions as to the right course of action. Louis waited for them to finish and calmly nodded. This aboriginal village of the Shadow Realm is set up like a small fortress. This means that the neighborhood isn't safe, otherwise, they wouldn't need to implement such defensive measures. Louis slowly continued, I thought they were just some weak aborigines that would submit easily. We could have peacefully extracted information on the surrounding areas from them, but that possibility seems slim now. A group experienced with war would not easily be subjugated. Even in the face of stronger enemies, they would dare to fight. Only true dread could subdue them. Cisna, Lisfer, have the humans hold up their shields and advance to the front. I will go over and personally break down that wooden door. You will have to quickly go in and subjugate them as fast as you can. If they resist violently, kill them. Just make sure to leave behind a few for interrogation. Louis did not wait for the two to reply and flew up. Seeing this, Cisna and Lisfer dare not delay and hurriedly passed down orders. The humans with wooden shields quickly ran to the front. They raised their round shields to block the opponent's arrows. The beastmen bent down to minimize their exposure. At the same time, they held their axes above their heads to stop arrows. The elves who were good at archery clenched the longbows in their hands. As long as they were in range, they would be able to do pinpoint shooting. The legion maintained formation and marched on, just like how they trained. Flying in the air, Louis looked back with satisfaction at the army, which had only been training for a short amount of time. Soon, the army would become stronger and stronger. Retracting his mind, Louis once again looked at the village. Louis did not feel any guilt at all attacking a village that did not have anything to do with the attack of the patrolmen. This was the main theme of San Soliel after all, adventure, war, blood, and death. In this world, killing was happening at every moment. Morality did not exist. The only truth was strength, and the weak could only perish. Clickbait. Dragon. A dragon is flying here. How can there be a dragon here? Oh God, it has 2 heads. That is not a wyvern, but a real dragon. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Everyone get ready. Do not let it descend. Army. There's an army in the distance behind the dragon. The man on the lookout hissed and yelled. Louis slightly surveyed the village. It was a large settlement and could house around 1,000 people. The houses were built with wood and stone, and some cultivated crops could be found at the back. After seeing Louis, the people in the village panicked. Louis could clearly see them holding bows and arrows as well as wooden spears as they got into position while staring nervously at the sky. So it's a village of fetchlings. They all use wooden weapons, so that means there are no mineral deposits nearby. The creatures in the village resembled humans to an extent. Their limbs had an almost boneless quality, their skin was a mottled gray, and their hard, pure black. And their pale yellow eyes had no pupils. Based on Louis's knowledge, he knew that they were fetchlings. Over history, there had been humans who entered the Shadow Realm and could not find their way back. Over time, the descendants of these humans were affected by the Shadow Realm and gradually adapted to it. They could be considered as close relatives of humans with the same human habits. With Louis flying overhead, the fetchlings did not hesitate to attack without fear. They really are used to battles. They did not cower at all at the face of a dragon and even initiated the attack. If Louis was willing, he could just annihilate the entire village. But as a lord, if he accomplished things by himself, then what was the use of forming an army? The arrows flew towards him, bearing colored tips. They were likely poisoned. Reverse gravity. Although Louis did not think that the projectiles could pierce his scales, he did not want to be sullied by them. Hence he immediately utilized a racial spell. In an instant, a field surrounding Louis appeared where gravity was reversed. Those arrows that had little force after flying so high remained floating once they entered the field. With a flap of his wings, Louis blew the arrows back to the ground. Some of the fetchlings had bad luck and got hit by the falling arrows. They let out agonized cries and died. Foolish fetchlings, how dare you turn your swords against a dragon? Louis raised his heads up. A clump of power flowed up from his abdomen. His two heads spewed out golden flames at the same moment. One of the golden flames carried an emerald glow, while the other carried an azure sparkle. Aha! Water, water. I need water. The dragon's breath swept down and through everything. A few unlucky fetchlings were on fire and ran in all directions, but soon burned to nothing but ashes. The true target of the dragon's breath, the thick village gate, was also burned up. Mist. Louis once again cast a spell. White mist suddenly appeared all around the village, obscuring the villagers' vision and preventing them from seeing farther than 5 meters. In an instant, the fetchling village sunk into the mist. At this time, Cisna, an experienced commander, did not hesitate to order, all troops attack. Elves, rain down a volley of arrows. After the third volley, pull out your blades and attack. The army that was approaching the main gate immediately changed formation. The humans with round shields on one hand began to charge along with the beastmen, who let out howls. At the same moment, the elves fired volleys of arrows into the mist. They did not care how many enemies they killed and immediately put away their bows and pulled out their blades after. They followed behind the humans and beastmen in their charge. Louis waved his claws and smashed an observation tower, shredding the person in it to pieces. The blood and intestines floated in the air inside the field of reverse gravity. As the army approached closer to the village, Louis disabled, missed, and coldly watched his army fight against the fetchlings. A true warrior grew with blood and fire. Soldiers who had not yet experienced war and death could not even be called warriors. Charge! As the mist dispersed, the fetchlings were surprised to find that the army which had seemed kilometers away was now at their doorsteps. With the gates already burned to ashes by the dragon, there was nothing to stop the onslaught of the Dragon City forces. Kill. Even relatively timid folks were inundated in the battlefield's bloodlust. Rationality and composure were thrown away in favor of an unstoppable desire to slaughter their enemies. The beastmen were full of excitement. They had grown up in such situations, and warfare had been branded onto their bones. With glee, they raised their blades and smashed the bodies of their victims. Squelch. Steel cleaved through flesh as the skinny fetchlings were overrun by the beastmen. The dry soils quickly ran red with their blood and guts. Occasionally, some fetchlings would thrust their wooden spears at their aggressors, but these would only penetrate a few centimeters before being stopped by the beastmen's muscles. The little fatality such weapons had was counteracted by the beastmen's leather armor. At the backlands, Cisna calmly dictated down orders. Occasionally, she would order the priests and druids to release spells to cure the beastmen of the poison laced onto the enemy's arrows. The human soldiers hid between the gaps of the beastmen. At first, they did not proactively attack due to fear, but soon they had no choice but to implement their training. They would raise their wooden shields to block the opponent's wooden spears and chop with their swords. On their left and right sides were comrades who would support them. Under this stimulation, their innate violence was completely released as they marched forward. The elves located in the rear of the battlefield shot their arrows with exquisite precision. Their skills allowed them to reap lives with each twang of their bows, and in the unlikely event that any stragglers made their way to them, the opponent would soon fall to their blades. Cisna and Lucifer did not join in the slaughter. One wielded a bow and arrow to provide support, while the other used their dexterity to pull out those that were in a dangerous situation. In the bloody haze, one soldier too deeply into enemy territory. He was quickly roused by the sensation of steel piercing his leg. When he regained his senses, he saw that 4 fetchlings had surrounded him, and fear struck his heart. Just when he thought that he was about to lose his life, an arrow flew past him and shot one of the fetchlings, followed by a fast figure that killed the rest of them. Even when you are forgetting yourself due to the fight, always maintain a certain amount of sanity. Do not learn from those crazy beastmen. Elves and humans simply have different body structures from birth. An indifferent male voice sounded. Wyatt then saw that it was a male elf who saved him. His body was stained with blood and his hair was messy, but Wyatt could not help but find his savior to be extremely beautiful. Thanks. I'll pay attention. Wyatt thanked in a rushed manner. After taking a closer look at the elf, he was surprised. It's you? He recognized the male elf as the same one who had handed him water during the draft. The elf was also a centurion commanding 200 elves and also a 4th-rank ranger. The elf did not expect the human to recognize him, causing him to be flabbergasted, but he immediately kept his cool and urged. Can you still stand up and fight? No problem. Looking at the elf's cold attitude, Wyatt took the elf's hand with a reddened face. Protect my right side, just like in training. Let's work together to kill our way out. Yes. Wyatt gripped his sword and shield tightly. His blood boiled with gratitude. Louis floated in midair, watching with cold eyes at the slaughter happening below him. In just a short amount of time, more than half of the fetchlings had been killed. It wasn't that Louis attacked without even communicating with the fetchlings, but he understood their race. As mutations from humans, the fetchlings had a strong inferiority complex. They often submitted to powerful monsters. This implied that there was a dangerous creature nearby. And if they found more villages of the sort, then it was even more dangerous. It was possible to communicate with an individual fetchling, but it was impossible when there was a village of them gathered together. It was better to show the power that surpassed the monster. That way, the fetchlings would recognize you and submit to you, otherwise, they would not hesitate to attack. In other words, they were a race that loves bullying others. When the theocracy left Dragon City, they had burned all the grains, but some armaments could not be destroyed. As a result, Louis was left with several thousand sets of equipment. This equipment was high quality and able to fully arm his military. The fetchlings themselves were not strong. They were probably only farmer-turned-soldiers, and their weapons were only made of wood. As for the poison they were using, the priests and druids could cure them. Their geographical superiority and defensive equipment had also been destroyed by Louis' dragon breath. In short, they were completely defenseless against the offensive. When the fetchlings were almost completely killed, an old fetchling finally gave up resisting and kneeled on the ground. We surrender. We surrender. You are stronger than the Shadow Dragon King's warriors. We surrender. As the old fetchling shouted, the other fetchlings followed suit and knelt on the ground, dropping the weapon in their hands. Shadow Dragon King? Louis was not surprised by their surrender. This was already expected. What he was surprised about were the words that came from the fetchling's mouth. Shadow Dragon King? Hearing the fetchling's words, Louis fiercely looked at him. The old fetchling was likely the village's chief. He trembled with and peeked at the 1,000-man army as well as the river of blood and corpses. The rest of the fetchlings were also kneeling on the ground with blades on their necks. He raised his head and looked at Louis, who was floating in the air, and said, Yes, mighty dragon. We are fetchlings under the Shadow Dragon King's territory. The terrifying dragon's might almost caused the timid creatures to lose consciousness. Luckily, they were previously humans, providing them with a certain level of resistance. Had they been goblins, they would have been frightened to death. Louis eyed Cisna and Lisfer. He wanted to hear if they knew anything about this Shadow Dragon King. But the two were at a loss and shook their heads. Cisna and Lisfer said that they don't know. If even they don't know, then it means that the Shadow Dragon King isn't famous in the main continent. Perhaps it is only a leader in the Shadow Realm? Since it is a dragon, it might have just been one that had stumbled inside the realm and decided to live there. Louis guessed and looked at the old fetchling. Tell me, what does the Shadow Dragon King look like? How long is it? Louis was trying to guess what kind of dragon it was from the appearance. Moreover, he could guess the age of the dragon based on its size and determine how strong it was. He could also be wrong if the Shadow Dragon King was like Louis, whose strength could not be determined with appearance alone. I don't know. I have never seen Lord Shadow Dragon King. No one in the nearby fetchling villages has seen him before, the village chief shouted in terror. No one had seen it? Then why are you being submissive towards it? Louis was stunned. He never imagined that the Shadow Dragon King hadn't shown itself before. The Shadow Dragon King has many subordinates. There are goblins, kobolds, nightshades, shadow mastiffs, and also specters. The Shadow Dragon King would have them pass down its orders. Goblins could be seen everywhere. Although they were cowardly and timid, they still had a bit of intelligence. Kobolds were exclusive servants of dragons. Almost every one of them served the glory of dragons. As for nightshades, shadow mastiffs, and specters, these were original inhabitants of the Shadow Realm. They were all relatively powerful. The reason why the Shadow Dragon King's subordinates were able to control these fetchlings was due to the strength of these three creatures. The Shadow Dragon King requests that everyone be subservient to it and put their faith in it. If we don't listen, then the shadow creatures would annihilate the village. Even if we put our faith in it, specters and kobolds would wander the place. The weapons we prepared were set up to deal with them. This fetchling spoke quickly after seeing that Louis was dissatisfied. Faith? Hearing this, Louis's eyes widened, and even Cisna and Lisfer were stunned. Generally, faith was related to gods in this world. Even if it was not a true god, it would at least be a demigod. Could it be a true god? No, that's impossible. True gods are not this low-key. Furthermore, they will have far more believers than the Shadow Realm could provide. Moreover, they haven't appeared for a long time already. But it also doesn't seem to be a demigod. The expression and faith of these fetchlings came from terror. The efficiency of this kind of faith is low. A true demigod would definitely understand this. True faith was reverence from the heart, rather than relying on emotions like fear. An example of this was faith from Dragon City. That was the true faith. If the Shadow Dragon King was a demigod and wanted to become a true god, then it was impossible for it to not understand the true essence of faith and use this kind of totalitarian method to gather faith. Demigods had a hard time converting faith. Faith brought from fear was scarce and almost useless. Louis continued to ask, "How long have you been ruled by the Shadow Dragon King?" About 1,000 years, my lord. Our ancestors had been ruled by the Shadow Dragon King for that long. The village chief showed a smile. 1,000 years. Hearing this, Louis sucked in a breath of cold air. From his words, he could tell that the Shadow Dragon King wasn't a young dragon anymore. That means that it should be a prime dragon or an elder dragon already. There was even a chance of it being an ancient dragon. How powerful was an ancient dragon, you ask? It could already arm wrestle with normal demigods. Even if they couldn't win easily, they wouldn't die easily as well. They were witnesses of history. With Louis's current strength, he needed to become a demigod and use the railgun to kill it. But ancient dragons were very rare, because not every dragon could become one. Becoming one did not solely rely on the dragon's growth and age. Where is the Shadow Dragon King now? Louis felt that things had become tricky. From here, you go straight ahead. There is a towering shadowy mountain over there. At the foot of the mountain is a huge cave. It's said that the Shadow Dragon King lives there. The village chief hurriedly said. Louis used thought detection and found that this fetchling did not lie. The exit is close to Dragon City. That Shadow Dragon King is a big problem. Louis slowly spoke to Cisna and Lisfer. He didn't want Dragon City to be suddenly attacked by an unknown dragon one day. The infrastructure that he had built up with great difficulty might be destroyed. So, Louis decided to nip the danger at the bud. If the other side is a dragon that lived for more than 1,000 years, it's dangerous for these soldiers to go. Louis said in a deep voice as he looked at his army. 1,000 of troops in the face of a 1,000-year-old dragon was already suicide. So, Cisna and Lisfer, both of you follow me. Even if you encounter danger, I'm sure I can get you both out safely. Louis gave his orders. Cisna was a legendary rank ranger. Even if the other party was an ancient dragon, she would be able to retreat in one piece. As for Lisfer, even if she was just a 9th-rank mortal, she had the qualities of an assassin, which would allow her to escape danger. Moreover, Louis would help her, so her safety was guaranteed. Louis decided not to be stingy with his divine power. The other side was a huge threat to Dragon City. He would not allow it to exist. Moreover, if it was really a dragon, then the other party should have a huge amount of treasures. Big Bear, Second Bear, I'll leave the command of these troops to you. Let these fetchlings lead you to other fetchling villages. Conquer them one by one and turn them into slaves of Dragon City. They may be of great use in the future. Louis planned everything well. Yes, milord. We will bring you victory. The Bear brothers patted their chest in assurance. There's no time to lose. Cisna and Lisfer, let's set off immediately. Louis soared through the sky in the Shadow Realm, gazing closely at the ground beneath him. He was trying to determine the difference between this world and the main continent. Cisna and Lisfer hurried behind him on foot. As a being of supposedly great status, he couldn't allow any creature to ride upon his back, even if it was a female he had slept with. This stemmed from his pride as a dragon and as a man. All the same, both Cisna and Lisfer were already at or near the legendary rank. And both held professions that emphasized speed, so they didn't lag behind too much. Turning forward, he spied a mountain that would serve as his landing point. With a flap of his wings, he changed directions and headed straight for it, his golden body streaking through the monochrome sky. Since he didn't want to be discovered by the Shadow Dragon King, for now, he would have to be a little less conspicuous. Consequently, upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, his 10-meter-long body quickly shrank in size and assumed a humanoid form. Although he had not yet mastered ultimate transformation, he could use divine power to change his appearance. This was one of the abilities of a god. The reason why he never used this before was due to how precious divine power was. Even if it did not consume much, it was still better to not waste anything. After transforming, he finally understood why most dragons did not like to turn into other forms. This was because doing so would reduce their combat power. For dragons, their natural bodies were the best vessels to display their boundless strength. Nevertheless, he had to temporarily abandon it in the interest of expedience. Fortunately, the citizens of Dragon City are unconsciously providing me with a small amount of faith to offset the expenditure. Still, it would be better to learn ultimate transformation. This feels far too extravagant, he thought, feeling the pangs in his heart. He hadn't yet planned for what he would do once he met the Shadow Dragon King. A fight would likely break out, and in order to win it was very possible that he would come close to emptying his tank of divine energy. In fact, if it wasn't for the 24 racial spells he learned earlier, he would likely have had to waste even more power on the fight. After putting away his thoughts, Louis used reverse gravity to float in midair and slowly climb up the mountain, leaving behind the valley surrounded by tall mountains. After waiting for a while, two shadows appeared from behind him. Cisna and Lisfer had finally caught up. As the two people ascended the mountain, Cisna's breathing remained steady while Lisfer was gasping for breath. From this, the difference in strength between them was clear. "Milord?" When the elf and beast man arrived at the agreed-upon location, they were surprised to find that it wasn't a dragon, but a man who had his back to them. The two were startled and subconsciously went on alert, but soon they thought of dragons' purported ability to change into other species. They relaxed as a result. "Milord is truly praiseworthy. Even if he is a demigod primordial dragon, he still remains cautious and tries to minimize the danger. I have much to learn." Cisna secretly praised her lord with admiration. "It's surprising that he's this careful as a proud dragon. Could it be that my careless manner was incorrect? Should I be more prudent when doing things to be able to get closer to the legendary rank?" After seeing Louis' humanoid form, Lisfer also had many thoughts in her mind. Cisna and Lisfer had been living in Dragon City for a while already. They had never seen Louis change into a different form, so they felt that there was a deeper meaning for Louis to change into human form this time. They didn't know that Louis was just afraid of trouble and wanted to sneak around. Unknowingly admired by Cisna and Lisfer like this, Louis slowly turned around and said, "Take a short rest. We'll set off soon." This time, Cisna and Lisfer were able to see Louis' appearance. He was about 6 feet tall, which was quite tall for this world due to people's malnutrition. He had short black silky hair that seemed darker than the night. His features were well defined with both the soft beauty of the elves and the cold strictness of humans. Anyone who saw him would undoubtedly call him a looker. What was particularly impressive was the pair of pure golden pupils set within his eyes. They seemed to become even more terrifying when paired with his human form as against his dragon one. His golden scales had turned into a pale gray kimono that shimmered with azure and emerald light. Louis' humanoid form was definitely not how he looked before his reincarnation. As a person who loved beauty, Louis directly added his own corrections to his appearance and turned himself into a pretty boy from magazines. Cessna and Lucifer lowered their heads and did not dare look directly. Although what appeared in front of them looked like a human male, they knew that he was still a terrifying dragon in essence. Goblins, kobolds, shadow mastiffs, the fetchling village chief wasn't lying. Those goblins and kobolds actually have shadow energy in them. It seems they are also quite different from those in the main continent. Moreover, I smell the faint scent of death. Interesting. In order to maintain the majesty of a dragon, Louis tried his best not to smile and spoke in a low and majestic voice. Do not alarm them. Let's enter the deepest part of this dark mountain together. Let me see what this so-called Shadow Dragon King really is. After speaking, Louis's figure disappeared. This was one of the racial magic he mastered, concealment. Cessna and Lucifer looked at each other and used their respective abilities to sneak in. In a flash, the three easily bypassed these monsters and entered deep into the mountain. This is indeed the scent of a dragon. Follow me. Since that it did not hide its traces, I already know where it is. As soon as Louis entered the interior of the mountain, he immediately sensed the source of the smell. This smell is a bit strange. It isn't the scent of the living, not of the dead. With curiosity, Louis sped up the pace and passed a long tunnel. Cessna skimmed the surroundings and saw the murals. She was immediately shocked and said, "This mural. This is the Crimson Calamity." Crimson Calamity? Louis stopped walking when he heard her words. He slowly turned his head to look at Cessna with a puzzled expression. Having lived as a human for more than 20 years, he did not find it difficult to control his new body, but he still felt strangely light. His movements were slightly awkward, and he felt the lack of his claws, scales, and impressive muscles, clearly. It was unpleasant, and he understood perfectly well why dragons disliked humanoid forms. A particular point that interested him was where all the mass he had as a dragon had disappeared to after his transformation. "My lord, Crimson Calamity is the name of a red dragon that lived more than 1,000 years ago. Her real name is Noella Nizgane, and she was known as the Destroyer of Nations and the Queen of Calamity." Cessna knew that Louis had been living outside of the main continent for the past 10,000 years and understood that there were a lot of things in history that he did not know. Therefore, she bowed slightly and explained. She? Is it a female dragon? Her gender mattered a lot more to him than her title at the moment. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with great interest. Yes, my lord. At Cessna's answer, Louis turned his attention to the wall. There were indeed murals carved using ancient techniques common to the early ways of recording history. If the Queen of Calamity was indeed a figure from more than 1,000 years ago, then the level of civilization shouldn't be too different from now. Even if she wanted to record things, it would have been better to not use murals. At the time when civilization was obscure, humans used to record on walls. What was recorded was mostly related to the gods. That red dragon might have an interest in the gods. Louis thought and immediately understood. The content on the murals wasn't complicated. Even if Cessna didn't explain, Louis could understand that it depicted the life of the red dragon. But compared to guessing the content of the murals, Louis would rather read written records that were more detailed and comprehensive. From the way these murals were drawn, it is impossible for the goblins and kobolds to make them. These were perhaps done by the fetchlings under the order of that Queen of Calamity. The fetchlings are descendants of humans, so they must have still possessed that dexterity. On Earth, these impressions would undoubtedly become cherished archaeological sites, and so Louis admired them for a bit before speaking. Cessna, explain everything you know about the Red Dragon to me. She is likely related to that Shadow Dragon King. Lucifer also looked at Cessna with interest. She had heard stories of the Red Dragon before, but beast men had the same life expectancy as humans. 1,000 years was already a very long time for history to become distorted. On the other hand, Cessna was an elf that had lived for a long time. A millennium was probably the lifespan of an ordinary elf, while Cessna was a legendary rank ranger. A millennium was just the beginning of her life. Cessna thought deeply and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes moved even in the darkness of the cave. When the Queen of Calamity was ravaging the continent, I was still very young, so I don't have much of an impression of it. I also only heard about her actions afterward. When Louis heard her words, he had nothing to say. As a former human, Louis felt that Cessna was already quite old. She could already be his grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. Even the elven maids that served him had a minimum age of about 200 years old. This was just hardcore with respect to a human's view of age. Luckily, he was a dragon now, so that age was already normal. Louis thought so, and continued listening to Cisna's explanation. The Queen of Calamity, Noella Nice-Gain, is an oddity among the red dragons, and also among dragons. Saying this, Cisna raised her head to look at Louis with hesitation. You can say whatever you want, I won't mind. Louis nodded at her, signaling that she could say all her thoughts. Cisna slightly relaxed and continued, the Queen of Calamity is different from other dragons. She isn't lazy at all and didn't just wait for her death. Other dragons would just hide and sleep to become stronger after passing the juvenile period. Lisfer rolled her eyes. Do you think that saying bad things about dragons is a good idea in front of the Lord? Don't you know that dragons are very proud of their own race? But she did not bother to remind Cisna. The Lord's anger at her was not her business. But Louis secretly nodded his head and agreed with Cisna's words. In his opinion, dragons were creatures that lived to wait for their deaths. No one knows what happened to the Queen of Calamity before her adult stage. Her first appearance was that of an adult dragon, but at that time, she did not do anything big. She became a human hidden in society, learning all kinds of knowledge. There are even records that she had joined a hidden organization of mages and succeeded in becoming a legendary rank mage. I see, she relied on her innate intelligence and lifespan as a dragon to forge a great reputation in human society while disguised as a human. Then she relied on her fame as a mage to become a legendary rank mage. Hearing Cisna's words, Louis felt that the Queen of Calamity was indeed an oddity. As a member of a race that possessed innate magic and mostly relied on their own bodies to fight, she had decided to become a mage, and even rose to the legendary rank. Though dragons were born with superior intelligence and could grasp the concepts behind spells more easily than most humans, their strong magic resistance meant it was difficult for them to fully learn spells. If Louis did not have the divine authority of magic, even he would be helpless. On the other hand, the red dragon had the patience to learn spells and finally became a legendary rank mage. Louis felt that this was too amazing. As a dragon, she did not have the physical weaknesses of most mages. When fighting, she could spit out dragon breath with her mouth, slap her enemies with her right claws, and send out lightning and thunder that she had already prepared with her left claws. She was practically a demigod. If she could become an ancient dragon or even a weak true god, no one would dare fight a headache like her, not even the battle-hardened true gods. This was one of the paths that I thought of following. Louis felt that this red dragon had the same initial plans as him. That was to learn carefully while hiding and rely on the advantages of being a dragon to work hard before striking it big in the world. But because of the intelligent brain, Louis had to give up this route. This red dragon was much more extreme. She had directly hidden among the humans and actively became strong. What an amazing red dragon! Louis sighed in admiration. He was very interested in this impressive figure. It wasn't long after the Queen of Calamity became a legendary mage that she seemed to go crazy. She began to attack the countries of the main continent and even destroyed a duchy. This was how her title of Destroyer of Nations came to be. Some of the current human kingdoms are built on the ruins caused by her. Cisna continued to explain while Louis and Lisfer listened carefully. Other than destroying a country and massacring its people, the Queen of Calamity also killed elves, beastmen, dwarves, halflings, and many other races in the main continent. This led to public outrage, causing many legendary rank powerhouses and demigods to launch a crusade against her. However, she was too cunning. By relying on her powers as a dragon and the power of spells, she was able to escape their assault. After that, the red dragon took revenge by hunting those who had attacked her one by one. As a result, several legendary rank powerhouses were killed. Cisna's words made Louis secretly nod his head. The red dragon had a deep understanding of the tactic retreating while the enemy is advancing, and attacking when the enemy is tired. Moreover, her revenge was lightning fast. How did this red dragon finally fall? Louis listened to Cisna's explanation while looking at the murals. They seemed to be in line with Cisna's explanation. But since the red dragon had disappeared from history, it meant that she had lost the battle. Cisna hesitated for a moment and blushed slightly. She continued, at the very end, even dragons joined hands with the enemy side. With the dragon's ability to sense others of the same race, the Queen of Calamity finally had nowhere to run. Her escape routes were completely sealed by the legendary powerhouses and the demigods. Do dragons have the ability to sense their own kind? Why didn't I know that? Louis thought with chagrin. It's probably another piece of innate knowledge that I'm lacking due to not being born as a dragon. What did she do to actually turn the dragons against her as well? Louis still knew a lot about dragons. Even if the Queen of Calamity slaughtered the entire main continent, as long as she did not provoke the dragons as a community, the dragons wouldn't even pay attention to her and might even greet her. This was because she showed the entire main continent how powerful dragons were. Therefore, she must have done something that disgraced the dragon race. Cisna's face became even redder. She secretly muttered that she was a bit embarrassed to say, but as a legendary powerhouse, she held back her embarrassment and continued, the Queen of Calamity created a spell that only affects dragons. It is a very, very terrifying spell. After mentioning this, Louis and Lucifer's curiosity increased. Cisna stuttered as she continued, dragons' fertility can be said to be the lowest among all the races in the world. Even if dragon eggs are laid, there is a large chance that a real dragon would not be born and only some dragon beasts without true draconic power. Cisna, you've gone off topic. Louis said with slight dissatisfaction. He was curious about that very, very terrifying spell, but didn't expect Cisna to begin talking about dragon fertility. I apologize. It's just that the spell had something to do with dragon fertility. Cisna lowered her head and trembled as she naively spoke. However, she was secretly pleased in her heart. She never knew that talking in such a roundabout way was actually enjoyable. It's no wonder Her Majesty always likes to talk to me in this way. After seeing Louis's veins throb, Cisna finally stopped beating the bush. If a dragon's eggs are not fully fertilized, dragon beasts would be born. What she created was a spell that could make dragons pregnant. This spell could not only make female dragons pregnant but also make male dragons pregnant. At the end of the sentence, Cisna's voice became smaller and smaller. And make male dragons pregnant? Louis was dumbfounded. He felt cold in his stomach and tensed up. He unconsciously shrunk back at that thought of being pregnant. After all, he was also a male dragon. Lucifer froze and her body trembled. If they were not in a dangerous environment, she would have laughed out loud. So my lord could have such a cute side as well. That's right. It was a spell that could make male dragons pregnant, but this spell could not make them give birth to real dragons and only irrational dragon beasts. The Queen of Calamity captured many male dragons and imprisoned them. Then she used the spell to make them give birth, causing the male dragons to lay eggs every day. Thus the Queen of Calamity was able to gain an army of dragon beasts. It was with this army that she was able to capture 7 kingdoms in a short period of time. Louis's heart thumped as he listened. This would simply scare the shit out of every male dragon. It was no wonder why the dragons would also join in to attack her, and probably most male dragons joined in. They were most likely afraid that they would be the next ones caught by the crazy dragon. Louis thought about it. If he also lived in that era, he might have joined in to destroy this red dragon. This spell simply brought shame to the male dragons. However, the red dragon was without a doubt amazing. With just herself, she was able to cause chaos to the entire continent. She was definitely living a wonderful dragon life. Her name was truly well-deserved. In the final battle, the Queen of Calamity disappeared from the main continent, so everyone thought that the terrible evil red dragon had been slain, but... At the end of her sentence, Cisna's face became grave. But after seeing these murals in this dark mountain, it is likely that she didn't completely fall back then. She probably hid in the Shadow Realm. Is that what you want to say, Cisna? Louis took over her words. Yes, my lord. I suspect that the red dragon hadn't died and instead hid here. She is a legendary mage that could cast powerful spells. It would be dangerous to barge into her lair. Cisna said worriedly. Although legendary rank mages were powerful in battle with their bizarre magic, its danger wasn't any different from other legendary rank professions. But if the legendary mage was in their tower or workshop, then the legendary mage would have the home ground advantage. Their strength would be beyond imagination. Even a demigod would be in danger. This was equivalent to a legendary rank mage's kingdom. No need to worry. I don't sense any spells or traps here. Louis closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. After lighting up the divine authority of magic, he was unusually sensitive to magic. Although the Queen of Calamity was strong, it was impossible for her to hide from him. "What's more, there is no need for you to be afraid with me here," Louis said confidently. Cissna and Lucifer were immediately reassured by the words of a demigod dragon. Their faint fear had dissipated. The interior of the dark mountain was complex yet devoid of any life. Louis walked in silence at the front while Cissna and Lucifer followed close behind. Supposing that the Queen of Calamity did not immediately die that year and hid in the Shadow Realm, then it was likely that she has recuperated from her injuries. Under normal circumstances, her injuries should have already healed in 1,000 years, yet there was no movement from her at all on the main continent. Moreover, why was she calling herself the Shadow Dragon King? Could it be that the reason she attacked and slaughtered through the whole continent was that she truly went crazy? No, the probability of that should be very low. If she had really gone crazy, it would be impossible for her to be able to hide among humans and learn magic. According to the fetching's words, it should have been something related to faith. Could it be that the red dragon is half-step into the demigod rank? Louis sighed. With the talent and strength shown by the red dragon, she would definitely become the strongest in the main continent if she truly became a demigod. But she still hadn't taken that final step yet. From this, it could be seen how hard becoming a demigod was. The difficulty in becoming a god is even higher than that, mainly because faith was inherently difficult to collect. If becoming a demigod only relied on self-effort, then the road to becoming a true god needed far more than that. It also required advancements in the field of politics, history, and civilization. Only then could one succeed. Because faith was derived from mortals, it was necessary to understand them, their desires, and their dreams. Gods were products of such dreams. No matter what, the bottom of the mystery would be uncovered in a moment. Louis suppressed his thoughts and continued walking ahead of the tunnels of the dark mountain. He did not know which tunnel could actually lead to the center of the mountain, but he could sense something deep inside the mountain that seemed to attract him. This might be a dragon's perception. Louis made this conclusion. There were no monsters inside the dark mountain. It was as if the owner of the palace forbade any creature to go inside, allowing Louis to relax. Although the kobolds and goblins weren't strong and a single dragon breath could annihilate them, it would be quite costly and wasteful to annihilate those mutated creatures if they united into an army. Louis did not want to do that. This terror. Louis suddenly turned around and smiled. He noticed Cissna's tense body. Even the courageous Lucifer walked with heavy footsteps. The elven lady bit her lips and nodded. Even if she was a legendary rank powerhouse, she was still worried about facing the dragon that once ravaged the continent 1,000 years ago. Needless to say, Lucifer was even worse off. Bravery did not bring a qualitative change to her power. Ultimately, she was just a 9th-rank warrior. She still felt faint fear facing the dragon that killed several legendary rank powerhouses. Fear is the greatest and most valuable emotion of all creatures. That is our most precious treasure. Louis said so and stopped in his tracks, for he reached the end of a precipice. A stone was kicked down and fell at the edge of the cliff. The cliff went deep underground and seemed to lead to a bottomless abyss. Only darkness could be seen while standing at its edge. But the 3 people present were not ordinary. They gazed at the pit under their feet and saw everything below them. So this is what the name Shadow Dragon King meant. Louis narrowed his eyes calmly. In the deepest part of the huge pit was an extremely complex and huge magic formation. If it was in the past, Louis would not have been able to recognize the meaning behind it, but after lighting up the divine authority of magic, he was able to read these runes easily. This magic formation is made to transform souls. The soul of a creature could be converted into an energy-based body using different attribute energy, for example, becoming an undead, a shadow, a fire elemental, or even a water elemental. Thinking that Cissna and Lucifer might not have understood the role of the formation, he explained out loud. At the center of the magic formation was a bunch of clumped-up shadows that boiled like water. It was impossible to distinguish its exact form, but through the distorted shadows, the figure of a dragon was barely visible. This is truly a disgrace to dragons, or even blasphemy, Louis said with a serious expression. The reason he said this was because the soul had already changed forms. Whether it was to become strong or not, this was simply an insult to dragons. Dragons were a race that regarded glory above everything. Their bodies were the most perfect creation in their eyes. If a dragon abandoned their body and altered its own soul into a different form, that would simply be a disgrace. And if somebody forcefully killed a dragon and altered their soul, that blasphemer would be hunted by the entire race. That clump of shadow might just be that Queen of Calamity, Noella Nightingale. From the looks of the spell's arrangement, this was definitely her own choice. It seemed that she did suffer an untreatable serious injury 1,000 years ago, so she forced her soul to leave her body and transformed it into a shadow dragon. The reason she chose this form was definitely because this was the shadow realm. This place is filled with shadow energy, so her only choice was to become a shadow dragon. Louis slowly opened his mouth after taking a look at the surroundings. Strange, where's the body that she discarded? 1,000 years shouldn't be enough to decompose a dragon's bones, but her body is missing. Louis was puzzled. Cisna and Lucifer went silent as they could not answer Louis's doubts. The two just stared vigilantly at the clump of shadow, fearing that it would change at any moment. And coincidentally, the shadow did change. The shadow began to flutter and vibrate. The slight illusory shadow began to stretch and lengthen. It didn't take long for it to change into a giant dragon. It reached a length of more than 40 meters. According to the standards of dragons, this was a sign of transforming into an ancient dragon. A normal elder dragon was only at most 40 meters long. The shadow of the dragon formed from darkness gradually became substantial. Under Cisna and Lucifer's gaze, a pair of inverted dragon eyes suddenly opened from the shadow-formed head. The writhing black mass of shadow energy opened its eyes. A wave of draconic might was released in all directions as it revealed its slit pupils. Louis quickly stepped forward, preventing most of it from reaching Cisna and Lucifer. Although the former was a legendary powerhouse and the latter was a 9th-rank warrior, the enemy's presence alone was enough to cause them to lose all fighting power. And even if they could still put up a fight, it would still hamper their effectiveness as warriors. You have disturbed this dragon's slumber, foolish adventurers. No, there is also an idiot of my kind. The shadow dragon slowly opened its maw and let out a hoarse yet pleasant voice. The voice carried arrogance and pride, like a queen sitting on the throne and looking down on worms. But only Louis felt that it sounded good. Both Cisna and Lucifer were pale. They couldn't focus on the voice at all as the remnants of the dragon's majestic aura pressured them. Those contemptuous words that looked down on everything were not bluffs, but the true perspectives of a legendary powerhouse with thousands of years of history. Queen of Calamity, Noella Nightingale? Louis's expression remained calm as he looked at the 1,000-meter deep pit and the 40-meter-long dragon. Her body was covered with countless shadows that acted like a mist and made her body seem almost illusory. Moreover, the negative energy coming from her body would sap the spirits of any lesser creature. Louis might have looked calm on the surface, but within, his muscles were tense to the extreme. He mentally prepared himself for a transformation into his demigod state. His golden pupils flashed with amazement. As a dragon, he had the ability to see the beauty and ugliness of all creatures. Naturally, this included those of his own race. Damn, she's pretty hot. Although her soul is in a shadow-like state, she's still almost too good to look at. That graceful neck, those sharp teeth, those knife-like claws, and that beautiful tail. Her contemptuous expression and arrogant words weren't because she was a dragon, but because of her majesty as a queen. I want to bite the back of her neck, press down her body, and make her lay eggs for me. This sudden thought startled Louis. He quickly shook his head and felt terrified at a dragon's instinct. He was surprised that he could still think of this even in such a tense moment. Oh? You still dare to approach me even if you know my name? I have to praise you. The shadow dragon suddenly floated up as if she wasn't used to looking up at others. The magic runes on the ground went out one by one, causing most of the black shadows covering her body to dissipate. She did not use any spells nor move her shadow wings. She just levitated in midair and instantly climbed up the 1,000-meter cliff. She floated in the sky and stared at Louis with disgust. I am a calamity. I am the Crimson Calamity. Your courage is worthy of administration. Sadly, it will spell your demise. Cower fools, before the Queen of Calamity, Noella Nightingale. Ha 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 ha. She laughed out loud and gazed maliciously at Louis. Her dragon head seemed to make a disgusted expression. Although I can't tell what kind of dragon you are, it doesn't matter. Soon, I will let you feel the grief of pregnancy and the pain of childbirth. I will watch you despair as you give birth to dragon beasts, watch you as your pride and honor be completely and viciously crushed. And I will lead your children into the main continent once more and sound my crimson trumpets. Louis didn't know how to curse at her for a moment. Are you really the Queen of Calamity and not the Queen of Pregnancy? You could actually say such things as laying eggs and giving birth with a completely serious look. At this moment, Louis found a difference between the Queen of Calamity and other dragons. She seemed to be proud of her own identity as a dragon, but she was disgusted with other dragons. This view was quite contradictory, and she didn't have any honor of a normal dragon at all. Louis immediately raised his head and snickered, "The Queen of Calamity? Just look at your ugly appearance. You have lost any semblance of glory. You are the shame of dragons. Your greed and fear of death have made you turn yourself into a shadow dragon. All dragons would spit on your memory, and your name will forever be purged from our glorious history." Louis's words seemed to poke at the most sensitive nerves of Noella. She became furious. Her might seemed to congeal into a physical substance, causing the air to tremble. Her eyes revealed a primal hunger. Dragon's glory? Laughable. The only glory that you group of cynics know of is how to sleep in a stinking cave. You lie in slumber and wait for death like the pitiful reptiles you are. You don't even know where the greatness of dragons went. Oh, dragon god in heaven, why did you have to make these ugly bastards? I will sew up those wandering eyes of yours, filthy creature. You male dragons' desires are like dirt in the sewers. Other than reproduction, you guys don't have any other thoughts. You are all stupid. Ha 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 ha. I have decided. I will gouge out your eyes, tear your wings, cut off your tail, chop off your head, and hang you at the gates of a human city for all to see your corpse. Noella hissed and growled, but her nice voice could be heard through the belly of the mountain. Although Louis called her ugly, he wasn't being honest. She was a total looker. From a human's point of view, the shadow that constitutes her body was too strange, but from a dragon's point of view, her appearance was enough to make any dragon excited. But could this female dragon have some kind of childhood trauma? She seemed to be quite disgusted with dragons, especially male dragons. Louis wondered. The elf and beast man are your slaves, right? Ha ha ha. I, the Queen of Calamity, will give you mercy and send your slaves to the underworld with you. Be grateful to me that you can enjoy their service in the underworld. Noella laughed. A magical rune appeared on her body, and Louis instantly knew that she was about to attack. But other than increasing in amount and growing brighter, nothing else happened. After a while, the Queen of Calamity let out a panicked roar. What? Where is my body? Where did my body go? The once haughty Queen of Calamity now revealed an undisguised panic. Her head scanned the surroundings, and her pupils dilated in shock as she searched for her body. But there was nothing at all. In the middle of the huge pit, there was nothing else apart from her shadowy self and the three humble living creatures in front of her. Her fleshly body had disappeared. She fiercely glared at Louis, opened her mouth, bared her sharp teeth, and roared furiously, "It's you. You sniveling nameless dragon, you stole my body. You think you can defeat Noella Nightingale just like this?" Raging, she released wave upon wave of malice at the intruders. The negative emotion crept into the crevices in the valley's walls and corroded the stone into gray hissing liquid. "Shut up, you arrogant bitch. Desecrator of our ancestral glory." Louis's face sank. He began to release divine power from the godhood and combined the divine authority of dreams and magic into his own might. Upon finishing, it interrupted the female dragon's roar and froze the space surrounding them. Noella shifted a little as she showed a look of uncertainty. She subconsciously retreated a few meters. There were some powerful mortals, powerful enough to cause even some weak gods to back away in fear. But as gods, as the pinnacle of the world, their true essence was beyond everything. The divine power that Louis released held signs of one. Even if it was only a trace, it contained power that was beyond mortals. Louis knew that he could not let the female dragon continue to run wild, else he would not be able to show his face anymore. Over the past few months, he had thought over how he would act upon encountering a big shot. He even simulated what he would do when he accidentally smashed his own feet with a rock. Fortunately, the big shot in front of him wasn't at full power. Her current appearance might be problematic, but she didn't have the same strength as in her heyday. I was wondering where her body went. Even if she turned into a shadow dragon, it was impossible for her to simply abandon her body. It seems that she had indeed received serious injuries and used an unknown method to separate her soul and her body. Afterward, her soul went into a deep sleep for 1,000 years. She only woke up by chance because of my arrival, but her body has somehow disappeared. Louis secretly thought of this, but was secretly glad. A dragon's body shouldn't be underestimated. In fact, a large part of their combat power lay in their physical attacks. Losing their bodies would drastically cut down their lethality. The Queen of Calamity should be in a better position. She was a legendary mage before, so even if she lost her body, she probably still retains about half of her combat power. Facing against a legendary mage that was a bit special, Louis believed that his divine power was more than enough to handle her. Cisna and Lisfer were also experienced in combat. They immediately figured out that the Queen of Calamity was a tiger that had lost its fangs. This allowed them to suppress most of the fear that came from their imaginations. Noella could tell from Louis's expression that he wasn't related to her missing body at all. Although she detested others of the same race, she still understood their temperament. Dragons wouldn't straight up tell lies, but she could not determine if this dragon may be an odd one that would use lies. However, where did my body go? It should be healing under the powers of the shadow energy in the shadow realm. Don't tell me that it could still run away by itself? Noella was full of doubts. Suddenly, she thought of something and furiously roared, "Damned Shay, and that lich. How dare you deceive me? Shay? Lich?" Noella's angry words stunned Louis. He knew what a lich was. They were undead creatures that were originally powerful mages. In order to live long lives, powerful mages transformed themselves into undead creatures. Liches had lost many human emotions and were regarded as a symbol of evil. As for the name Shay, the goddess of night, Louis blurted out. That's right. The goddess of the night's real name was Shay. After learning all aspects of history, Louis knew that the gods hadn't shown their presence in the years after the era of disaster. The fact that they weren't able to perform any miracles meant that they were in a bad state, otherwise, their glory would be sprinkled all over the world of San Soliel. Even when Louis lit up the divine authority of magic, he had received the attention of the goddess of magic, but that was all it did. The goddess neither personally came to kill him nor was there any other reaction. This meant that the goddess of magic was currently helpless to do anything to him. Louis did not know what the exact situation of the gods was like, but after hearing the word Shay come out of Noella's mouth, he understood that she had met Shay 1,000 years ago. This meant that Shay was able to appear on the main continent, but was unable to grant miracles, making her state open to question. The Queen of Calamity chose to enter the Shadow Realm to recuperate after being seriously injured. This means that she is quite familiar with this place, and the Goddess of Night's kingdom likely also exists in the Shadow Realm. This female dragon probably knows where it is. Louis's greed was set ablaze. He looked at the shadowy dragon in front of him with an unconcealed desire. It was highly likely that Shay's kingdom existed in the Shadow Realm. As one of the strongest gods, the Goddess of Night was also nicknamed Lost Lady. She possesses countless secrets, and her divine kingdom definitely had incredible good things in it. If Shay's divine kingdom was still powerful, then Louis wouldn't dare covet it. Even if the fallen five-colored dragon god dared to intrude upon that place operated by the Goddess of Night, he would still have to pay a price. But if it was a ruined kingdom, then the people who prayed and swore allegiance to Shay would no longer be there. Without the people's support, the kingdom was bound to die out and lose all its defense mechanisms. If that was the case, the divine kingdom would be undefended and easy to break into. Perhaps I can even see the Goddess of Night there. Whether it's her real body or avatar, the fact that she does not dare enter the main continent easily means that she may not be as strong as me now. If that's the case, I can capture myself a goddess. Louis was currently full of forbidden and blasphemous ideas. He began to fantasize about taking that powerful Goddess of Night. But first, we need to subdue this rascal. Originally, he wished to settle things peaceably if possible. But now, with so many possibilities before him and the chance to greatly accelerate the pace of his plans, Louis instantly transformed into a giant dragon. Louis's body ballooned into his golden dragon form. With no delay, he had tapped into his divine power and transformed into a full-fledged demigod dragon. However, limited by the space within the cavern, he chose not to grow to his full size. Rather, he only reached a length of about 70 meters. Because she had lost her body, Noella gazed at Louis with a crazed look as he changed forms. She could feel the divine power and dragons emanating from him. Demigod dragon? No, a demigod primordial dragon. She shouted with unbridled astonishment. Ordinarily, she should have detected his divinity beforehand, but for some reason, she had completely failed to do so. Of course, she was unaware that Louis was a fake demigod who did not possess any inherent divinity. He was likely the only such demigod in the entire world. The standard path was to obtain divinity before grasping a divine authority. Following this, the individual would condense their divine authority into a form of godhood. Louis, on the other hand, had skipped the first 2 steps and directly obtained the last one. Her curiosity was quickly cut short by the sensation of his jaws sinking into her body. Despite the element of surprise, Louis found that he did no damage to the Queen of Calamity. Rather, his teeth seemed to phase through her and clash against one another. Ahahaha. Idiot. I am a shadow dragon now, do you think you can bite shadows with your teeth? Noella mocked. But Louis was not furious. He himself knew that his combat experience and his knowledge of the various races in this world was quite lacking. He needed to learn these things slowly, and he had only lived in San Soliel for about 3 months. At this time, Noella began to gesture with her claws. She pointed at Louis, and the shadow energy surrounding her congealed into a black spear. Shadow Conjuration. The conjured weapon shot towards Louis but met a slap of his claws before shattering into fragments. The magic, Shadow Conjuration, was a 3-ring spell that used the power of shadow energy to imitate other spells of its class. In this case, it was an imitation of another 3-ring spell called Acid Arrow. Noella sneered at this and fired off her real offensive. Black tendrils crept from the walls and merged together to form a massive hand. It was the 5-ring spell, Advanced Shadow Tentacle. Louis felt the shadow energy pull at him in a bid to corrode his body, but with just a thought, the azure scales on his body flashed, canceling out its effects. Spell counter? Noella was stumped and almost thought her eyes were deceiving her. As a legendary mage, how wasn't she able to tell what energy Louis just used? She didn't know that this was the power of the divine authority of magic. If other gods faced spells from mages, they might have countless ways to counteract the effects of the spells, but only the god of magic was immune to spells below the legendary rank. Even if Louis only had a small part of the divine authority, it was ultimately the divine authority of magic. This was the essential difference. I was wondering why there is a primordial dragon in this era. Now, I finally understood after seeing your appearance. Noella took a deep breath and let out an angry roar, you blasphemer and traitor. All primordial dragons and the dragon god should have fallen during the era of disaster a long time ago. You must have hidden like a coward and then stolen the wealth of the dragon god. She glared at Louis's 2 heads. For dragons, Louis's current evolutionary path was definitely in the direction of the dragon god. Moreover, he was still a demigod as it was clear to see. Blasphemer! How dare you try to steal the throne of the dragon god? The dragons will never allow it. Hearing Noella's roar, Louis just grinned. He didn't expect that the Queen of Calamity was this much of a fan of the dragon god. It's a pity that the dragon god you believe in will never be able to return. I, on the other hand, will inherit his authority. Louis laughed and said, then we are both in the same boat, traitors of a dragon's glory. He then took a deep breath. Incredible energy emerged from his body. The golden neck hidden by azure scales lit up, and he sprayed out a dragon breath, magical dragon breath. This was not so much a dragon breath, but a complete tidal wave of magic power. It was as if magic power had been turned into a pure torrent and gushed out. Noella was shocked and quickly activated her long-prepared delayed spell. A prison of shadow energy appeared around her. This was the 7-ring magic prison. But this defensive spell couldn't stop the dragon breath created by the divine authority of magic. The huge torrent of magic power clashed with the magic prison, but the prison only lasted for a moment before the dragon's breath broke it and burned Noella's body. The Queen of Calamity let out a painful and harsh roar. Her shadow body was scattered under it. It seems that while her shadow form grants her immunity to physical attacks, it also prevents her from using them. And because she doesn't have the dragon's most important scales, she also has very low magic resistance. That's why my magical dragon breath caused her great damage. The spells she is using are all shadow-related. Even the magic prison she used was only mimicked with the spell, Advanced Shadow Shaping. It is very likely that she has lost all ability to cast magic and can only use shadow spells. Louis's mind quickly turned as he appraised his opponent's weaknesses. Cisna, Lisfer, attack with me. Let's tame this Queen of Calamity, Louis commanded. Since they were his own subordinates, Louis would obviously not fight alone. If he could fight in a group, then he would do so. Perhaps in her heyday, the Queen of Calamity could defeat a legendary rank ranger, let alone a 9th rank warrior, but now, they were both enough to push her back. This female dragon seemed to only be bluffing. Hearing Louis's orders, Cisna silently nodded her head while Lucifer was already eager to go in. The two of them had already noticed that the Queen of Calamity was in a bad state. They had previously guessed that she still had more than half of her strength, but this was an overestimation. After losing her body, Noella was left incapable of using most of her spells. Moreover, this was not her magic tower. The Queen of Calamity was furious when she sensed Lucifer's and Cisna's movements. She was heavily injured from Louis's earlier attack, but she could still suppress the wounds temporarily. In her opinion, this blasphemous cowardly primordial dragon was at least a demigod. There was nothing wrong if she lost to him, but she could not accept the fact that these two dared to raise their weapons at her. "You insects, how dare you bare your fangs at me?" Noella was enraged. She raised her head and once again began to cast a curse in the dragon's language. Afterward, Louis could feel the aura of death thicken around the Queen of Calamity, and tens of undead creatures rose up from the ground. These undead include evil spirits, ghosts, bound spirits, and many others. Among them, the strongest was at the 7th level while the others were at the 5th to 6th rank. This was the necromancy, summon higher undead. Moreover, the undead that the Queen of Calamity summoned were far more numerous and powerful than what an average mage could summon. The small group of undead alone was already enough to eliminate an army of hundreds of people. If the Queen of Calamity used this spell several times in a row, she might not be able to cause an undead apocalypse, but she could create a legion that could destroy a small country. It seems that my prediction was wrong. In addition to shadow-type spells, she can also use necromancies, but there's something fishy about it. That spell should only be able to create 2 7th rank undead, but how could her spell summon so many powerful ones? This is beyond the scope of mortal ability unless the Queen of Calamity possesses the divinity of death. Louis thought for a bit and recalled that the Queen of Calamity said that Shay and a lich deceived her. Perhaps her necromantic spells were related to the lich. Facing this small legion of undead, Lucifer and Cisna were also startled, but the wolf girl slowly pulled 2 blades from behind and licked the blade. Huh. If it was a team of adventurers at this level, I might not be able to deal with them well, but if it's just undead summoned with spells, then they have just met their match. Saying this, Lucifer swung her body and became a shadow that suddenly appeared behind a ghost. With a swing of her blades, the ghost was split into 2. It sizzled and howled before finally disappearing. Spell Thief Scimitar? This legendary weapon is in your hands? With her knowledge, Noella quickly recognized the blade in Lucifer's hands. This legendary weapon was crafted by a dwarven master. It was the nemesis of spellcasters and could cut apart magic. It was once wielded by a legendary rank assassin that was famously known for being a mage's nightmare. At that moment, Cisna also untied the white longbow behind her back. She bowed her head and prayed to the longbow. "I have sworn vengeance, death will follow. Let my enemies perish." With her prayer, the Queen of Calamity felt a chill come over her body. She felt as if the bow and arrow were locked onto her. The elf's oath of vengeance. Noella gazed at the bow and arrow and let out a hoarse voice. This bow was crafted by an elven master smith who had filled it with all the hatred of the elves. When used, it would lock onto the enemy and each shot carried powerful magical energy that dealt heavy damage to enemies. Unless its target died or 7 days passed, every arrow would chase after the enemy. Facing against other enemies, it was just a normal longbow. It could be said to be a specialized single-target weapon. Most legendary weapons were actually magical weapons that many could make. The reason they obtained legendary rank stemmed from their close association with legendary figures. Their legendary status bled into these weapons, raising their natural ranks. Louis did not recognize these legendary weapons, but from their use and Noella's reactions, he could tell that they were impressive. That's good. I don't even have to bestow them any weapons, he thought. Cisna remained silent. Her green hair danced with a silvery glow. She concentrated, raised the bow, and drew an arrow. With a natural aura, the emerald-colored projectile shot straight out. The Queen of Calamity tried to dodge, but her huge frame and the arrow's homing abilities meant it was a futile effort. And the green projectile plunged into her incorporeal body, scattering some of its shadows. You insects! How dare you hurt me? She howled. Noella shouted in anger. At the same time, Cisna displayed her true abilities as a ranger. She climbed up the walls using the cracks on them with an acrobatic finesse. All the while she continued to bury arrows into Noella's form. At this time, Lisfer relied on her scimitar and combat experience to hold back the undead. Louis had decided to stop hesitating. He drew deeply from his divine power and the divine authority of magic. An azure field that glowed with starlight quickly expanded. Louis pointed his claws at the Queen of Calamity. Magic break. Crackle. Boom. With that, the numerous protective spells that Noella had set up shattered. Hearing the explosive sound, Louis was startled. He felt that mages were such cheats. Noella had actually placed so many defensive spells around her. If normal legendary mages wanted to break every one of these spells, they would have to tire themselves out. Luckily, Louis had the divine authority of magic that destroyed all spells below the legendary rank. Noella shouldn't be able to use these legendary rank defensive spells. If my guess is correct, she should only be able to use necromancies and shadow spells. Even if she had magic tools, they should have already been used in the battle 1,000 years ago. Thinking about this, Louis's eyes burned with greed. The Queen of Calamity in front of her was completely stripped naked. It was just a matter of time before he could take off her underwear and tame her. He raised his heads and combined his magical dragon breath and emerald dragon breath. The golden flames that glowed with emerald and azure frightened the Queen of Calamity and instantly filled the deep pit. Since you are extremely resistant to physical attacks, let's see how well you do with magic ones. Louis's emerald dragon breath tapped into the authority of dreams. All things touched by its flames would quickly fade out of existence as though they were mere figments of the imagination. Although Noella was stronger than those soldiers that Louis had killed, her magic resistance had fallen low due to the loss of her body. And even the shadows that covered her body were now inflamed. On the other hand, his magic dragon breath was pure violence. There were no effects in it. It was simply a pure magic shockwave. Accompanying its potent heat was a powerful energy blast. At the same time, the longbow in Cisna's hands shot out countless emerald arrows towards the Queen of Calamity. Although they were weak individually, their sheer quantity allowed the damage to quickly stack up to something potent. Moreover, the bow was the legendary weapon, the Elf's Oath of Vengeance. After locking onto her, each arrow contained magic power. Noella was only a living target within the eyes of the legendary ranger. Like Cisna, Lisfer maintained her distance. Even if she had the spell thief's scimitar and Noella was weaker compared to her heyday, Lisfer would still have a hard time touching her. As a 9th-rank assassin, approaching closely was too large a risk to take. A 7th-rank warrior could go and contend against a 9th rank of any profession, but a 9th rank could never challenge legendary rank powerhouses. This was because legendary ranks transcended mortality. Aha! You insects! You bunch of insects! How dare you hurt the great Noella? I'll kill you all. I'll kill you all. The shadow dragon hovered in a small area. Every time she tried to break out, she would be hit by Louis's breath and greeted by a rain of arrows. His flames burned violently and wouldn't go out. Like a turtle in a jar, the Queen of Calamity felt trapped on all sides without any recourse. She roared and roared. She cursed and insulted Louis in hopes of creating an opening, but it had no effect. As a former human, he easily saw through those petty tricks. Gradually, Noella's roars weakened, replaced by whimpers and moans of pain. The solid black shadow became several tones lighter, and her 40-meter-long body became illusory. But her heart still burned with hatred and anger. All of her plans had gone astray from what she had initially envisioned. If Louis and others hadn't come to her nest, her injuries would have healed properly. After some more time, she would awaken by herself and return to cause calamity in the world again. Although Louis's arrival caused her to awaken slightly ahead of time, this wasn't too harmful. For Noella, this did not affect her strength. In fact, it was the presence of a member of her race that had initially woken her up. As a proud queen, she was prepared to capture back this clan member and once again let the male dragons feel the fear of 1,000 years ago. She had even finished her preparations. However, things did not go as planned. The course of events and outcome was different from what she envisioned. First of all, the fellow she encountered was not an ordinary dragon but a demigod primordial dragon. After finding out Louis's identity, Noella was already prepared to retreat. She wasn't afraid of a demigod dragon, but it would be difficult for her to defeat him. So she wasn't prepared to fight for her life. She wanted to leave immediately and wanted to spread her name across the continent once again. If the identity of the opponent surprised Noella a little, then what she found next made her heart go cold. Her body was gone. Her most important asset. Noella had received a serious injury that nearly killed her in a battle 1,000 years ago. So, she chose a very rare but highly effective treatment method to separate and heal the body and soul separately. As an intelligent dragon who had learned magic, she developed a powerful legendary spell. This spell allowed her to turn her soul into a shadow dragon. After her body healed, she would merge with her body and gain a new ability. She would be able to switch between a shadow body and a physical body. This would allow her to become stronger than in her heyday. The legendary spell in itself was very dangerous. Noella was afraid of experimenting with her own body, but the serious injury she suffered 1,000 years ago left her no choice but to put it into effect. Everything had been going in the right direction and it took her 1,000 years to succeed. Now, the only step left was to merge back with her body. This would allow her to become stronger to the point that she could become a demigod in one fell swoop. However, her body was unexpectedly stolen. While she was healing and unconscious, it was stolen by someone. The demigod lich that she worked with was the most suspicious person. Even Noella suspected that her body had already been turned into a puppet. Without her body, her power severely decreased. She did not dare expose too much to Louis and could only bluff to buy some time. Fortunately, her shadow dragon soul had many protective spells. As long as she endured a powerful attack, then she could find the chance to escape. She would think about what to do afterward once she escaped. All her plans were very good, but she never expected one last thing, the demigod dragon, destroying all her protective spells with just one ability. This ability was even more terrifying than the Spellbreaker spell. She felt that she must have been cursed by the goddess of misfortune or abandoned by the goddess of luck. At this moment, she did not even think of how to escape anymore, but how to keep her life. The continuous dragon breath left Louis's throat a bit dry. He expressed admiration at the dragon's strong vitality. The Queen of Calamity was a dragon that had almost become a demigod. In a situation where she had lost her body and her magic resistance greatly reduced, she was still able to persist for so long and still let out a loud scream. This perseverance and vitality were worthy of praise. However, Louis no longer wanted to waste any more time. Seeing Noella's fading body still trying to break out of the dragon breath, Louis's right head shot out powerful magic, blasting the Queen of Calamity to a wall. At the same moment, his left head began to gather magnetic light. He was ready to scare this Queen of Calamity so that she would obediently surrender to him. What converged in Louis's head was exactly the powerful ability, his self-proclaimed legendary spell, Super Railgun. The metals Louis had gathered within his body earlier on began to merge. A metal sphere appeared in his mouth. Although there was no magic power behind it, the Queen of Calamity sensed its potent threat. Before she could respond, a dazzling bright light instantly erupted from Louis's mouth and lit up the dark shadow realm. Boom! A violent explosion echoed inside the mountain. A beam of light pierced through Noella's shadow body and blasted against the mountain wall. The brightness was like light magic, causing Cisna and Lucifer to block their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were horrified to see that the beam of light penetrated through the mountain to the outside. A huge hole appeared in the belly of the mountain. It was still burning and melting. SSSSS. Cisna and Lucifer sucked in a breath of cold air. They were appalled at the destructive power of the spell. It was at least of the legendary rank, and the two estimated that the blow was enough to tear the flesh of a powerful dragon to pieces. But compared to the destructive power of the spell, the most terrifying thing was that there was simply no warning at all. They didn't even see Louis make any preparations or gestures. It was simply instantaneous and impossible to prevent. This was the power of the modern battleship killer. Although it did not use divine power, it had a terrifying penetrating power enough to tear any creature apart. The Queen of Calamity's body trembled and rolled. Although the railgun could not deal a lot of damage to her shadow body, the large amount of energy had heavily injured her. She wailed like a person suffering from a serious illness. The shock had caused her body to become thinner. You should be glad you don't have a corporeal body right now, Queen of Calamity. Louis's 100-meter-long wings unfolded and covered the huge pit. His head gazed at Noella as he let out arrogant words. Under the situation where the opponent doesn't have any protection, the power of this railgun was enough to tear a dragon in two. Naturally, just because the railgun was powerful didn't mean that it was invincible. When facing a god, the killing power wasn't useful. Even the Terran civilization with all kinds of advanced weapons wouldn't say that they were completely effective. Moreover, it was only effective against creatures with physical bodies and no protective spells. Its effects were weaker against opponents that could not die or elemental creatures. That said, even if it had many shortcomings, it was a potent technique to have in one's arsenal. If it was fired fast enough before the enemy could react, it would be able to cause problems to legendary rank and even demigod rank powerhouses. You now have two choices, Queen of Calamity, Noella Nice-Gain. Do you want to live or do you want to die? This time, the legendary spell I used was created to do heavy damage to flesh. If you continue to resist, I don't mind following up with a technique to tear apart incorporeal bodies. Louis used the power of the railgun to fool the Queen of Calamity. Legendary spells? Louis didn't know any. He could use the divine authority of magic to imitate it, but it would take a lot of divine power, and he didn't want to do it. But he believed that he could successfully bluff the female dragon because no one knew his roots. Unless the female dragon didn't want to live anymore, she wouldn't ignore the possibility of Louis being able to use legendary spells. The railgun just now was already proof of Louis's attainments in magic. Noella was indeed fooled by Louis. She looked at Louis with fear. The core of her shadow body was her soul, and she was afraid that he would really use a more terrifying spell to completely destroy her body. If it was destroyed, she would be dead. Even the gods wouldn't be able to bring her back to life. All will submit to me. Now, it's time to make your choice, O Crimson Calamity. Faced with the cold cruelty of Louis's dragon eyes, Noella knew that if she refused, then she would face a calamity. Today would be the day of her end. She didn't want to die. Indeed, no living creature would want to die unless they were in complete despair. This was especially so for a genius like her who might only appear in a millennium. She was just one step away from becoming a demigod in this era when the gods had disappeared. She even had the possibility of being a god. How could such a person be willing to die in this pit in the Shadow Realm? Submit to me, and I will share my glory with you. My goal is to become the new dragon god. If that day comes, I will return you your freedom and even help you become a god. Louis's words made Noella's expression change a little. She was not moved by Louis's promise at all. Rather, she felt that this dragon in front of her was walking on a path with two ends, either success or failure. No matter what the outcome was, she would regain her freedom. Your body was stolen by someone, right? It seems that you already know who took it. With your current state, do you think that you could take it back? Without your body, your path is already at a dead end. Noella, if you submit to me, then perhaps, I will help you take back everything you have. Louis tried to paint a rosy picture. He was like a devil, enticing his victim. For Louis, he desperately needed her secrets and knowledge. He could even make as many empty promises as necessary. The Queen of Calamity's expression relaxed. She felt that Louis, as a demigod primordial dragon, wouldn't make promises easily. Moreover, she was a legendary dragon who was half-step into becoming a demigod. Noella suddenly had an epiphany. She was a powerful dragon that only the gods could force her into a slave contract. As a demigod, Louis simply could not bind her with it at all. In other words, even if she submits, the contract that she signs won't be too harsh and still have a high degree of freedom. As for dragon's glory, she didn't care about it. It wasn't more important than life. She was the Queen of Calamity who dared to risk hostility with all dragons and turn herself into a shadow dragon. With the thought that life was the most important thing, she made her determination. She slightly lowered her head and spoke unwillingly, "Okay, you win this time, mighty demigod dragon. This Queen of Calamity, Noella Nice-Gain, will give you her allegiance." No one saw the sly smile on Noella's face as her head was lowered. But because she had her head down, she didn't see Louis's sly smile either. Noella was curious over what method the primordial demigod dragon before her would use to make her submit. Might it be a treaty of alliance or a contract where she was slightly disadvantaged? As a dragon who had ravaged the continent 1,000 years ago, she was different from other stupid dragons. She was smart enough to understand the situation clearly. Her living self was more valuable than her dead self. As long as she did not behave in a way that would force his hand, the demigod dragon in front of her would definitely not kill her. Just as Noella expected, Louis didn't want to let a legendary dragon that once ravaged the continent die. Her power, knowledge, and secrets, as well as her treasures, were all valuable to him. Moreover, if this dragon was able to take back her body in the future, she would at least be able to become a demigod. Having a demigod obey his orders was a very alluring temptation. Although taking her body back might not be a simple thing, Louis felt that this was an interesting challenge. Snap. A snapping sound echoed in the quiet mountain belly, drawing Noella's, Cisna's, and Lucifer's attention. It was a scroll made from the skin of a devil from hell, the packed devil. This kind of devil had the characteristic of binding contracts when it was alive. Its outermost skin was imprinted with the terms of numerous pacts. The devils would deceive mortals to sign contracts with them. After the death of their victims, their souls would be taken to hell to suffer eternal pain. After seeing this scroll, Noella's heart was aghast. Compared to those crazy demons, devils were more dangerous, cunning, and evil. Their presence was enough to make people feel unease and fear. The Queen of Calamity carefully opened the scroll as it was small compared to her size. She read the contents and was stunned. Contract of God's Favored. This was the first time she had seen such a contract. Noella had heard about God's favored before. The heads of the theocracy were all favored by the gods they believed in. These favored ones were bestowed with a portion of God's power. Even if they did not have any high-ranking profession, they would obtain a portion of the characteristics of that god. Although the favored ones might be mortals, they were equivalent to spokespersons of the gods. And there was no such contract between the gods and their favored ones. Gods could just directly bestow their powers. For the gods, it would be too low of them to require contracts with their favored ones. But Noella was actually able to see a scroll with a contract of God's favored. The primordial dragon in front of her was actually able to pull out something this fancy. Respected dragon, if I may say the truth, you are not a god. Even as a demigod, you cannot develop your own favored one, even if you have that strange contract. Noella instinctively felt something was wrong. It wasn't because there were problems with the scroll, but the contract simply did not have any binding power. Moreover, Louis was the master while she was the slave. This contract was equivalent to Louis bestowing her with power. As the defeated, she should be a captive, but no matter how she looked at it, the contract was more disadvantageous to Louis. The contract did not have any binding power. She still possessed freedom and there were no clauses that restricted her from attacking Louis. On the contrary, it required Louis to give her power. How could Noella simply believe that there was such a good thing in the world? She wasn't a baby dragon that had just been born. If there was an abnormality, there would definitely be a demon. Noella didn't know this phrase, but understood its logic. The contract made her think about devils from the 9 hells of Bator. They would use alluring words to make mortals sign their contracts. Every mortal would feel that the contract was beneficial to them, but once the results came out, most of the time they were on the side of the fool. Naturally, there were also devils that had been fooled by mortals. It's just that those people were rare. Could this bastard be a devil wearing the skin of a dragon? Noella was thinking if there were any dragons in hell, but there shouldn't be any according to her memory. Perhaps there might be one before the era of disaster, but those dragons should have gone extinct by now. This is only an experiment in my path to becoming the dragon god. Louis knew that relying on flowery words alone to fool a dragon was difficult, so he didn't think of making his words too beautiful. He was just relying on his advantageous position to threaten her with words and power. Sign this contract and become my favored one. You won't have any losses while I can obtain some feedback and advance a step towards becoming a god. Naturally, you can also choose to decline. It would be very regrettable, but I would have to eradicate you or have you sign a contract that's even worse for you. Saying so, Louis threw another scroll of Noella. When she opened it, she felt that this scroll was a lot more normal. There were countless conditions such as restricting her freedom, limiting her ability to harm the other party, as well as forcing her to serve Louis for a few years. There were even parts that were quite excessive, especially the part where the Queen of Calamity needed to give birth to the demigod dragon Louis Galacron's child. Louis believed that this female dragon that loathed male dragons would definitely reject this condition. You want to use this contract to force me to sign that contract of God's favored? You look down on me too much. Noella was able to instantly see through Louis's plans while maintaining a neutral expression. But these conditions are indeed excessive. Noella's gaze moved back and forth between the two contracts. A demigod would definitely not sign such a contract with me. He is also unable to put me in a master-slave contract. This is a rule of this world. Even the gods cannot break this rule. I also can't see what's wrong with this contract. This is just a normal contract of God's favored. What is this dragon actually thinking? Could it be that this is just as he said? That it's just an experiment on his path to becoming a god? Noella became more irritated at the fact that she could not see past this dragon. He was completely different from those stupid dragons. His behavior was similar to hers, eccentric. The Queen of Calamity raised her head and let out a firm roar in an exploratory manner. You want to use this kind of condition to limit a mighty dragon like me? Put away your laughable plans. Seeing that we are of the same race, don't try to insult me with this kind of thing. Even if I die, I will never agree to it. She wanted to see what choice this demigod dragon would make. Hearing the Queen of Calamity's proud voice, Cisna and Lucifer were stunned and once again made preparations to battle, afraid that this dragon would become violent. On the other hand, Louis's expression did not change, and felt regret. Have I failed? It seems that fooling a 2,000-year-old dragon is quite difficult. But I'm a bit reluctant to kill her. If it really won't work, then I'll have to think of a way to lower the standard of the contract. Just when Louis made a decision and was about to open his mouth, Noella's eyes that were looking at his head grew colder and colder. This was because he had been too quiet and there were no traces of panic in his expression. What if I guessed wrong and he didn't care about my usefulness? Is he preparing to kill me? Seeing Louis open his mouth, Noella thought that he was going to spray dragon breath at her again. She quickly lowered her head and hesitated for a bit before signing on the contract of God's favored with her true name. Okay, I've finished signing it. Mighty demigod dragon, Lord Louis Galacrond. Noella quickly sensed her body after signing the contract. She noticed that nothing happened after signing the contract and felt relieved. Just when she opened her mouth and was about to say something, she felt a bit dumbfounded at what she's feeling. But a loud roar of happiness echoed inside the mountain. Ha 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 ha. Very good. You did very well, Queen of Calamity, Noella nice gain. The Queen of Calamity was dumbfounded. She did not know why Louis was so happy, but she quickly felt something wrong and shouted with terror, No. What did you do to my body? No, not like this. Get out. Get out of my body. Get out of my body. Noella let out a frightened scream. Her shadow body shook and rolled. She knocked against the rocky walls, shaving off pieces of debris and stone. Ha 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 ha. Louis's rampant laughter accompanied the dragon's scream. If someone didn't see the two dragons, they might have thought that a poor girl was being bullied by a grown man. Cisna and Lucifer looked at each other. They did not say a word and just coldly watched what happened. They were also quite surprised as to why Noella became like this. Suddenly, they noticed that Noella's body was twitching as it collapsed to the ground. She let out a tired moan. Cisna and Lucifer sensed that the powerful dragon's aura had dropped sharply as if she had become a newborn dragon. Her power seemed to have completely disappeared. You vile, insidious, dirty dragon. What in the world did you do to my body? Why is my power all gone? Noella slumped to the ground. She stared at Louis with hateful eyes. If glares could kill, she would have already sliced through Louis several times. Ha 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 ha. Your power isn't gone. Come, open your eyes and look. Louis laughed in triumph. Noella's pupils widened. She was horrified to find that Louis's body had transformed from physical to shadow, from a dragon with a flesh body to a shadow energy state like hers. How could this be? The Queen of Calamity looked at what was happening before her. She watched as Louis's body transformed back and forth between states. This was exactly the ability she wanted to obtain when she created the legendary spell. The only unfortunate thing was that her body had been stolen. As a result, she could not accomplish it. But why? Why did this guy get this ability? The gears of her mind turned and she soon understood the reason. You stole my power. The Queen of Calamity finally realized that the power Louis was using was the same power that disappeared from her. You signed the contract. You have agreed to lend me all your power. How can you call that stealing? Louis snorted and laughed. Contract? Noella ran towards the scroll in front of her and carefully read the words on the pact. Louis wasn't worried about the Queen of Calamity taking the scroll. This was because the terms of the contract were protected by the fundamental laws of San Soliel. Only true gods might be able to tear the contract apart by force, but most of them would be incapable of doing so. There is nothing questionable. There is nothing questionable at all. This is just a contract of gods favored. As a legendary mage, Noella had a unique understanding of spells and contracts. Even the devils in the 9 hells of Bator wouldn't be able to cheat her. Only archdevils might be able to slightly deceive her, but the premise was that she needed to be willing to make a deal with them in the first place. Noella roared with rage. Her dragon claws tore at the contract made of packed devil skin, but no matter how she tried, the scroll which was protected by the rules of the world was left unscathed. Her angry gaze looked at Louis with fear and a deep sense of inquiry as to how he actually did it. Louis, who was too set in his way, naturally did not begrudge a point of explanation. This is indeed a contract of gods favored, but I changed the conditions a bit. A normal contract of gods favored required the god to give a portion of their power to the favored, but this contract's rule allows the god to borrow power from their favored as they wished. It's that simple. No. That's impossible. How did you change the contract? The Queen of Calamity's expression was filled with disbelief. As a legendary rank mage, she clearly knew that a tampered contract would not stay in the form of a contract of gods favored. This may not be possible for other races, but for us dragons, there is still some room to operate. You should know about the blood relative oath, right? Louis snickered. His smugness roused Noella's ire, but she was powerless to do anything. Of course I know. The dragon's blood relative oath is common knowledge that all dragons understand. Noella said. The so-called blood relative oath was a protection spell. After the female dragon gave birth to a child, the child would receive this protection spell from their father or mother. The function of this oath was to allow the baby dragon to borrow the power of its parents when it encountered danger while alone. This spell was equivalent to one-time protection. After a dragon found a mate, they would also sign a blood relative oath with each other. This was equivalent to an oath between the two to become a couple. In the event that one of them was in danger, it was possible to borrow the power of the spouse directly to save oneself. This meant that a dragon was able to save itself twice in its life. You fused the contract of gods favored with the blood relative oath? Noella immediately understood what Louis had done and still couldn't believe it. This ability surpassed the limit of mortals and belonged to the domain of gods. As long as a dragon hadn't become a god, it was still considered a mortal creature. Moreover, even if this demigod dragon truly blended these two contracts, he shouldn't have been able to easily bind her with them. Only true gods should be capable of such. Whether you believe it or not, you have signed a contract with me, and your power has become my property. Louis, of course, would not tell Noella how he did it as it involved his biggest secret. Although Louis behaved like a demigod dragon, he was still far from becoming a god. But, with the godhood of the dragon god merged with his soul, the world had recognized him as a god, and one of the strongest gods at that. Moreover, Noella was a dragon, and all dragons were creations of the dragon god, bringing forth a powerful binding power. When the Queen of Calamity signed the contract with her true name, she was already bound by the dragon god's godhood. This female dragon was smart and knowledgeable, but in the end, it was her intelligence and knowledge that had deceived her. She was arrogant because she knew too much, and she was deceived because she did not believe Louis could do it. She could never imagine that Louis himself was an existence beyond her knowledge and understanding. But the blood relative oath between us is a bit strange. I learned from Cisna that you didn't have a spouse in the past, so I thought of using one between spouses to bind you, but the blood relative oath I signed with you is between parent and child and not between spouses. Louis looked at the Queen of Calamity with a playful look in his eyes. So it was like that. You are a dragon whose parents must have died not long after you were born. Or maybe you were abandoned by your parents. It's no wonder you are withdrawn compared to other dragons. It's because you grew up as an orphan. What a truly unfortunate childhood. Louis's words seemed to hit the most painful spot in the Queen of Calamity's heart. Her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Her rage was unstoppable as she screamed like crazy and rushed to bite Louis. But Louis took all of her abilities, and because she had turned into a shadow dragon, she had lost her powerful physical attacks. Now, she was a toothless tiger that couldn't defeat a high-ranked warrior, let alone Louis. Louis's claws pressed down on the Queen of Calamity's head. He let her dragon body humiliatingly kneel in front of him. Then he let out a delightful laugh, ha 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 ha. What are you trying to do, Your Majesty? We have signed a parent-child, blood relative oath. You should call me Daddy now. Come, little dragon, try calling me Daddy. Maybe I will give you a reward too. Ha 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 ha. You're a demon in dragon's skin. No, you are a devil in dragon's skin. The Queen of Calamity cried in a pitiful voice. Noella was depressed. She lay cursing and whimpering on the ground with Louis's claws on her head. Cisna and Lucifer could not help but be slightly sympathetic to her plight. After living with Louis for some time, they found that he could be very overbearing and cunning, not at all unlike true devils. It couldn't possibly feel good to be tricked by him. If anyone was deceived by his majestic appearance and arrogant words, then they would likely end up toyed to death. The former Crimson Calamity was a terrible dragon that had plunged San Soliel into chaos before. Now, she was cowering like a bullied little girl. Those who were defeated and killed by her would definitely not be able to rest in peace. Nevertheless, although they held slight sympathy, neither of them had any interest in interceding on her behalf. Benefiting at the expense of others was the universal truth of this world. The two of them had their own people to take care of, especially those who were still living in Dragon City. Thus, they were not willing to offend Louis. The elf and beast man gazed at their lord with admiration. Now more than ever, they felt he deserved his position as a leader. Even a legendary dragon that was half-step into demigod rank was easily deceived by him, let alone defeated. It must be known that dragons had a hard time stepping into the demigod rank. This was because the majority of dragons didn't have a profession. They were too lazy to do so, and only relied on growth to get power. This was also why their powers were different from other professions. The consequence of this was that dragons could not step into the realm of God. But if dragons were like the Queen of Calamity who diligently studied and diligently ranked up their professions, then they could become several times more powerful than the average demigod powerhouse once they reach the demigod rank. Now Noella, tell me. Where are your treasures? Louis pressed on the Queen of Calamity's head, forcing it on the ground below his feet. After signing the contract, Louis could control her power. He could seize her power for his own use and even return that power to allow her to regain her strength. From the beginning, Louis didn't want to let her sign a slave contract, because he believed that she wouldn't be willing. A slave contract was equivalent to sacrificing her entire self. The only reason why Marches signed it was because of his fear of death, while Lucifer signed it for the sake of her people and bore its humiliation. But this dragon who once ravaged the main continent would definitely maintain her dignity in the end. Even Louis, who was afraid of dying, would rather die than become a slave. That was why he used sleight of hand instead. Even if the other party did not agree, she was not equivalent to a slave. Louis could control her power at will and put her in a position where she couldn't resist. Because all her power was in his hands, she couldn't even kill herself if she wanted to. It was because she knew her situation that she felt so dispirited. Treasures? My treasures were stolen long ago. I was attacked by many powerful people and escaped to the Shadow Realm. Do you think that I would be able to bring any treasures? Those people have probably ransacked my lair, she spoke in a mocking tone. She felt really regretful. If she had known that she would end up like this, she might as well have died in the battle 1,000 years ago. At the very least, her life wouldn't be in vain, and her identity as the Queen of Calamity would have resounded throughout San Soliel. Now, after healing herself with great difficulty due to her ambition, she had somehow become a slave. She felt so miserable that she even doubted if all of this was just a nightmare and she was still dreaming. Noella's words made Louis frown. There was logic in her words. If her body was seriously injured, then her wealth should also have been plundered. As a dragon who was close to becoming a demigod, her treasures would be enticing to other legendary and even demigod powerhouses. But Louis' sixth sense as a god told him that Noella did not lie, but she did not tell him the whole truth. Whether that's true or not, I will verify your words. Louis' eyes suddenly locked onto her. Noella panicked and violently struggled. What are you doing? You bastard, you lowly insect, you dishonorable dragon. You dare pry into my mind. Playing with my body and also playing with my mind, this is simply too much. If Noella was still the Queen of Calamity, let alone Louis, even true gods would not be able to see through her thoughts. But now that she had practically been turned into a baby dragon, Louis had the opportunity to pry into her mind. Racial spell, thought detection. A dragon's ability to protect its thoughts was quite strong. Even a baby dragon's mental guard was hundreds of times stronger than a human. Although Louis could not peep at her thoughts and memories, he was able to get the answer he wanted after forcing through with sheer will. Lucifer, dig up the magic formation. There should be something underneath, Louis suddenly ordered. Lucifer did not hesitate. Under Noella's wails, she quickly arrived at the formation and punched down with her powerful fist, creating a large crater. There, an extremely magnificent crown inlaid with precious stones appeared. Lucifer carefully dug out the crown from inside. As the crown was taken out, the dirt on it spontaneously scattered. The crown looked free of filth. Divine weapon, divine king's crown. Louis caught the crown handed to him by Lucifer. His dragon head that possessed magic lowered down as he put it on. Like the crown of domination, it adjusted to fit snugly on his head. I feel more and more like Satan from the Bible. Louis secretly muttered. Then, he looked at the Queen of Calamity who had completely given up with a desperate expression. I didn't expect you to have a divine weapon that's this powerful. When you escaped your enemies, this divine weapon played a strong role, right? Louis examined the divine weapon's ability and rejoiced. Divine weapons were divided into two categories, greater divine weapons and lesser divine weapons. Greater divine weapons were specialized weapons, whereas their lesser counterparts were equivalent to mass-produced products. As a general rule, only powerful gods could craft greater divine weapons, and these often possessed a portion of their abilities. Lesser divine weapons on the other hand, could be created by mortals, albeit at great cost. A good example of this was the Holy Iris sword that Louis held. It was a divine weapon formed by accumulating faith. If the theocracy wanted to, it could create a new night order and let it gradually gain fame. With a weapon as the symbol of the order, the passage of time would increase the faith accumulated on the weapon and turn it into a divine weapon. The Divine King's crown, on the other hand, was a true blue greater divine weapon. Within the crown was a large realm, and possessing it was equivalent to becoming its master. The main continent, shadow realm, hell, abyss, etc., were all complete realms. Aside from these realms were small realms that were at most half the size of a complete realm. There weren't many of these small realms. They could be called secret places and were only discovered by lucky people. The timing and locations of their entrances were usually fixed. And even if someone discovered it first, others could also enter it when it opened. For this reason, most of those who found them would make an effort to hide any traces of their existence. The reason why the Divine King's crown was a divine weapon was that a god had stuffed a small realm into it, turning a realm into a movable object. The ability to put a realm into an object was indeed something that only the gods could do. It was a divine miracle that mortals could never achieve, no matter how hard they tried. But why would a god create such a divine weapon? Small realms were not important to powerful gods. Moreover, it wasn't simple to create a higher divine weapon. It required a lot of divine power and knowledge to create one. Even strong gods wouldn't be able to do so at the drop of a hat. Soon his eyes widened in enlightenment. This divine artifact should be that entity's preparation for when he re-emerges to the world. After using his consciousness to explore the artifact, Louis found that the inside of the realm was rich in goods. A conservative estimate was that it had thousands of square kilometers of goods. This was already equivalent to some human countries. In the era of disaster, 90% of the gods had fallen. Even the ones that did not fall fell into inactivity. As a result, the divine kingdoms of these gods had fallen. Even the divine kingdom of the goddess of night had been wrecked. Perhaps before some god disappeared, they had sensed this result. So, he created this divine weapon to prepare for his eventual return. It must be known that creating a divine kingdom would take an unknown number of years of development. And expanding a divine kingdom would require divine power. Even if all the gods were able to return right now, their divine kingdoms wouldn't be able to recover immediately. Naturally, the first thing that they would do after returning would be to recreate their own kingdom. And this unknown powerful god had made preparations in advance. While he still had divine power before disappearing, he had created this small realm in preparation for his return. He would then have an easier time reconstructing compared to other gods who had to start from nothing. This was a competition between them to gain believers. These gods are really proactive. Perhaps some other powerful gods had also left behind some insurance. For example, the theocracy is likely the insurance of those 4 powerful gods. There were definitely idiots among the gods, but the majority of gods had lived for so long. They should possess basic intelligence, so Louis would not treat them like idiots. I don't know if the god who made this divine weapon has completely fallen, but no matter what state he is in, this divine weapon is now mine. I was able to pick up the foundation of a divine kingdom for nothing. Louis was bubbling with excitement internally. He was able to have his cake and eat it too. In the future, everything he needed to create a divine kingdom had been prepared. The only thing left that he needed was a religion that could gather enough faith. Afterward, he needed enough divinity to truly become a divine creature. And the last thing he needed was to understand the true meaning of the gods. When he accomplished all of that and gained enough believers, he could use the dragon god's godhood to become the strongest god in the world. Louis withdrew from his thoughts. The more he looked at the female dragon, the more he felt attracted to her. He couldn't help it. The Queen of Calamity was a great gift to him. Because of the contract, Louis could use all of the female dragon's abilities at any time. This included the 9th rank necromantic spells as well as legendary spells as long as he prepared in advance. This was the change brought to him thanks to Noella being a legendary rank mage. At the same time, Louis could turn into a shadow form and even transform thanks to the ability to use the ultimate transformation spell that he had taken from her. Although Louis would not be as proficient in using these abilities compared to Noella, he did not care. From the beginning, he had been borrowing outside power. He understood that nothing belonged to him. Finally, the female dragon had given Louis a divine weapon and prepared the foundations of a divine kingdom. Moreover, with the small realm inside the divine king's crown, he could put in anything whether it was living or dead. This was equivalent to obtaining a large storage space. All of Louis's needs had been fulfilled in an instant. All things are now ready for me. Before, I was worried about what to do when I returned to Earth, but now, I can go back with my head held high. Whether it is the storage space of strength to bluff those powerful countries, I already have everything. Now, Louis wanted to sing and dance and kiss the female dragon in front of him. Under her captor's gaze, the Queen of Calamity became fearful, and she curled up into a little ball. When Louis placed the crown on his head, her gaze contained a bit of resentment and helplessness. The divine weapon, the divine king's crown, was her greatest treasure. Just it alone surpassed all of the treasures she possessed before. In order to obtain this crown 1,000 years ago, she had paid a heavy price. At the critical moment, when she was besieged by many powerful people, it was this object that protected her and allowed her to live to the next millennium, but she never expected that it would also become her dowry. To dragons, few things could match the pain of losing their wealth. But no matter how much resentment she held within, she could only prostrate herself on the ground in submission. The sole testament to her anger and wounded pride was the silent grinding of her teeth. Pride came from powerful strength and abundant wealth. A dragon's arrogance was also the same. If a person who lost everything still tried to retain a prideful image, then they were just foolish. The Queen of Calamity was no fool. She knew that she could only bear with it for the present. She would then slowly look for an opportunity to take back everything she owned. My crown. I had prepared that crown for my path to becoming a god. You relied on this divine weapon to escape other people's pursuit, right? Louis looked at Noella and spoke with great understanding. Let me guess your methods. You should have a teleportation spell set in the world within this artifact. When activated, the divine weapon would teleport from its current location to the Shadow Realm, or to be exact, inside this mountain. At the same time, you hid inside the small realm within the divine weapon to escape. Those who attacked you did not dare destroy it, so they could only watch you escape. Divine weapons possessed special characteristics. There was a 9-ring spell, Splitting, that had a certain probability of destroying it, but there was a small probability that it would fail. If the spell failed to affect the divine weapon, the person who tried to destroy it would be cursed by the god who created it, even if the god had fallen. As long as the divine weapon existed, the curse would remain in effect. A god's curse was not simple, especially the curse of a powerful god. As a result, no one would dare attempt to destroy the divine weapon. They could only stare with wide eyes as Noella hid inside the divine weapon and escaped. Yes, I relied on this divine weapon to escape, Noella said dispiritedly. In this kind of place, she did not need to lie. Louis nodded his head slowly. This method was quite useful. Unless one faced true gods or those that did not fear the powerful curse of a god, then this method would always work. Very well. Cisna and Lisfer, both of you should now go help the army and quickly attack the remaining fetchling villages and turn them into slaves. These former humans know how to plow the land and plant crops. They would be useful to us. As for those goblins and kobolds that have been mutated by shadow energy and other shadow creatures. As he spoke, Louis once again looked at the Queen of Calamity. She burst into anger. Don't look at me, they're just. Don't tell me you. Alright, I will make them surrender. She was about to taunt Louis, but after being stared in the eye, she went limp and helplessly lowered her head. Then our battle this time in the Shadow Realm ends in the victory of our Dragon City. Now, let us return. Louis happily said. This time, he had really gained a lot. As expected of the Lord. The evil magic dragon also lost to the Lord. Our Lord is amazing. There is a huge possibility that he will become God. What do you mean by possibility? He will surely become a god. It's really comfortable in Dragon City. Recently, the legend of the City Lord had been spreading through Dragon City. The legend passed down as the City Lord's tale to avenge two patrolmen. Due to his anger, he charged into the Shadow Realm and launched an attack. After a round of intense battles, he even managed to subdue an evil dragon. To add more oil to the fire, they spread information about the evil dragon, how the evil dragon had caused chaos in the continent 1,000 years ago and was trying to resurrect itself. Luckily, she was found in time by the Lord and was immediately defeated. It said that Louis launched a small-scale war for the dead patrolman. This was his promise to the people of the city that everyone was under his protection and didn't allow different races to be persecuted. The events in the Shadow Realm were propagated like this, causing everyone to believe in Louis's words. Moreover, he had even personally gone in to defeat the evil dragon. This made the people of the city admire him even more, while those soldiers who weren't able to participate in the war were regretful that they couldn't join it. Dragon City, Dragon's Lair. My lord, in this war, there were a total of 100 casualties. Among them, 14 had died, 23 were heavily injured, while the rest had light injuries. There is also a total of more than 5,000 captive fetchlings. Cisna and Lisfer were making their reports. The fetchlings weren't a powerful race. With the addition of a legendary rank and a 9th rank powerhouse, as well as Noella's subordinates, Dragon City had paid a small price to gain a total of 5,000 slaves. As for the deaths, the majority had been humans. The training period of these humans had been too short. Casualties were normal, but after training once, those human soldiers that had survived could become small team leaders. This would bolster Dragon City's army. Compensate the families of those who died. The most important thing is to know when to reward and when to punish. Louis looked at the people in front of him, Cisna, Lisfer, Marches, and Clooney. Among those who worked for the city, these 4 could be said to have the highest rank. The 4 people deeply lowered their heads to show their humility. As people in high positions, they didn't need any great skill or strategy, as long as they were able to reward and punish people, then they were already considered as people in high positions. While in their eyes, Louis was without a doubt a qualified and even extremely good lord. This time, I will leave the daily operations to you all. Unless there is something urgent, do not disturb me. Although the time difference between the 2 worlds was to his advantage, this did not mean that time had stopped. By your will, Lord Galacrond. The 4 said in unison and left the hall. After everyone left, Louis also dismissed the elven maids. A magical chain dangled from the Queen of Calamity's head. One end of it hooked onto the collar that clasped her neck. The other part was attached to a stone pillar in the hall. Had Noella still possessed her full power, or even just her physical body, such a restraint would have been meaningless. Now, however, she could do nothing but lie there. Louis looked at her and hummed. I've got to say that she's really attractive. To think I can keep her as a pet. This was a dragoness whose name once resounded across the continent, and whose reputation matched that of demigods. Although elves and beast men had beautiful bodies, Louis, being a dragon, believed female dragons to be the most desirable creatures in the world. Don't look at me with your filthy eyes, you disgusting reptile. Noella spat fiercely. After losing her powers, she cycled between moments of defiance and moments of great fear. She was all too familiar with his gaze. There had been many male dragons who gave her the same look. Those huge lizards who only knew how to live messy lives were a disgrace to dragonkind. As she expected, all male dragons were the same, even a primordial dragon was no exception. Noella shot Louis with a look of disgust. Humph, what a stubborn woman, forget it. I'm more interested in her secrets than her body. Louis was very eager to pry open this female dragon's secrets, learning anything he wanted from her mouth. But he soon suppressed these thoughts. He feared that if he learned her secrets, he would lose his motivation to return to Earth. Although personal strength was important, developing Dragon City was equally important to become a god. If he didn't go back to Earth and obtain enough supplies, then the development of Dragon City will slow down. I was going to put this off, but it seems that the time has come. When I return, I will establish my religion. Having made up his mind, Louis stood up from his gold mountain. His actions caused Noella to jump in fright. Thinking that her captor was about to ravage her, she quickly curled herself into a ball by the corner. Louis shot her a look of contempt. This caused the Queen of Calamity to tear up in humiliation. She got up from the corner and bared her fangs at Louis while letting out a cute roar. Louis smirked and carefully observed a bit and relaxed after confirming that she wouldn't be able to break free from the chains. He was not worried about this dragon wreaking havoc on Dragon City since her powers had been temporarily stolen. What he was afraid of was her escaping after breaking free. With her mastery of magic, it would be difficult to put a tracking spell on her. If she truly ran away, he would have no way of finding her. Before he obtained all of her secrets and fully controlled her, it would be better for her to obediently stay in that spot and do his bidding. So he had turned her into a dog. Louis let his imagination run wild and blurted, "I want to sleep for a while. Stay here obediently. Since you are in shadow form, you don't need to eat." After saying that, he didn't look back. He directly walked to the back hall, where he forbade anyone to enter. This was because the portal back to Earth was located here. He certainly wouldn't cross worlds in front of her. As expected, you are just a lazy bastard. Other than eating or sleeping, you should be using this time to learn more knowledge. If all dragons were like me, dragons would have crushed all the realms. Noella looked down on Louis while boasting inwardly. But she didn't dare say her thoughts out loud. She was looking forward to Louis quickly going away and leaving her sights. But why isn't he resting here? Noella looked at the ground full of gold coins and shiny gems. Her pupils sparkled. Could it be that he has more treasures at the back? Noella couldn't fully understand, but she quickly stopped thinking about it. No matter, since he's not sleeping here, then these things belong to me. She tried touching the chain on her neck and found that it was quite long. With a low cheer, the Queen of Calamity quickly jumped on the gold mountain where Louis was lying while revealing a happy expression. Although she was an oddity among dragons, her interests were no different. Gold coins and gems were like a soft bed for dragons. "Whew, so comfortable. I'll take a nap as well." After muttering a few words, she shut her eyes. At the largest human empire, Subala Empire's imperial palace. The imperial palace was a sight to behold. Its halls were filled with gold and jade in glorious splendor. The golden brilliance shone on the eaves of the halls, reflecting back with a sharp radiance. The corners of the palace were supported by gray marble columns. Not far from the palace was clear spring water that gushed out from the ground, the soil beneath it forming a green, earthy ribbon that wrapped around the palace and into the woods. A beautiful girl with long golden hair sat at a scarlet wood table. She looked at the letter sent from afar. She had a set of delicate features. Her skin was soft and white. Her slender figure was hidden in her magnificent and intricate dress. Her delicate fingers would occasionally move to adjust her bangs. Each of her movements emitted breathtaking charm. She was Andrea Abel Subala, the princess of the Subala Empire. She possesses countless glories and titles engraved on her. Flower of Subala, Princess of Gold, angel given by the gods to the empire. These were her most well-known epithets. She was beautiful, elegant, noble, pure, compassionate, and righteous. She was a princess among princesses and a noble among nobles. Although her position was very high, she empathized with the people and was willing to fight for their interests, pitting herself against the royal family and nobles. She could confront her father, the emperor, over national policies that might be detrimental to the people. She could even point out any great noble and angrily criticize them with her melodious voice. But no matter what she did, be it the emperor or the nobles, they all chose to forgive her because she was so beautiful, so radiant, and so beloved by the people. The Queen of Calamity, who ravaged the continent 1,000 years ago, has appeared again, but this time, she was defeated by a hero. The hero who defeated the dragon was not a prince nor a knight, but also a powerful dragon. Oh, the commoners of Dragon City are able to eat refined wheat? Is that true? Are you just pulling my leg? The princess let out a whisper. Her small hand covered her lips, and her eyes flashed with unbelievable color. This dragon? I want to meet him. He is much more excellent than many human lords. Andrea pondered after reading the information sent to her. Your Highness, His Majesty wants you to see him. A maid moved slowly and bowed deeply before whispering behind Andrea. I know. Andrea lifted her skirt and stood up. She happily spun on the spot and went to the emperor's palace while accompanied by the maids. I haven't seen a dragon with my own eyes before, she thought happily. The Subala Empire stretched across a vast expanse of land. With San Soliel mountain range as the central line dividing the continent, it had occupied most of the lands to the west of it. If it were not for the existence of the theocracy, they would have been the absolute rulers of the west. The San Soliel mountain range would then become the central axis for their invasion to the east. The imperial palace of the empire was extremely huge and experienced all 4 seasons. Princess Andrea lifted her skirt and walked through the magnificent corridor of the palace like a cheerful lark. Your Highness. A young man took a step forward. He placed his hand in front of him and bowed to Andrea. Corvin, father is summoning me, and you will come along. Andrea said briskly. Yes, Your Highness. The person named Corvin quickly replied while sneaking a peek at the princess's face. He quickly lowered his head again in shame. His eyes were filled with adoration. In the capital of the Subala Empire, whether commoners or nobles, as long as they were male, they would have feelings for the princess. But the only one who can't have any kind of feelings for Her Highness is you, Corvin. Corvin admonished himself inwardly. He was the captain of the Princess Guards. At a young age, he was already a warrior close to reaching the 9th rank. He was once a ragged poor man that almost froze to death in the ice-cold winter. By chance, the princess carriage passed by, and the kind princess saved him. He was then sent to the palace for guard training and studying. Because of Corvin's competitive personality, he reached close to the 9th rank at such a young age. As long as he didn't break off his path, the legendary rank would be attainable. He originally thought that his life would be like those stories sung by the bards, a love story between a knight and a princess. How a fallen knight would be rescued by the princess, and the two of them would fall in love. That was supposed to be the plot, but as he grew older, Corvin found that the princess didn't seem to have any other feelings for him. She was gentle and kind, but that wasn't exclusive to him. That was because the princess treated any kind of unfairness and injustice with total zeal. Perhaps if he diligently trained to reach the legendary rank, he might become eligible to marry the princess. There were times when Corvin would have such random thoughts, but the reality told him that a mere legendary rank powerhouse was unable to marry the sole flower of Subala. This was unless he had a powerful background or brought large benefits to the empire. But Corvin was just a commoner. How could he have any kind of powerful background? He kept his head down and did not say any other words. He just looked at Andrea's intricate lace skirt while trying his best to protect her. On the way to the Great Hall, Andrea maintained her noble demeanor, but she would also show kindness to every passing maid and soldier by greeting them. It was as if she knew everyone in the palace. No one could feel any evil intent towards her. My beautiful angel, you're finally here. In the emperor's palace, under heavy protection, His Majesty, the emperor of the Subala Empire, sat on a high seat. He was a sturdy old man, full of majesty, but when she saw Andrea enter, he let out a kind and gentle smile as he shouted. Andrea's face tinged with red as she felt embarrassed. She lifted her skirt and curtsied to her father. Good day, father. Then, she looked at the middle-aged expressionless man beside the emperor. Good day, General Derek. Finally, she turned to 2 older men at the side. Good day, my 2 brothers. Andrea's tone was brisk. Her body seemed to glow from an invisible light. Everywhere she went, she brought a light feeling of joy. The middle-aged man beside the emperor just nodded his head and continued his duty of protecting the emperor. The two princes at the side let out gentle expressions and nodded at their little sister. Among them, the handsome and cheerful-looking second prince was looking at his sister with a hint of covetousness. "I have called you all here. I'm sure you know what it's for." The emperor spoke slowly and with self-imposed authority. "Father, it's because of the main road to pass through the San Soliel mountain range, in other words, Dragon City, right?" The eldest prince, who was heir to the throne, spoke out first. His younger siblings, on the other hand, did not say a word. They clearly knew that it was not their time to speak yet. The emperor nodded lightly and said, "Dragon City is completely different from what we expected. We originally thought that the primordial dragon who came from some realm would have brought down the city in at most a month. We even prepared ourselves to compete with the elves and made preparations to seize the city. But 3 months have already passed, and no one could have imagined that the city did not only not degrade, but even flourish. According to the information from the scouts, the city lord was even able to provide refined wheat from some unknown source, allowing even the commoners of Dragon City to eat food for nobles. If I did not have faith in my scouts, I would have thought they were joking. Aldrich, what do you think?" The emperor looked at the crown prince. This was considered a test for him. The crown prince named Auric thought a little and slowly said, "Father, turning a demigod primordial dragon into an enemy is not a smart move. Before it declares its plan to continue expanding, I don't think it's the right action to show hostility towards it. We should withdraw our army on the borders to first show that we aren't hostile. Secondly, gathering a large army would largely drain our supplies. There are a variety of races in this world. There is no big deal even if a dragon lord appeared, but that is a demigod dragon. Even if the empire disregards resource consumption, we can't guarantee that we can deal with this threat, unless we work together with the theocracy. But compared to the dragon, even a demigod dragon, the theocracy is a much bigger threat to the empire. We should get in touch with that dragon. From his actions, I believe that we can communicate with it. Perhaps the empire could even create an alliance that could work together to face the theocracy. Moreover, compared to the dragon, I am more interested in the refined wheat that it possesses. This can become a very important strategic material." Aldrich's words made the emperor nod. "Amos, do you have anything to say?" The emperor saw his second son's actions that showed that he was about to make trouble and asked. "Father, I also obtained some information. That dragon defeated the Crimson Calamity who had once ravaged the continent 1,000 years ago. I think the empire doesn't need to take any action. There are several countries in the United Kingdoms of the East whose ancestors vowed to take revenge against the Crimson Calamity. They vowed to raise their army strengths to fight the evil dragon. Now that the Queen of Calamity has become the prisoner of the demigod dragon, those countries would have to follow the binding oath even if they are unwilling to do so and wage war with Dragon City. We only need to stay as observers and watch other countries test the power of the dragon. If there is an opportunity, we can." The second prince did not finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. If the demigod dragon showed any fatigue, then the empire would find an excuse to wage war. If the demigod dragon was really invincible, then the empire would continue having a good relationship with it. This was the so-called politics. There was no right or wrong answer, nor was there a real agreement. Everything depended on interest. "Father, if there is really a need for an envoy to visit Dragon City, can I be allowed to go? As the princess of the empire, I think my identity would satisfy the demigod dragon. Moreover, I still haven't seen a dragon that can communicate rationally." Andrea suddenly spoke out. Her beautiful eyes looked at her father with a pitiful and hopeful look. The emperor frowned slightly. From his appearance, it was clear that he did not want his angel to do these dangerous things, but he did not refuse and asked. "Andrea, do you know about the Feminist Witch Council?" The emperor's words caused the princess to look bewildered. Seeing her expression, the emperor sighed, "You have to be careful with them. Don't have any contact with them. You must especially be careful of those witches of the council," the Subilon emperor said in a deep voice. The rulers of the Subala Empire were discussing how to face Dragon City, but at this time, Louis, the lord of the city, was already back on Earth at this time. The Pacific Ocean, Earth. Somewhere in the planet's largest body of water, the ocean bubbled and parted. There was a splash and a golden blur appeared to break through the surface. Soon after, the water subsided once more. It seems the transfer point is the same as before. After using concealment on himself, Louis looked warily with both of his heads. Seeing nothing but endless seawater in all directions, he let out a relieved sigh. He could not help but be careful. The most dangerous thing about crossing between Earth and San Soliel was his landing point. If it was revealed, then it meant that his opponents could act against him. Although the Pacific Ocean was vast, and finding a 10-meter-long dragon would be difficult, the US and other powers might have decided to keep a close eye on the area. It would not have been out of question for a fleet of ships to remain scouting the area. There are too many things I need to find. After everyone is fed, they would need higher material and spiritual needs. And if I want to create a dragon god church, I'll likely need even more materials. Luckily, I now have the Divine King's crown. At the very least, I won't have problems transporting supplies. Louis floated above the sea with reverse gravity. He touched the crown on his head, thinking about what he was going to do next. Let's work on the wasabi first. I need those mages after all. They are the way to make my plans a reality. If I'm looking for wasabi, good places to get some would be Japan, China, and the United States. In terms of production, Japan should be the largest provider. I had previously made two plans. The first is to control some rich man after infiltrating the country. The other is to cause trouble and make the government cooperate. Now, I think the second option is more appropriate. Wasabi is a very precious thing. Overstocking too much will definitely cause market prices to rise. Because of that, it will be easy to identify the person behind the strange behavior. So, I might have to be a bit more noisy about this. I would need to calculate this properly. Louis looked to the west of the Pacific Ocean and crossed over to Asia. His eyes then locked onto the island nation of Japan. Japan, Tokyo Skytree. The Skytree was a tower in Tokyo with a height of hundreds of meters. It was one of the tallest towers in the world and allowed one to easily see the whole of Tokyo from the observation deck. As one of the most populated cities in the world, Tokyo was just like any modern metropolis. It had tall buildings and heavy traffic. People hurrying past each other with hurried steps. It was a busy and lively place. On the observation deck of the Tokyo Skytree, a tall man was looking through the glass window with his hands behind his back. He stood with a militaristic erectness. He was a man with short black hair and exuded a strong presence. He had been standing there for more than an hour already. If people did not see the slight movements from his breathing, they might have thought that he was a statue. His height meant that he attracted many gazes, and since it was a weekend, many people were present. Hey look, there's a handsome guy there. Where? Two high school girls took the weekend break to go out and play. One of them pointed her hand secretly and whispered to her companion. Another high school girl looked at where the finger was pointing and saw the man's side profile. The face was angular, with a near-sculptural beauty to it. Whoa. It's really a handsome guy. I think I'm going to fall in love. Two high school girls whispered excitedly in the corner, both with hands over their heart. Then hurry up and ask for his phone number. No way, I can't. I don't know why, but I'm a little afraid. The little lady shrunk back. When she looked at the man's figure, she unconsciously gulped. It was clearly a man that could be called beautiful. Under normal circumstances, they would have bravely struck a conversation with him already, but no one dared get within 10 meters of the man. They instinctually evaded him like rabbits that had entered a lion's territory. This was the pressure caused by an existence that was at the top of the food chain. It was enough to trump any form of beauty. Louis could tell what was happening in his surroundings very clearly. Other than the two high school girls, there were also other people pointing at him. There was a guy who was currently fidgeting and seemed to want to pull out his business card. This person was likely a scout. On another side was a tour group. From their ages and their familiar language, they should be tourists from China. There were many other people looking at him in the observation deck and whispering, but none of them dared get within 10 meters of him. It would be hard for weak humans to rely on their willpower to overcome a dragon's might. If these people were trained soldiers, then there was still a possibility. Louis did not even need to look with his eyes. All his other senses were enough to capture everything. He sighed and felt that he wasn't immortal anymore. Although there was still a gap between him and the gods, he could already be considered as a transcendent. He was a saint. Louis did not pay attention to these people. In his eyes, everyone had light and dark red lights on them. He was already looking at the world from a different perspective. This was one of his racial spells, detect evil. Sin existed within the heart of all humans. Each time a person acted against their conscience, their bodies would accumulate an amount of sin commensurate to the perceived violation. Detect evil was a spell that allowed people to observe the amount of sin that each person had accumulated. It allowed the caster to judge the sinfulness of a target according to the depth of color surrounding them. Those surrounded by deep red light held deep sin within themselves, whilst those with lighter hues were more or less normal individuals. The spell was a common tool in the arsenal of the goddess of morning's paladins. These warriors were sworn to pursue goodness, uphold the law and destroy all evil that they encountered. Hence they had garnered a reputation of being morally upright, but dogged and inflexible in pursuit of their ideals. To many, they were the bearers of hope. But to equally as many, they were harbingers of chaos and trouble. Louis had cast this spell in hopes of observing an individual who was drenched in sin. Despite his transformation from a human, he still recognized Earth as his homeland, and he did not want to harm innocents unless it was necessary. For the criminal elements of society, however, he had fewer qualms. Perhaps your sins aren't so heavy that you deserve death, but that's just your luck. Hee hee. This is just spring cleaning society, he thought, chuckling internally. His smile gradually faded. Turning around, the temperature within the observation deck seemed to fall a few degrees. The few people who met his eyes drew in cold breaths as terror crept up to their spines. His golden reptilian eyes clearly marked him as something other than human. Matsumura-kun, I really have no more pocket money. Can you give me a couple of days? 2 days, just give me 2 days, and I'll give it to you. In a corner of a high school campus in Tokyo, a skinny boy stood in a corner, shivering in fear and looking at the tall fellow in front of him. The few passers-by either turned a blind eye to his situation or picked up the pace to get out of the area. To them, it was a common yet unfortunate situation: bullying. If you don't have money, just ask your family for it. Just say that it's to pay for school fees. Can't you even do something so simple? Do you want me to mess you up? The larger boy named Matsumura spoke with a vicious tone, striking even more fear into the skinny boy's heart. Suddenly, Matsumura's vision blurred. A multitude of colors appeared in his sight, and shapes seemed to merge into an indistinct mass. The corridor seemed to spin infinitely, and he could no longer make out the target of his harassment. What was once a timid and cowering frame became an imposing and fear-inducing figure that he could no longer recognize. The world was covered in rotten flesh and his nasal cavity was assailed with the stench of vomit. He could even make out terrifying whispers that poisoned his mind with words that both fascinated and frenzied his mind. At that moment, answers to all the questions he never even knew to ask flooded his mind. Those math problems that had puzzled him in class, and the English language that he couldn't be bothered to study seemed to come together like a jigsaw puzzle. He, who had once languished at the bottom of the school's intellectual hierarchy, suddenly felt as though he understood the world. He liked the feeling. It was as if he could learn and solve all the difficult problems in the world. He was dreaming that he was standing at the peak of life, dreaming that he was the master of the truth of the universe. Although his current body was harder to move, the distortion and flesh chunks filled his mind, causing his spirit to fester. At the same time, pleasure filled his head, making him want to laugh out loud in obsession. Matsumura-kun, are you alright? The skinny boy saw Matsumura grin in front of him. Saliva flowed from the corner of Matsumura's mouth as his expression became distorted. His eyes bulged, and veins appeared in his forehead, appearing like a terrifying monster seen in horror movies. Get out of the way. Matsumura pushed the skinny boy in front of him to the ground. Then he stumbled but quickly used the wall to support himself and left the place. I have to hurry home. I have to hurry home and chant the name of God. In the endless trance, his mind seemed to have regained clarity for an instant. He wiped the drool on the corner of his mouth and quickly made for his house. Matsumura recalled the recent events that happened to the world. Since a dragon and Cthulhu appeared in the world, mysticism suddenly became a huge trend. Some people went to visit famous rivers and mountains in search of the so-called immortals. Some people tried to starve themselves in order to achieve enlightenment. Some people came out and proclaimed to have supernatural powers. There were even some people who claimed that they were Qin Shi Huang or Tokugawa Ieyasu and were paying people to create a new army. Although all these were eventually proved to be false and frauds, there was no sign of this occult craze stopping anytime soon. The presence of the dragon and Cthulhu clearly told them that the world was not as simple as it seemed. The most active ones were those religions and cults. Whether it was those government-acknowledged religions or cults that sprung up out of nowhere, everyone was joining in the search. The most famous cults that appeared were those that believed in demons and devils, as well as sects that believed in the evil gods of the Cthulhu mythos. This was because of the dragon and Cthulhu. Although dragons in modern propaganda were viewed in a positive light, according to legends, they were symbols of evil. Matsumura, who had been thinking about these, immediately turned on his computer the moment he got home and quickly opened a text file. Some time ago, he had been bored and joined an internet discussion group. The leader of the group had been a crazy fan of Cthulhu mythology. He had posted some rituals and offerings to the evil gods. Matsumura, being the young boy that he was full of curiosity about these kinds of things and went on to perform these rituals and offerings. At first, he thought that these were fake and made up by their group leader, but little by little, he began to believe they were real. He believed that he was the chosen of the evil god because he prayed according to the methods taught by the group leader. And the nail in the coffin was the response he got from the mighty evil god. Matsumura skillfully arranged candles and animal blood in a strange twisted pattern. As the sun set and before the night fell, he knelt in the center of the pattern and prayed to the gods. He begged the gods to give him endless knowledge. Ia Cthulhu fan. Hail! Hail! Cthulhu dreams. The whispers of the evil god once again appeared. The distorted beautiful image of the world once again appeared. Ah! I am the greatest artist in the world. Ah! That deep knowledge has enlightened me. Ah! Cthulhu, let me attain the power beyond mortals. As Matsumura prayed, his body gradually swelled up. His skin turned dark green, and his body began to twist. Teeth sprouted from his neck and tentacles sprouted from his skin. God has answered my prayers and given me power beyond that of mortals. Ring ring. The phone rang in the Tokyo Regional Police Station. Yes. Yes. We got it. 2 police officers on duty received a report. One recorded the contents of the report on paper, while the other answered the phone and tried to get more information. Okay, please don't worry. We'll make a house call. After a half-hearted attempt at consoling the party at the other end of the line, the police officer hung up the phone. What's going on? Asked a colleague sitting on the other side of the answering line. It's a missing report. A student from a nearby high school went missing. He's missed school for 3 days in a row. The school teacher called his parents, and they didn't know anything either. Is attendance required? Yeah. Let's pay a house visit. The 2 police officers slightly cleaned themselves up and drove out of the police station. On the way there, the 2 looked at the details and headed towards the address provided by the school. TCH, what a scum. He bullies his classmates in school, and ever since he got into middle school, he's been into fights and brawls. He always hangs out with unemployed delinquents. Even his parents didn't want to live with him. Instead, they rented him a room and left him alone to fend for himself. The police officer looked at the details of the student named Matsumura and said in disgust, "How could scum of society like him ever go missing? I suspect that he is out fooling around with his friends. Perhaps he's been hospitalized for some reason? We should probably check those out before we go to his house." The other police officer also said with disgust. School bullying was an extremely serious issue in Japan. But because many of the assailants were minors, the schools could not file reports, so there was very little that the school boards could do. Those with money who attend private schools were better off, but bullying was a common occurrence in public schools. Forget it. Even cleaning up after dead scum is part of our responsibility. Let's go to his house first. The 2 officers put away the information and sped up their pace. Soon, the 2 men arrived at a place that looked like a simple house that was commonly used as temporary houses for people at construction sites. There were many such houses in Japan. They were small, yet well-equipped and also cheap. Many single people would live here. The 2 officers went up the stairs to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door. Matsumura-kun, are you home? We're neighborhood patrol officers. If you're home, please open the door. The police officers knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Forget it, I don't think he's home. Let's leave first. No, listen. There's sound coming from inside. A police officer put his ear on the door and found that there was movement inside. The two men looked at each other and nodded. They placed their body cams in front and began recording. Police station XXX's officers are currently on duty. We received a missing person report and arrived at house number XXX at XXX Street to conduct a search. We found a situation inside the house and prepared to break and enter. After following all necessary protocols, the two officers took in deep breaths and made what would become the last and worst decision of their lives. They struck the door open. Bam! The door swung to the wall. The two officers quickly looked inside, followed by their pupils shrinking. It was a twisted and tragic scene. On a computer desk, there was a humanoid fish head covered in slime. It had shark-like jagged teeth, extremely disgusting grayish-green skin which was pocked with small holes. A closer look revealed that these holes had teeth within them and tentacles covered the skin in some areas. This bizarre creature did not in any way resemble a human being. Its head grew under the body while a leg grew where the head was. A pair of dead fish eyes protruded and brought people great fear and chills. As the two officers entered, the eyes of the fish monster moved to look at the two. It grinned, exposing its sharp teeth, and let out a loud screech like metal rubbing on a blackboard. Cthulhu. Hail, Cthulhu. Afterward, the rotting monster that seemed to be covered in slime moved. Aha! It's a monster. Save me! The two officers screamed. And then there was silence. Hello, everyone. This is TV Tokyo. At 2 p.m. today, a fierce gun battle took place in Tokyo's Adachi ward. The police department was the first to respond to the scene, followed by the Self-Defense Forces, SDF. The scene is extremely terrible. With the reporter's words, the camera shot behind them, and everyone could see people covered with a white cloth being carried to ambulances. At the side of a simple house, there were many armed soldiers and simple armored vehicles to deal with emergency situations. There were people in white protective clothing coming in and out of the house. A spokesman from the Self-Defense Forces had called it a premeditated terrorist attack. They claimed that the terrorists were planning another Tokyo subway sarin attack, but because of early detection thanks to the intelligence services, the terrorists had been eliminated by the SDF. There are the official statements. After a pause, the reporter continued in an excited tone, but according to our TV station interview with the residents in the neighborhood, they told us that the SDF isn't telling the truth. They said that the SDF was not fighting against terrorists, but monsters. You heard it right, my friends. They were fighting against monsters. Although the reporter was excited about the big news, she was also trembling in fear as she lived close to the scene. It is public knowledge that not long ago, a giant dragon appeared in the Amazon jungle and a giant octopus monster suspected of being Cthulhu's shadow appeared in the Pacific Ocean. Could this time's monster incident be related to them, or is it an independent event? What secrets is the world hiding? Do we humans really know anything about the planet under our feet? After firing off a rapid series of questions, the reporter took a deep breath and continued. Some residents took a video of the SDF fighting the monster, but the government asked us not to publish it. As Japanese citizens, however, we have the right to know what's really going on here. What secret is the government hiding, and what is the reality of the world? After the inspiring and uplifting speech, the TV station's screen changed to the contents of a resident's video. Thanks to the development of modern smartphones, the camera was extremely clear. Everyone watching was able to clearly see the JSDF in battle with a certain disgusting fish monster. As these videos were posted on the internet, the whole world was once again in an uproar. At the same moment, the United States, China, Russia, England, and many other countries issued a travel warning for Japan, asking residents of Japan to pay attention to safety and try to return home early, thereby bringing the incident to a conclusion. Bang! 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 The police hid behind their car with small-caliber pistols in their hands. Their weapons unleashed volley after volley of ammo at the monstrous fish human that towered over them. Standing at over 2 meters tall and packed with muscles, the creature appeared to be some kind of mishmash between Picasso's abstract paintings and Hollywood monsters. Its slimy body and the teeth that broke out of its skin at several points filled all who saw it with dread. Despite its size, it moved with speed. Their bullets rarely hit it, and in the rare event that they did, it barely responded. Other than the green blood that flowed from its wounds, it showed no signs of pain or staggering. We need the SDF support. Yes, the SDF. There is a monster here. A monster. Fighting monsters is not the responsibility of the police force, so save us. Why did a monster appear in Tokyo? Quickly send the SDF, it's fine even if you want to call Ultraman. The chief of police hid behind the car with hands on the two-way radio. He shouted and cried, and at the same time, he would poke his head out and fire bullets. Although the monster was not as exaggerated as the Hulk, it also possessed great strength. With just a few jumps, it was able to reach a police officer. With a swing of its arms and a terrible cracking sound, the officer was flung into the air. The officers were completely overwhelmed by it. Soon, an armored van appeared. A team of heavily armed soldiers came to the scene. With weapons locked and loaded, they began to pour their ammo on the monster, but these proved to be less effective than they hoped. Despite its many wounds, it lost very little vitality and seemed ready to rip them all to pieces. Nonetheless, it could not keep it up forever. After a few casualties from the JSDF side, the beast fell. The video was filmed with great clarity and circulated all over the world through the internet. At first, the government tried to prohibit it, but this proved futile, and all they could do was tacitly accept its existence. Damn. Could it be that I'm really living in a Hollywood movie? A monster actually appeared. I feel sorry for the audience due to the monster's appearance. How could it shoot a movie without any makeup? What kind of monster is this? Who popularized it? Bullshit. Who has ever seen such a monster? A deep one, it's a deep one. I am sure that this is one of Cthulhu's servants. Its fish-like appearance is like a deep one. It's quite terrifying to look at. I'm now afraid of chanting "Long live Cthulhu." Before I was still shouting it at home as a joke, a netizen said with fear. Idiot, you just did it again. I now suspect that we are not living on Earth. To be honest, I do like Cthulhu mythology, but I never wanted it to be true. I suggest that everyone should go read up on it, but only a little. It is all based on unfounded, unnameable horrors. The more you explore it, the crazier it gets. Holy shit, I won't study it anymore. It's said that all arts are all related to the crazy evil god. Be careful of those around you who paint or engage in art. They may be the evil god's followers. Does that mean that engaging in manga makes one an evil god believer? If evil is the god of Mo, then I believe in it. What a terrifying nerd, why don't you just go believe in it? These monsters have now appeared in reality. They aren't a product of movies and anime anymore. It's every man for themselves. Manga is not art. You're thinking too much. Why did a monster appear in Tokyo, Japan? Before, the dragon and Cthulhu's shadow were closer to America. Maybe the two countries played too many movies about fighting aliens and monsters. This made the monsters enraged and went for revenge. Wealth, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, freedom, law, patriotism, respect, integrity, friendship. I'll leave these 13 words for you to recite every day before going to work to bless the world with peace. Wealth, democracy, civilization. Wealth, democracy, civilization. Gradually, the video pop-ups and the internet forum exchanges were flooded with comments. I wanna die. A monster has appeared in Tokyo. I don't want to live here. I want to go back to the countryside. No, I want to leave Japan. Where's our Gundam? Where's our Ultraman? I sternly protest the government for the misappropriation of our tax money. Monsters are now appearing, but our Gundam hasn't appeared yet. WTF? This is too terrifying. Japan won't become a monster-ridden society like in animes, right? Japan's netizens were noisier compared to other countries' netizens who were gloating and watching with a carefree attitude. This was only because what was happening was not happening to them. A research institute in Tokyo, Japan. Some researchers in protective clothing were busy researching the newly obtained monster corpse. A middle-aged man of about 40 with a serious face stood in front of the research institute. He showed his credentials to the person in charge. I am Oshima, the chief of the newly established Special Disaster Division under the National Public Safety Commission. Our department is directly responsible for this case. We are directly under the government and the Prime Minister and oversee all supernatural events. Now, tell us what you have found. The researcher checked the documents. After checking with his supervisor, he nodded to the middle-aged man and his subordinates. He passed on the report. Sir, this is the result of our research. After dissecting the monster, I'm pretty sure it's definitely not human. I can't even understand what kind of species it belongs to. Its body structure and composition is completely different from any known creature. No, I even suspect that this creature isn't from Earth at all. It has a very strange endocrine system that operates on strange rules. I don't even understand how it could move. The creature has no obvious weaknesses. When examining the corpse, it was shot with countless bullets damaging its internal organs and head, but it still maintained a strong fighting power and mobility. It only died after it was physically exhausted. The middle-aged man looked at the report and nodded. Is it contagious? After testing it with criminals and other creatures, it isn't contagious. Then what's this sample DNA about? The creature first appeared in the home of a high school student named Matsumura. We suspected that it was related to him. After taking blood from his family and the monster's blood for DNA comparison, we found out that the monster was what the student named Matsumura mutated into. Are you saying that the monster's DNA belonged to a human? Yes, sir. If we were to classify it, it would be completely human. It is Matsumura himself. A terrible chill rose in the men's hearts. A faint fear gripped their hearts as they gulped and looked at the twisted body of the monster. They couldn't see how the monster was related to humans at all. The chief of the SDF came in and handed another report. This is the information we found on Matsumura's computer afterward. We suspect it had something to do with him turning into a monster. Oshima took the other documents. After looking at it, his pupils shrunk as he read out, Evil God Ritual? Yes, it seems to be the Evil God Ritual, sir. Oshima nodded his head and looked at the men behind him. Can you identify what kind of monster this is? These subordinates of his were all experts and scholars of this field. Deep ones. I think this is from Cthulhu mythology. They are Cthulhu's servants, the Deep Ones. I don't think so. The monster doesn't look exactly like what the book described. Someone retorted. Idiot. Lovecraft only saw Cthulhu in a dream. He was able to witness the evil god and thus gained relevant knowledge. After which, he used his own pen to write the story. Do you think that everything he wrote after touching things up is all true? There is a huge chance that he could have recorded it wrongly. The first person who spoke glared fiercely at the other person. The rebutter opened his mouth. His face went red before he finally sighed. Okay, you're right. Things written in books shouldn't be fully trusted. The person who wrote. It must have added their own notes. Let us focus on the actual subject. Oshima saw that there were no other rebuttals. He said in a deep voice, then, this monster should be Cthulhu's servant, a deep one. This document should prove that Matsumura performed the ritual for Cthulhu. Who are you people? Entry here is restricted. An angry voice sounded from the distance. Oshima frowned and looked at the path in front of him and shouted in a deep voice, what's happening? Without giving him too much time to think, Oshima saw a pair of Westerners, one white and one black, wearing black suits, walk in. Oshima was surprised to see them, especially when the guard was only stopping them with words and not force. His heart was filled with unease. Sure enough, the other side stood in front of him and his first sentence was, we are special investigators from America's Shield. We hope you can provide us with the unidentified organism and the detailed report about it you obtained a while ago. Oshima wasn't able to pay attention to the other party's unreasonable request due to shock. SSHIELD? The same Shield whose members are Iron Man, Captain America, Hulk, and Black Widow? The first thing that popped up in Oshima's mind was the one from Marvel Comics. This couldn't be helped. Marvel had been too popular in recent years. If there was an organization calling themselves Shield, he would have scoffed in the past and thought that the other party must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, but now, if such a group truly claimed to be Shield, he would really believe it. Not only dragons, but Cthulhu also appeared. If that was the case, then Shield existing would also be normal. Maybe even Godzilla and Ultraman actually exist in the world. As a Japanese, Oshima had a very active imagination. The white man in front blushed a little. He covered his mouth and coughed. We claim to be Shield, but not the Shield that you imagine. In fact, we have the same duties as you. In other words, we are a special investigation department of the United States of America. As to why it is called Shield, as you know, our president always does some strange things. The other party's words calmed Oshima down. Thinking about America's funny president, he also smiled. Who would have thought that the president would directly name the department SHIELD, but the name was also quite apt. No matter what was said, it's all good that it wasn't the real SHIELD. He didn't want to fight Iron Man or the Hulk yet. After knowing that the other party was just a normal person, Oshima regained his confidence. Sorry, gentlemen. The strange creature, or as we have decided to call it, a deep one, was found in our country. In order to kill it, we sacrificed several good soldiers and police officers. We can't hand it to the United States of America just because of your request. At this point, the black man stepped forward and said calmly, according to the agreement signed between the American government and the Japanese government, we have the right to take away this creature that could be a threat to global security. Oshima's expression twisted in irritation. He looked angrily at the group and gritted his teeth, but he could not do anything about it. It couldn't be helped. As the defeated country in World War II, Japan was not qualified to develop a powerful army and make a few powerful weapons. Moreover, America could use the excuse of being a threat to the world to force the creature out of Japan's hands. What could they do about it? Should they just fight back? Of course not, the weapons and military bases in their country were not just for show. But Oshima was reluctant to hand over the unknown organism, which was most likely the first alien organism found by the people of Earth. Most likely, every country wanted to get their hands on it to study it. Okay. We won't make this difficult for you. Oshima-san, we know our request is a bit excessive. How about this, on the research of the Deep One, let the United States of America work with you by also sending a research team. What do you think? The white man came out to intervene. Oshima knew he could not refuse. One of them was being the bad cop, while the other the good cop. They never wanted to steal the unknown creature from Japan in the first place. From the start, their goal was to establish a joint research front. He said helplessly, okay. I will ask for instructions from above, but you also call it a deep one? After seeing the photo of the monster, our team had experts study it. We reached a consensus that the creature is Cthulhu's servant, a deep one. They are creatures hidden at the bottom of the sea. The white man paused for a moment, looked at Oshima, and said, Oshima-san, in Cthulhu mythology, the deep ones are not particularly powerful in their own right. It's not a race that humans can't defeat, but they have one special characteristic: they can't die a natural death. In other words, the deep ones are immortal. Hearing the white man's words, Oshima's heart jumped and finally knew why these people were so anxious to have the body of the deep one. Immortality. This was the dream of all human beings, especially those who were rich and powerful. They would go crazy at the thought of becoming immortal. And this deep one was the key to that breakthrough. China, Department of Mysteries. America's SHIELD has now met with the relevant authorities. The team leader threw a bag of documents in front of Guei-ben and smoked a stick of cigarette. SHIELD? Guei-ben picked up the documents and asked in confusion. It has the same duties as our department, but their president gave them the name SHIELD. The team leader almost laughed out loud. Guei-ben had a strange expression and said, if the United States of America has SHIELD, why don't we also change our name? Change what name? Let's call it Dragon Group. Do you know how to spit out water or fire? Do you have clairvoyance? Stop spouting rubbish. The leader rolled his eyes. You're talking about the Calabash brothers, leader. Guei-ben spat. The leader exhaled the smoke from the cigarette and said, this is all the information we could obtain. The newly formed departments of other countries are also in the same position. Everyone is keeping a tight leash on the information. Our scouts could not obtain more information, but anyone could guess why the United States and Japan are conducting joint research. It must be related to the secret of the immortality of the Deep One, Guei-ben concluded. Both of them fell silent after. Well, I'll go say hello to the people at the Ministry of State Security. They have been cracking down on evil cults lately, especially ones that worship Cthulhu. They are too dangerous, and Cthulhu is too evil. Also, I'll be going to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to ask them for the cooperation of other countries in pressuring America and Japan. I think that there are some secrets that everyone should share. After saying so, the leader sighed and looked out the window. Rain is coming. Louis was currently standing in the sky above Tokyo, well concealed. If he knew that all countries of the world were studying the secret of immortality from the Deep One, he would certainly laugh out loud. It wasn't a deep one at all, but a toy that he put together with his necromancy. Louis stood suspended in the air as he watched over Tokyo. A small battle in one of its suburbs really meant nothing when compared to the entire city. People were still going to school and work. But in the rush of those students and employees, a kind of tension filled the whole city. It was as if the whole Tokyo was a taut leather band that could break at any moment from the excessive force. This kind of atmosphere makes my necromantic spells become more effective. Louis was satisfied with the current state of Tokyo. The main abilities of necromantic spells were to summon undead creatures, transform flesh, play with souls, as well as exploiting people's negative emotions. In the world of San Soliel, the gods, including the death god, had fallen asleep. As a result, the underworld was in an unmanaged state. After the era of disaster, several incidents involving witches and demons summoning undead armies to invade the main continent had happened. Necromantic spells weren't strong in frontal combat, but in terms of deception and large-scale warfare, it was highly useful. Louis looked down below at the building underneath his feet. This building was the laboratory where the members of the Japanese and American special departments were studying the corpse of the Deep One together. Louis had already placed the spell, Protective Detection, inside secretly, allowing Louis to see everything that was happening inside. Huh? The Deep Ones are immortal? So your goal is to find the key to immortality. There are indeed such records in Cthulhu mythology, but unfortunately for you, that thing you are studying isn't a Deep One. It is just a mutated human corpse. It would be strange if you can even find anything from it. Louis was dumbfounded. He didn't think highly about their research at all. That corpse was only strengthened by Louis through necromancy, making him equivalent to San Soliel's average warriors. If it was the world of San Soliel, there would have been multiple ways of dealing with undead creatures. For example, sprinkling holy water on weapons, enchanting weapons with magic, or even druids and priests' magic for dealing with the undead. As long as the undead did not appear in groups, there was nothing to fear. And what was the dumbest way to deal with the undead? That was to be like modern Earth armies, using physical attacks. These undead were already dead, so their physical resistance was extremely high. They could be dealt with in just a single spell, but cutting them down with a sword would take a large amount of effort. Unfortunately, Earthlings did not know this point. Even if they did, they didn't know how to cast spells, nor were they powerful warriors. Even if modern firepower could kill these creatures, they would need to waste a lot of energy and strength just to subdue one, causing them to misunderstand that the Deep Ones were very tough. This was the difference in civilization. Unless Earth used weapons of mass destruction or reached the same level of civilization as the Terran civilization, they wouldn't be able to cope with creatures that came from the world of magic. This is good. Next, it's time for my performance. Preparing a legendary spell is really troublesome. I've wasted so many days just to set it up. Louis exhaled and wiped his forehead that wasn't sweaty at all. Every powerful legendary spell required significant preparation. But once it was finished, few could contend against it. Even gods could be wounded. Before Louis came to Earth, he used some food to exchange for strategic materials, mostly spell-casting materials, with the elves of the Silver Moon Kingdom. As a country with more than 10,000 years of history, the Silver Moon Kingdom possessed large reserves of these kinds of things. The only problem San Soliel had was with consumables. These past few days, Louis had been using concealment and walked all over Tokyo to mark his targets and arrange the materials and formation for the legendary spell in all corners of Tokyo. He was now ready to cast a massive legendary spell in Toiko, Crazed Uprising. I obtained Noella's knowledge and ability to use necromantic spells. It is quite awkward to use, and the difference in effect is quite huge. As expected, that female dragon is hiding more secrets. When I go back, I'll definitely interrogate her and obtain more secrets. Louis shook his head with playfulness. He quickly descended and arrived at an unused warehouse of a high-rise building. He had already transformed the place and was ready to activate the core of the legendary spell over the area. Feel it, Japan. Feel it, Earthlings. Feel it, humanity. What you will face next will be an army of undead. According to your naming, it should be more accurate to call it an army of Deep Ones. Louis took a deep breath. His face gradually turned serious. He began to activate the spell with hand gestures and incantations. He released a huge legendary spell that engulfed half of Tokyo. What's the result of the experiment? Oshima and the officer from S.H.I.E.L.D. named Smith stood outside the laboratory while looking at the experiment being conducted inside. We brought several prisoners and had a hypnotist hypnotize them. Then we let them perform the rituals of the evil god, but so far nothing has happened. Inside an isolated laboratory with simple necessities, several prisoners in prison uniforms were kneeling on the floor and performing the ritual found in Matsumura's computer. They were performing enlightenment towards Cthulhu. I suspect that this kind of prayer is useless. The evil god Cthulhu probably needs people who sincerely pray or those who truly want to pursue the mysteries, not believers who are forcibly created through hypnotic methods. A researcher reported and said his guess. Oshima and Smith were frowning. This thing was different from science, making it very tricky. It was almost impossible for them to find the right method to research. Ahem. Suddenly, Smith's partner coughed, causing both of them to look over. The white man waved his hand and forced a smile. I've been feeling unwell these past 2 days. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. Cough, cough. He coughed twice again and vomited. After vomiting, he felt slightly better. But everyone froze in place because what the white man had thrown up wasn't his morning meal, but blood and visceral meat. There were even intestines that looked like twisted worms. He. I'm fine. I'm really fine. The white man said weakly. His eyes gradually bulged and his expression became flat. His body began to expand as saliva and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth that had slowly split open towards the back of his head. The head changed and twisted to become an indescribable fish head. Soldiers! Soldiers! Gulu. Oshima and Smith rushed backward as guards rushed forward. Everyone shouted in fear as an alarm sounded in the entire institute. Weapons appeared from the walls and pointed at the white man who was becoming twisted. What's happening? How did he become like this? Smith shouted in disbelief. After seeing the Deep One, he had secretly performed the evil ritual. Didn't I forbid everyone from doing such a thing? Smith shouted in exasperation. At this time Oshima thought of something, shouted in terror, hurry, get all the police departments in Tokyo to quickly ban this ritual from spreading on the internet. Find the people who are spreading this ritual and get the TV stations to issue a warning. Don't let people get curious and perform this ritual. Oshima's words rose everyone to action. If this bizarre mysterious ritual could really turn people into deep ones, then if tens of thousands of people in Tokyo, or probably just a few thousands of people become deep ones, huge casualties would occur as they ramage with a strength far beyond human imagination. After a few rounds of fire, the former agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. was turned into a pile of flesh. From the moment the two saw the agent transform into a deep one, Oshima and Smith felt a vague sense of foreboding creep upon them. Once Smith's former partner was subjugated, the pair ran out of the laboratory and brought out everyone else in the room with them. Once outside, they peered through the glass windows on the double doors to see what was going on inside. Fuck. What the hell is this thing? Its life force is too tenacious. Smith looked at the Deep One's remains. Its scattered pieces of flesh were still wriggling. In other words, despite being ripped to shreds, it retained some vitality. Put a mouse in. Oshima's face was pale, but he quickly gave his orders. A pitiful little white mouse was placed inside the chamber. The crowd stared straight at the screen. The next thing they saw was the mouse approaching the Deep One's flesh. The creature's flesh seemed to entice the rodent. But once the rodent got close to the remnants of the former agent, the flesh merged into a mouth and chomped down on the mouse. The rodent cried miserably before being taken in. SSSSS. What a monster. What a terrifying monster. It's near impossible to kill. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they saw that the Deep One wasn't dead yet. Even if it was torn to shreds, it was still alive. The first thing Oshima and Smith thought of were bioweapons. If they could develop bioweapons with such vitality, then the world's warfare would change. If there was a country that did not agree, they could just send tens of thousands of such monsters down. Its terrifying vitality and absolute strength could absolutely wipe out a small country. But soon Oshima reacted once more and issued a hoarse roar, notify the Prime Minister and have the National Public Safety Commission inform the police force. Tell them to not take things lightly and quickly arrest anyone involved in or performing this ceremony. We have to launch the highest alert. If this monster spreads, then the whole of Tokyo. No, the whole Japan would be finished. Smith ignored Oshima's orders. This was Japan after all, not his country. It was none of his business how they chose to handle things. If the monster truly increased in numbers, then America would not mind sending some troops to help Japan, but this was mainly to study how to fight this creature. It was also to get more samples, and not just to help in humanitarian rescue operations. Naturally, the Japanese government had to pay them a certain amount. The American government wouldn't be at any disadvantage in this deal at all. He sank for a moment and called an expert to discuss what he witnessed. Soon, he gave his orders: notify the mainland. Tell the Department of Defense to send some people to check the situation in the following places: Massachusetts coast, Indus Mouth, and England's Balls Higher coast. In the Lovecraftian records, deep ones are found in these 3 locations. Whether it is true or not, we must get a hold of their situations. If the cities of this race are truly found in the deep sea, I suggest that the government use weapons of mass destruction to wipe them out. The deep ones are too dangerous. In a warehouse on the top floor of a high-rise building, various complex magical patterns were drawn. The magic words that couldn't be found in any language on Earth were burned on the walls and the ground. The magic power was so dense that it filled the room. It was fortunate that humans of Earth could not sense the flow of magic power, otherwise, Louis would have been discovered while he was releasing legendary spells in the enemy base's camp. The spell structure is complete. The casting materials are also complete. The ritual is progressing smoothly, and a connection to Earth's magic source is complete. Although Earth's magic is in an inert state, changing to an active state only requires an additional step. Though it takes a little bit more time. The corner of Louis's mouth rose. His inverted pupils flashed with excitement. This was the first time he was releasing a legendary spell without relying on any cheats. He was only relying on his own understanding of spells. I heard that during the era of disaster, the goddess of magic once created a structured system called the magic web in the world of San Soliel. This made mages of that era similar to computers. As long as spells were recorded in the magical network, they could be used at any time. Mages only had to learn the structure of spells. They didn't need to use any magic power at all, as the magic web would help them complete steps. This increased the number of mages, but not much in terms of the number of legendary mages. In the old ages, mages were like programmers who used the programming language that the goddess of magic created to unleash spells. Any mage with little talent could grow up to unleash spells of up to the 9th rank. But after becoming legendary mages, they weren't able to cast legendary spells at all. This was because legendary spells were above the magic web. In other words, they could not use the programming language created by the goddess of magic. What they would need to do was to create their own programming language, which many mages simply did not have the ability to do. But modern mages were different. Because the magic web no longer existed, the requirements for mages became very high. This made mages rare in the San Soliel, but in exchange, each one was extremely skilled compared to their ancient counterparts. Very good. I have finished all preparations. Now, let's begin. Louis looked solemn. He began to pour his magic power into the legendary spell in front of him. Normally, dragons couldn't cast many spells consecutively, but Louis was no ordinary dragon. He was a dragon whose genes had been perfected by the Terran civilization. It could be said that he was the king of all magical creatures. Unfold the spell. Spell formation construction complete. Starting ritual. Start. Legendary spell, Crazed Uprising. Magic power gathered and projected into the sky, forming an etheric magic formation that could not be seen by the human eye. The formation covered the entire Tokyo. Then a crown appeared in Louis's hand. He placed the crown at the core of the formation and once again recited, Aura of Fear, activate. Borrow the power from the legendary spell formation, Higher Aura of Fear, activate. 7-ring spell, Necromantic Control. 6-ring spell, Mad Warrior, transform undead. Finally, combining all these spells together is my original legendary spell, Advanced Undead Apocalypse. After releasing the spell, Louis stumbled on his feet. He immediately leaned back on the wall and gasped for breath. He felt the massive loss of magic power, causing him to feel like a man who had just run 13 marathons. His whole body felt void of magic power. I'm still too weak. Once I'm done here, I'll go mess around in America to find the other energy source to evolve. At that time, my strength would increase again. Louis's eyes shone brightly. Next, I just need to enjoy the show. Shibuya Crossing in Tokyo, Japan was one of the busiest streets in the world. Countless pedestrians flocked through its sidewalks in a living, chaotic mass. At frequent intervals, the traffic lights would signal green for those moving on foot, and they would hurriedly cross the street in batches. Once night truly settled in, the entire city became a vista of flashing lights and colors, a testament to its metropolitan status. Standing in the busy street was a young Chinese man adjusting his phone settings. He was a streamer and opened B-Station's streaming site. After thinking a bit, he named the title "Old Driver Taking You Around Tokyo Looking for Monsters." Satisfied, he commenced the stream. The host is on air. After hearing that a monster was found in Tokyo, he went to Tokyo to broadcast live? People really will do anything for fame. The host is already in Tokyo? Seeing the scattered pop-ups, he exhaled. He was called Tomato. Naturally, this was not his real name, but just a handle name. In the past, he used to be a writer. In the end, he became an outdoor streamer for B-Station. There was a famous writer named Beans, and B-Station also had a popular streamer named Cherry Tomatoes. He thought that by naming himself Tomato, he might be able to get more popular. Perhaps because of the name or due to his luck, he managed to accrue a little fame. While nothing too extravagant, he could eat and drink without worry. Hello everyone. As you can all see, I have now arrived in Tokyo, and this place is Shibuya. I'll let everyone have a look first. Tomato took his phone and spun around so that viewers could see that he was really in Tokyo. Then he said, "Oops. You are mistaken, little friend. Don't say that I would sacrifice my life just for fame. Streamers are also people and need to eat. Just like writers, we must learn to follow the wind. Streamers also need to get in on the hottest topic, and what is the hottest topic today? That is naturally the variety of mysterious events. As a streamer, I naturally have to cover it. I didn't know how to write on trends as a writer, so I failed. Now, I finally learned how to do it and gained a small success as a streamer. Host is shameless. www. Your skin is quite thick. www. This is the first time I'm seeing a streamer admit to following trends. Sunny Feng, you will always be my brother. When he said hot, I remembered Son Goku fighting against the Iron Fan Princess at the Flaming Mountain. It was a great production by America and China. I hope everyone supports it. Cheap trash. You should be careful, Tokyo is super dangerous right now. The country has even issued a travel warning. You shouldn't risk your life just for fame. Seeing the various pop-ups that appeared on screen, Tomato felt good. Although the streaming topic was important, interacting with the viewers was also important. Seeing that some of them cared for him, he felt warm inside and smiled. My friends, please don't worry. According to my years of experience in writing web novels, I simply don't have the qualities to be a protagonist. I won't encounter death wherever I go. Believe me, there is no problem anymore. I reckon that the monster that appeared in Tokyo is a special one-time thing. At first I thought that you were bold, but you were actually a wimp. Damn, you clickbait. What am I supposed to watch when you're not trying to find monsters? Unsubscribe. Unsubscribe. I am here to see monsters, not to see your ugly face. Time to leave. The first time he saw those pop-ups, Tomato immediately felt anxious and hurriedly said, "Hey, don't leave. I will go find monsters. My current job is to be a frontline war correspondent." Here, take a look at the expressions of these people nearby. Although they seem to have nothing to do with what happened, I think these people are especially nervous. Now that I'm walking in Tokyo, I can feel fear with every step. Moreover, how could you say that I am a clickbaiter? Just take a look at the title. I said that I will take you around Tokyo, and this is not a lie. I will definitely take secret shots later. First, we will go to Akihabara's maid cafe to see if we can really take those maid cosplayers out on a date according to rumors. If that's not true, then I will go on a trip to Yoshiwara so you can see snappable ladies. www. Please take us, old driver. Go quickly, I can't wait to start. Sneaking shots in Japan? You have a lot of nerve. If you're caught, don't tell them you're Chinese. Remember, tell them you are Korean and huff twice. Could it be that you are a sicko pervert? Seeing that his popularity returned, Tomato smiled and smugly took shots of the thighs of a nearby high school girl. How many points would you rate these legs? Stunning legs. JK is a good civilization. This stream will be blocked sooner or later. Tomato exhaled and let out a slight contempt. Men are truly men for having an interest in these kinds of things. At this time, an English-speaking foreigner walked past him. Tomato's English wasn't bad. He watched as the foreigner rambled on while holding a phone. After carefully listening, he found that this brother was his peer. Moreover, this brother was a streamer on YouTube. Tomato immediately thought that everyone definitely wanted to follow what was hot. He took a few steps forward and was about to say something to the viewers when he suddenly felt stabbing pain in his heart. Tomato's face instantly went pale. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and he was breathing hard with his hand over his heart. Host, something's wrong with your face. Please don't scare us. Your acting skills are awesome. You can change your expression at will, better than those fresh meat in our country. The country owes you a Golden Horse Award. Tomato noticed that his hands were trembling. He gulped with difficulty and said, I am not acting. My heart is now particularly painful, and I feel an inexplicable fear and anxiety. I don't know how to describe it. I can only say that, it is difficult, very difficult. Take a look, the people around here are similar to me. Tomato raised his phone and let the camera shoot his surroundings. It was found that many people around him were the same. They looked pale with their hands over their hearts. In the next moment, the pop-ups flared up. Quickly call an ambulance. Calling an ambulance is no use. Don't you see that the surrounding people have also become like this? Crap, you should quickly leave that place. I feel that it is very dangerous. Could it be that Japan has been cursed? Host, you should hurry up and buy tickets home. This reminds me of zombie movies. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass came from high in the air. Tomato unconsciously looked up and his pupils immediately dilated. A twisted monster jumped out from a high-rise building, destroying the window. It was covered in slime, and its appearance would make anyone vomit with one look. Its body seemed to have countless mouths with sharp teeth and many tiny tentacles. Ah! Monster! Kaya! Fuck! A monster has appeared. Immediately, the world's most crowded intersection was in chaos. Countless people began to flee, and cars honked frantically. The monster descended from the skies, smashed into a car, and left a dent on it just like Hollywood movies. But what was happening right now was very real. Run away, host. Run, don't be stupid. Pop-ups were frantically urging Tomato to run away. Tomato finally reacted and ran away with the crowd. Crap, there really are monsters in Tokyo. Why the fuck did I come here? Ah, save me. I don't want to die. Moreover, there isn't only one monster but a group of them. If I die here, I hope everyone can give me a fireworks reward. Tomato shouted with a crying and whimpering voice. Behind him, the sound of shattering glass echoed from time to time. At this moment, these disgusting monsters had now replaced the busy crowds of Shibuya. They let out unpleasant screams reminiscent of screeching metal as they lunged at their prey. The aura of fear quickly took effect. Civilians in Shinjuku, Shibuya, Chiyoda, Minato, and Bunkyo, whether they were watching TV at home, walking down the street, shopping for clothes in the mall, or eating in a restaurant, were all hit by a wave of terror in an instant. As the places closest to the center of Tokyo, these areas were the most prosperous business districts in Japan. Chaos reigned everywhere. See you, customer, are you okay? A person who just got off work was currently eating dinner. He suddenly felt his chest constrict, and he covered his heart. He thought that there might be a problem with the food and he was poisoned. In a panic, he picked up his phone and dialed the emergency number, but he found that he could not press anything at all. Before the boss of the establishment could think of a way to help this customer, he also began to feel pain in his heart. He covered his heart and leaned against the wall. The palpitations, panic, and pain seemed as if he was having a heart attack. He had difficulty in breathing and did not know if it was a mental or a physical problem. Monster! A girl's scream could be heard outside the restaurant. When they heard the sound, the people inside the restaurant returned back to normal, but the inner fear and panic still existed. They listened to the screams outside, the honking cars, as well as a loud boom. Fear began creeping up to them. Although they hadn't seen what was happening, the panic and fear that it was the end of the world spread over Tokyo. Some bold diners opened the door to look outside and saw people running as well as disgusting monsters covered in mucus. They shouted in fear, "Monster! There are monsters! Boss, quickly shut the doors!" The other customers and the boss quickly rushed to carry heavy objects and use them to block the door. The boss quickly pulled down the curtains, mimicking what he saw in monster movies and war movies. Phew! The crowd sighed a breath of relief, only to hear a pop sound. The door as well as the heavy objects had been penetrated. A muscular arm covered in slippery and slimy mucus had penetrated their blockade. Then with its other arm, it tore open the door and the blockade of the restaurant, revealing a terrifying monster. Aha! Screams echoed inside the restaurant. People ran to the streets as they yelled in terror. Police! Where are the police? What we need is the self-defense force. Hoo. Nishino-kun, don't run away. Didn't you say you love me? Don't leave me behind. Mom. Dad, woohoo. Baby, we're here. Quickly, let's run away. Fuck. Why did I come to Tokyo? Damn Japan, what kind of sins did you commit for this to happen? Why are there so many monsters? Fuck me for deciding to travel here. Hoarse screams, cries, and curses of various languages were heard. Quick everyone, go outside. It's best to quickly go to the airport and board a plane. Under this kind of situation, the airport is probably paralyzed. I don't know how far these monsters have spread, but our lives will be over if the whole of Tokyo is infested with them. Quick, run outside the city. Stop spouting nonsense. These are not zombies, but monsters. They aren't contagious. The further we run out the city, the fewer obstacles there are, the faster we would die. Go to the embassy. There should be armed forces there. Bang, bang. The sound of gunshots didn't cause the crowd to be afraid. Instead, they were shaken and unconsciously head towards the sound. They thought that firearms would be able to save them. But in the instant the crowd saw the police firing at the monsters, they immediately ran in the opposite direction. The few armed police officers were firing at the monsters with all their zeal, but they could do little other than aggravate the beasts more. The monsters jumped to the roofs of the police vehicles and ripped them apart before desecrating the people inside. A few courageous passers-by dropped the metal bars in their hands as soon as they saw what the creatures were capable of. With a wordless understanding that resistance meant death, they turned tail and fled with all their strength. The traffic had come to a standstill as owners ran out of their vehicles with their passengers in tow. A few people who thought themselves clever ran for the underground entrances in hopes of evading the beasts. They had hoped to use the labyrinthine system of train tunnels to escape the chaos, but soon found that was the worst decision. Where's the fucking army? Why haven't they come yet? These Japanese are too slow. How could Japan have an army? They are a defeated country with no means to form one. But they have a self-defense force. Where are they now? How should I know? I just want them to quickly send out Ultraman. Where is Ultraman when you need him? What should we do if Godzilla suddenly comes out? While running, people cursed and shouted, but this was also to relieve the pressure from their hearts. Their fears were simply too much. A monster hugged the pole and broke it, causing it to fall on a car. They would break walls with their strong bodies. It was then that a lot of people noticed that these monsters were not particularly homicidal. Except for a few who dared to resist, these monsters did not kill anyone. They seemed to be grabbing people without knowing what to do after. Seeing that the people weren't resisting anymore, Tokyo police officers threw down their guns and ran. As for those caught by the monsters, they weren't too optimistic. The monsters were probably accumulating winter food reserves. Everyone had already seen the Alien series movies, where the aliens capture the living and use them to lay their eggs. People would rather be torn apart and killed by the monsters, rather than be captured and suffer. Tokyo's police department and hospital phones had blown up, but in this situation, they couldn't do anything. Even if they sent the army now, no one could stop the disaster. Have you found the exact location of these monsters? Oshima listened to various reports as cold sweat ran down his forehead. Reporting, these monsters appeared in various areas of Tokyo, but from satellite observation, they are mainly found in the core 6 districts. They seem to be converging outside the junction of Chiyoda and Minato. I wonder where these monsters are gathering? What is the Ministry of Defense doing? Where is the self-defense force? Quickly, send them out and have them block the roads. Those idiots. The monsters had appeared close to the parliament. They should hurry up and protect the Prime Minister and the Emperor. Chaos, the whole Tokyo is in complete chaos. This is ABC News bringing you the latest updates on Tokyo, Japan. This is BBC News, reporting live. Tokyo, the capital of Japan, has suddenly been attacked by a mysterious force. Our frontline journalists are broadcasting the live situation for you. The TV screen switched out to a screen that was shaking violently. The first thing that you could see were people screaming. Then in those shaking shots, twisted monsters could be seen wreaking havoc. The unlucky few who fell behind were snatched up by them. The TV cameraman and reporter were running while crying. Being able to barely shoot the state of Tokyo was already considered to be an excellent dedication to his craft. Tokyo is currently suffering from the largest homeland invasion ever since the World War II bombing of Japan. We do not know if these monsters are related to the recent sightings of the extraordinary or secret biological experiments by the Japanese government, due to their history of human experiments during World War II. In our next segment, we will invite the famous English historian and occultist, Professor Lewis, to explore the true identity of these monsters. TF1 here to bring you urgent news. Monsters have appeared in Tokyo, Japan in what seems like an alien invasion. This is TVB News. We interrupt this program to bring urgent news. Currently in Tokyo, Japan, monsters are running rampant. If you have any family members or friends working or traveling in Tokyo, please contact them quickly and tell them to go to the embassy or airport. The Chinese government will organize a rescue as soon as possible. People all over the world were tuning in to the events happening in Japan. Due to the time difference, many people were doing different things. Some put down their breakfast bread, some stopped doing work, some watched the TV in the comfort of their home, and others were woken up in the middle of the night by their friends to quickly turn on the TV. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world had stopped and people were watching the situation in Tokyo on their TVs and computers. Oh God! Is this for real? I'm in Tokyo, Japan right now, can anyone help me? Everything is fucked here. The angel has blown the trumpet of doom. God will soon perform the final judgment. Yes, this is the judgment of doom. Destroy human tyranny. The world belongs to Cthulhu. Crap, I am still asleep? How could there be so many monsters tonight? I strongly request the government to disclose all hidden information. The people have the right to know the truth about the world. That's right, we don't believe that the government doesn't know about the supernatural, like aliens, and aliens. The government must have been hiding this from everyone. Now, it is all exposed for everyone to see. Now that the situation has reached this point, is the government still keeping us in the dark? I would like to ask a question. If I'm not a virgin anymore, is it too late to start cultivating immortality? Urgent. I will be waiting. Many conspiracy theories on the internet believe that the government had long known about the supernatural. For example, witchcraft existed and the government did not let the public know. But the truth was that none of the world's governments knew what was going on. They were just as confused as the people were. Although there were departments for investigating supernatural events, it was only starting this year that they had begun true research into the subject. None of the governments truly knew about anything. The discovery of the dragon in the Amazon was the first time they encountered the other side of the world. They were hardly any more informed than the general populace. Ha 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 ha. Japanese people dying is so good. Those dogs deserve to die. Oi, you idiot. This is no time to be confined in your narrow nationalism. This is a matter of life and death. This is a matter that concerns whether mankind can still rule the earth or not. The people of the world should now stand together to fight these monsters and natural disasters. Are you sure that Japan isn't the cause of this? I don't think Japan has the ability to do so. I know from a friend that the appearance of the monster is related to a mysterious ritual. My friend also sent it to me. Do you want to see it? The world went crazy as the public discourse on all channels shifted to the happenings in Tokyo. The world's police forces were out in force, arresting those who were spreading false rumors. At the same time, heavy restriction on internet usage was enforced, especially those related to bizarre rituals. Even if harmless sites were banned by accident, it was better than letting a potential danger lurk. Everyone was afraid that this event would occur in their country. A loud alarm sounded at the United States military base in Okinawa, Japan. We have received orders from the president. We are now to head to the battlefield. Hurry up. You brats should get a move on. Grab your weapons and your gear. We're moving out. I'll repeat, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. The Japanese government has requested our help. Although I couldn't believe it myself, I will tell you that our opponents are not human beings. It's a bunch of disgusting twisted monsters. Those idiots at the Institute haven't given us any useful information at all, and we still don't know what these monsters' weaknesses are. Fuck those bastards. They can't even do anything right. I don't know how useful our training is at facing monsters, but stick by it nonetheless. Make no mistake. And remember, whether you follow our combat manual or not is the key to your survival. The 1st Division of the Japanese Ground Self-Defense Force has already rushed to the battlefield. They have moved many tanks and armored vehicles. The 12th Brigade is also en route to Tokyo. When you reach the front lines, cooperate with them and try to use the tanks and armored vehicles as cover. Do not go into melee combat with the monsters. From the information we got, there is a large gap in strength between humans and those monsters. Remember, try to attack them with artillery shells and large caliber weapons. Ordinary firearms don't have much of an effect against them. Under the roar of the base's colonel, helicopter gunships quickly took off. Some fighter jets first took off to the battlefield to scout. In the Pacific Ocean, an American carrier was rapidly approaching mainland Japan. At the same time, a carrier base in Qingdao, China also let out an ear-splitting alarm. Carriers and frigates from China also rapidly sailed out of the port to the eastern seas, deploying a blockade between China and Japan. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Don't let these monsters in. The Imperial Palace is behind us. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. On the street next to the Tokyo Imperial Palace, armored cars lined up side by side with several Japanese battle tanks and self-defense forces shouting frantically. They pulled the trigger on their weapons, causing bullets to dance in the darkness of the night. The large-caliber machine guns fired without stopping as yellow shells bounced all over the ground. A helicopter gunship flew over the armored cars, pouring out its own ammunition. Under the roar of the modern heat weapons, the walls across the street were turned into a sieve in an instant. The small 3-story buildings were also turned into rubble. Guagaki. The deep ones let out disgusting, ear-piercing screams. Although they could jump very high, they could not break through the firing line of modern weapons, especially those large-caliber guns that could turn them into mush. After beating back a wave of these deep ones, the SDF members did not dare to relax. They looked warily at the ruins in front of them. One by one, sweat stains dripped down their foreheads, but they did not dare wipe them. They were already clear how powerful these deep ones were. Although these monsters were still made of flesh and bones that could be killed with human weapons, their bodies were far stronger than humans in terms of physical strength and reaction. From time to time, they would even jump high and cross several meters. In close range, large-caliber weapons and machine guns couldn't be fired due to collateral damage. They would only be able to use ordinary firearms. If that happened, it would take hundreds of bullets to kill a single one of them. Moreover, when they jump into a group of people, they would start a massacre. I think we should change to large-caliber rounds. Changing to an AK-47? Those things should be more effective than the pistols in our hands. Moreover, we can just shoot blindly without minding accuracy. During the break, several soldiers took advantage to chat and relieve their inner tension. No one knew why, whether it was their psyche or a curse, but as soon as anyone stepped into the range of Tokyo, they would uncontrollably feel fear. If these soldiers weren't well trained, they wouldn't be able to fight off against the deep ones at all. Have the people in the palace not withdrawn yet? At the rear of the JSDF, there were many helicopters hovering in the sky, taking away the imperial family and the staff of the palace. It will take some time before everyone in the palace is evacuated. As the imperial guards, we must stay here. An officer shouted. The moat. Look at the castle moat. The monsters are swimming from the river towards the palace. Fuck, they are swimming too fast. They look like fish. They might even be sea monsters. Call for reinforcements, don't let the monsters enter the Imperial Palace. The people inside haven't finished evacuating. As the command echoed, a portion of the soldiers quickly came to the moat and shot down at the river. They would have used machine guns if only it wasn't so heavy to move in time. Hurry! Hurry! Some monsters have already climbed up the walls. Tanks! Under anxious cries, a tank finally turned around and fired. An earthquake-like roar echoed. In the next second, a loud explosion occurred. The last time the Imperial Palace was under fire was during World War II, but this time it was Japan's own self-defense force who shot. The man-made steel monster was powerful. Its cannon shot across the river and blew the deep ones into pieces. But this also caused a huge hole in the wall of the Imperial Palace. Still, the soldiers around the place exhaled as they finally blocked the monster's sneak attack. Be careful, the monsters at the front are attacking again. These things are quite smart. They actually know how to flank us. The sound of gunfire once again blazed through the battlefield as smoke once again rose from Tokyo. The same scene was happening at the edge of the central wards of Tokyo. After the American forces from Okinawa joined forces with the JSDF, they quickly built up a fortification, before finally fending off the monsters, preventing them from breaking through the protective circle and causing greater damage to Tokyo. After stabilizing the situation, the United Forces sent squads towards the central wards to rescue the masses inside but soon gave up. The soldiers that went in lost the cover provided by large-caliber guns. As a result, they were beaten by the deep ones. In terms of small team combat, humans were no match for these monsters. As long as a deep one got close, the entire squad would be ruined. And because this was the very core of Japan, there were still large numbers of civilians inside, so they didn't dare fire any artillery or send missiles that way. Although the casualties weren't large, they had limited means of continuing this plan. They were helpless against the monsters hiding inside. How is the rescue doing? Oshima was asking the nearby staff inside the command center. Although he was not part of the military, his position still qualified him to obtain detailed information. The cabinet members, as well as members of the parliament and some powerful people, have been rescued. His Majesty the Emperor has also boarded the helicopter and is being evacuated to a safe place. Hearing the soldiers' words, Oshima nodded. They had no choice. Compared to those ordinary people, the first to be rescued were those with power. We shouldn't treat these deep ones as pure monsters. It's quite possible that they have high intelligence. I even suspect that they could use words. An American officer brought out the map of Tokyo and drew 2 circles with a pen. According to our information, the deep ones were not attacking Tokyo indiscriminately but using the circles as the core of defensive warfare. They won't go out of this range, but our military couldn't go too deep into them. The deep ones on the periphery of the circle aren't many in numbers, so we could slowly surround them. We could perform guerrilla warfare and approach inch by inch, but that will cause a lot of casualties. These deep ones have also caught a lot of civilians and we don't know what they're going to do with them. Could it be that they're going to be hostages? Oshima was discussing with an American colonel. We are at war with an intelligent race. Almost all the satellites in the world were now focused on Tokyo. Fortunately, the monsters didn't know how to block signals, otherwise, humans would have to fight blind. In the monster-occupied wards, various scouts and liaison officers had already been dispatched. They moved through places without monsters to deliver information back to the front lines. Some bold people even broadcast live while inside. At the same time, the hearts of the people around the world were focused on Tokyo. At Tokyo Haneda Airport, an old man suddenly appeared. He wore fancy clothing and his face was quite old, but his body was well built like a strong man and his smile was strangely youthful for some reason. A pair of inverted pupils suddenly appeared in his slightly squinted eyes, but soon disappeared, turning back into a pair of shiny black pupils. Tokyo's Haneda Airport was close to its downtown area. Presently, its large capacity was being pushed to the limit as many people scrambled to leave the country. However, because of the large number of people as well as the many airlines canceling flights to Tokyo due to the situation on the ground, the entire airport was in a state of paralysis. Moreover, due to a large number of people, the seats were not enough. As a result, many had to make do with the floor. Humans were social animals that lived in groups. And when enough people came together, everyone would feel a greater sense of security. Even if these people were helpless against the monsters, The scene was relatively calm though noisy as many people spoke to their neighbors. There were many people of different races gathered in the airport. But all were united in face of the recent disasters. After the consent of the Japanese government, the embassies of various countries brought their own forces to the airport. These armed forces stood guard to prevent possible surprise attacks by monsters. The place was an airport that was currently crowded with people. They understood that if a monster rushed in, a nightmare would begin. The airport staffs were trying to distribute food reserves, while the staffs of the embassies were also reassuring people to stay calm and composed. In this sea of people stood an extremely conspicuous old man. He did not sit on the ground as the rest, but walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. His clothes were out of place with the atmosphere, as if he was living in a different era. And no matter where he went, he would attract the gazes of people. "Sir, you are already quite old. Why don't you take a seat and rest? You can rest assured, it's quite safe here." A Chinese embassy staff member saw the old man and became curious. She carefully observed some more and thought him to be a fellow countryman. She immediately came over to persuade him. The embassy staff had someone fetch food and water for the old man and asked, "What is your name, old sir? Where are your family relatives?" After finishing her words, the staff wanted to smack her own mouth. Tokyo was currently in chaos and many families had been torn apart. If the old man in front of him had lost his family, then she was just opening other people's scars. But the old man was not sad at all. He did not appear to have lost contact with his family. "Haha, my surname is Zhang. As for my family, they have already left the world early on. This time, this old man has come alone to see Japan." The old man replied with a smile. To people's surprise, his voice was not old at all, but rather clear as a bell and even carried an imposing aura. The staff was a little surprised by the old man's voice. His accent was so strange that she could barely understand his words. "His family is dead." Hearing this, the staff member looked solemn and showed a touch of sympathy to the old man. Little doll doesn't need to sympathize with this old man. Life and death are preordained. All life dies in the end. There is nothing for you to feel sad about. The staff member felt awe. She felt that the old man truly lived to the limits of life, that being able to look away from matters of life and death was not an easy thing to do. It was only then that the embassy staff noticed that the old man in front of her was different from other old people. The old man's face did not have any age spots and his skin was very clear. His back was straight as an arrow and his posture carried an amiable yet austere aura. This was especially felt from his ink-black pupils. Glancing at them made her eyes feel a bit painful. The staff felt that the old man in front of her was not a mortal, rather he was like those strange people who appeared in myths and legends. She quickly called another female staff member to take care of the old man while she went to the ambassador who was comforting the crowd to report the situation. "Ambassador there's something strange about the old man over there." The staff whispered and glanced at the old man. At the same time, the old man seemed to also be smiling as he looked at her. Those unforgettable eyes seemed to flash, causing her to shiver and think that the old man might have heard what she said. That shouldn't be the case. We are so far apart. He shouldn't be able to hear me in this noisy environment unless he placed an eavesdropping device near me. Ambassador temporarily stopped his speech. He drank a mouthful of water to quench his thirst before saying, "I already noticed the old man a while ago. But the most important thing to do right now is to safely send back our fellow countrymen. We can talk about the old man later." After saying this, Ambassador massaged his throat and once again shouted, "Everyone, please do not worry. Our government is currently discussing countermeasures with the Japanese government. The government will soon send a plane to bring everyone back to the motherland as soon as possible. We only have some problems with the airport facilities for the plane to land. There is plenty of food and water here. We will be safe and the government will definitely not abandon anyone." Ambassador words placed the crowd's minds at ease. Perhaps because he was there, the crowd felt reassured. After all, the ambassador has a high status that could allow him to manage the situation. Seeing that the people were reassured, Ambassador exhaled and called the armed police beside him. "Little Lee, how's the problem with security?" "No need to worry, sir. We have already discussed with the armed police of other countries to set up a defense line. As long as the monsters don't come in numbers, we won't be in danger here. Before we shed the last drop of our blood, we will definitely defend you and everyone here." Ambassador, he exhaled. When he was just about to say something, the doors burst open. Monsters! The monsters are coming! The crowd screamed, causing a chaotic mess. The glass windows of the airport shattered as hideous ugly monsters appeared in the sight of the crowd. There were about 30 of them. The armed police were surprised. They had already experienced the power of these monsters. Unless they had tanks or machine guns, they wouldn't be able to easily deal with them. They would have to pay hefty casualties if they wanted to defeat them with just ordinary firearms. But as the front line, they did not step back. No matter which country the armed police belonged to, they used their flesh and blood to construct the first line of defense. Everyone calm down. Calm down. Embassy staffs of various countries shouted. The thing they feared the most, at the moment, was chaos in the airport that would result in trampling accidents. Old sir. Old sir. Please do not go over there. It's dangerous there. Seeing the old man in fancy clothing slowly walking forward, the female staff panicked and tried to grab him. But the old man was like a mud loach that avoided her hand. He took unwavering steps towards the monsters. He sighed and spoke in a voice that was surprisingly heard by everyone in the airport. Hi, I didn't expect the evil god to be the first to return. Great chaos will definitely come. After saying so, the old man swung his fist against the air. The crowd was dumbfounded at the scene. The power of the fist was like a cannonball. The air whistled as the punch landed. The monster wasn't able to react at all. With one punch, the entire Haneda airport fell silent. An ear-splitting cry followed, and the monster was instantly blown over 20 meters away. Gee! It landed on the floor with a thud, and the spectators could see a deep depression in its chest. The creature went silent and its bulging eyes popped out before it slowly disintegrated into pieces and then dust. The only sounds that remained were the bated breaths of the people of the airport. The monsters that had so terrorized them seemed frozen in place as well. The surrounding armed police gulped their saliva. They looked at the old man with a bit of admiration and fear. They were all too clear on how fast these monsters were. On their way to the airport, they had encountered a few of them, and landing effective shots on their vitals was quite difficult, especially with ordinary firearms. And yet it had been annihilated by a single blow from the strange gentleman. Martial arts? Superman. My God, is he even human? Crap. What is that? Invisible palm? Too powerful. The punch had killed the monster and even crushed it to pieces. Immediately the airport was alive again with countless conversations. But rather than panic, excitement suffused the air. A few sharp people quickly took out their phones and began to shoot. They did not care about the monsters that were still there and turned on their live streams, madly shouting for the viewers to witness what they were seeing. Various colors and languages filled the airport. The Chinese were even more excited when they saw the old man's clothes that appeared to be a combination of modern and ancient styles. Although they could not tell what martial art the old man was using, they guessed that it was some kind of fighting technique or ancient martial art. Since dragons and Cthulhu had both appeared, they thought that this was also quite natural. Their existences were proof that ancient myths and legends were probably true. Perhaps even immortals who could move mountains might also be real. Even if the old man in front of them wasn't the legendary immortal, he was definitely one of those that had a transcendent level of power. Many people felt a fiery passion in their hearts. They wished they could kneel down and worship. For people living in the present, especially the young people, who could say that they never dreamt of becoming a superhero? Who could say that they never dreamt of being able to fly or walk on walls or obtain incredible strength and like the characters in myths and legends? In the past, they only thought of these as fictive stories that could only be realized in fiction and fantasy. But now they knew they were all too real. The embassy staff who talked to the old man before patted her heart and secretly thanked herself for not speaking ill of him and treating him with respect. That said, she now itched to form a good connection. In the case that the old man sees her as a kind-hearted person, he might take her as a disciple. Ambassador, he was also shocked. He was dumbfounded for a moment. Then he quickly took out his phone and contacted the country to report the current situation. From the clothing and words, the old man appeared to be a countryman, but when he thought about the global situation, perhaps the old man might even be older than he imagined. Seeing the punch that was swung, every aspect looked like martial arts, but they were definitely not simple. Even if martial arts masters were here, they would absolutely not be able to create the same effect. He felt that this old man was definitely one of those superhumans. Many countries already speculated that someone in the world might have mastered mysterious powers after the appearance of the dragon and Cthulhu, but there had been no evidence. Now that this old man appeared, the government's speculation was proven. Ambassador, he also had a fire in his heart since the other party was of the same nationality. Although he couldn't be sure if patriotic motives could move such individuals, the fact that they shared the same nationality meant that his country likely had a leg up in a meeting with this personage than others. No matter what, I absolutely need to establish relations with this person. We need to be the first to get a handle on the current global situation. Be careful. While everyone had different thoughts, the monsters also came back to their senses. They hissed and screamed as they rushed towards the old man. A monster leaped up high and brandished its claws at him. Seeing the old man stand still without moving, the people shouted in terror, afraid to see a bloody scene following. But that scene never came to pass. As the monster's claws swept past the old man's body, there was no feeling of blood and flesh at all. What was left behind was only an afterimage. Damn. He can even leave afterimages. I thought those things were only made up in anime and novels. The crowd was shocked and excited. Of course, they did not know it was just a simple illusion spell. Courting death. The old man's figure appeared behind the monster. He shouted in a low tone and punched the monster. This blow from bottom to top sent the monster flying straight up. Without even being able to scream, it blasted through the ceiling of the airport, leaving glass shards and twisted steel frames. Same as the previous monster, this one quickly disintegrated. Everyone watching all this was dumbfounded. They looked at the ceiling tens of meters high and wondered how many tons of power was contained in his fist. Physics might already not matter at all as these monsters disintegrated into nothing. This might be the so-called focusing power in one point that many have heard of in movies and stories. The surrounding armed police were surprised for a split second before they all came back to their senses and recommenced shooting the monsters. Even if the old man was able to get rid of 2 of them, just a single one of them charging into the crowd would cause huge casualties. Bang bang bang. Tat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire lit up the airport, and yellow shells bounced on the ground. The old man seemed to be unconcerned with these bullets and continued to walk forward without hesitation. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and did something that no one could see. When his hand stopped, the crowd saw the old man holding a bullet with his 2 fingers, which ricocheted. Young man, pay a bit of attention. Don't hurt innocent people. The old man threw the bullet and patted the police's shoulder. The black soldier of this unknown country looked at the bullet with astonishment. He nodded in a dull manner even if he could not understand what the old man was saying. Immediately after, the old man took another step and seemed to have disappeared. In the next second, he appeared dozens of meters away towards the monsters. This old man was naturally Louis in disguise. For Louis, Earth was equivalent to a huge resource warehouse which could become his backing and allow him to obtain enough materials to enrich Dragon City and build a huge dragon god church. This couldn't be helped. San Soliel and Earth were in different universes, making their rules different. For example, the professions of San Soliel could not be reproduced on Earth. Moreover, there were no energy fluctuations on Earth. This was also why there were no gods nor superhumans that exist in the world even if there were many faiths and religions. So, Louis couldn't just give up on San Soliel. He could only become a god and gain immortality in the other world. Even if all humans on Earth placed their faith in him, they wouldn't be able to make him into a god. This was the difference between the 2 worlds. Even the Terran civilization was confused in the face of the rules and gods of San Soliel. Since Louis treated Earth as his own warehouse, he would definitely prevent major wars and dangers from occurring. Only a peaceful Earth would be productive enough to meet his standards and requirements. The chaos he sowed was only a temporary measure while he was relatively weak. He had no plans of inciting any major conflicts. Even Louis's new identity took him a long while to think of. At first, Louis wanted to pretend to be a more ancient, more mythical figure, but he thought about it carefully. It was too easy to make mistakes if he pretended to be such a godlike character. The second point was that he would need to have the government cooperate to get enough supplies. If he pretended to be a god and asked mortals to give him supplies, it would be very odd and would likely destroy his reputation. If he wanted to pretend, he had to comply with some basic rules. If he wanted to obtain material assistance and communicate with humans properly, then he would need to have a human identity. Moreover, his identity had to be human-friendly. Modern humans were not as easy to fool as those from ancient times. If that was the case, he could just turn into an oriental dragon and have people bow their heads in worship. In modern times, unless mythical creatures were invincible, the first thing that the governments would think was to study their bodies and genes. It was fine if mythical creatures remained uninvolved in politics, but once they did, the governments would point their guns at them in greeting. The government would not care whether you were their ancestors. For government agencies, the ruling power was the most important. Even if Panga resurrected, as long as mankind's ultimate weapon wasn't trumped, modern humans would not meekly hand over everything they had. Moreover, Louis still didn't have enough power to pretend to be a character in those myths and legends, making it easy for others to expose his shortcomings. He'd rather wait until he had enough power. At that point, no one could refute him. Everything has to be done slowly. I will first use this kind of normal identity and get in touch with the world. At the same time, I will find a way to let everyone know that there is a stronger figure behind me. Then I could slowly manifest those legendary figures little by little. Louis was fighting with the Deep Ones while checking if his plans had any gaps. In the eyes of others, the mysterious old man was supernaturally strong. He wandered back and forth within the group of monsters. And with each punch, a monster fell. In truth, Louis could easily do so with his draconic strength, but facing these undead creatures, he did not bother using force. As long as he swung his fist, he could control the legendary spell to make the creatures disappear. In other words, Louis wasn't even showing a bit of his power. He was just making a show without using any force. Louis was using some of the ready-to-learn fighting techniques he had just found on the internet and used them on the Deep Ones in a similar manner. Within a few rounds, these 30 Deep Ones were almost killed. The last living Deep One seemed to be enraged by the death of its tribesman. It grabbed a collapsed thick stone pillar and swung it hard at Louis. Ha! Louis, who was playing an old man, slightly bent his body. Following the dumbfounded gazes of the people, he swung his fist at the stone pillar. When the fist connected, the stone pillar had turned into dust and debris floating out with the wind. Everybody gulped while imagining. Let alone a human, even a tank would be scrapped if it was hit by those fists. TSSS. That old man is so terrifying. The moves he's using look like martial arts, but can martial arts really do that much? A young man who had read too many light novels muttered in disbelief. After dealing with the last Deep One, Louis wasn't ragged at all, as if his motions cost him barely any effort. He looked at the monster corpses on the ground with his hand behind his back and sighed. I don't know how many years have passed since the reign of Emperor Jiajing. This old man thought that he was the first to return but never imagined that after stepping here, the world would be permeated with an evil aura. It seems that those evil gods and demons had woken up one step ahead. The era of demons and monsters is about to come again. Woe is me. How lamentable this is. Louis said with traces of sorrow, as if this world was about to suffer a lot more grief. But the people who heard his words and knew jumped in surprise. Emperor Jiajing? Isn't that during the Ming dynasty? Some people who knew Chinese history began counting. Emperor Jiajing lived during 1500 AD, counting till today, 500 years had passed. Listening to the old man's sighs, he seemed to have been alive during that era and for some reason left the world. That meant that the old man was at least 500 years old. Even if the old man was not a legendary immortal, he was definitely not a normal person. After all, it was impossible for a human to live for 500 years. At Louis's words, the members of the crowd around him who understood Chinese were shocked. The Chinese ambassador to Japan, as well as a few others who understood the language, took careful note of his utterances so as to give solid reports on them later. Many of the people who were saved by the old man had worship and gratitude in their eyes. At the same time, they were also in awe at his supernatural power. The armed forces of these embassies were also scared by Louis's strength, but they still silently retreated to the people that they should be guarding while carefully watching him. They were afraid of him starting a massacre. Louis exhaled and felt that true soldiers of Earth were all worthy of respect. They were the purest symbols of self-sacrifice. It was a pity that dragons were selfish. For his own purposes, Louis would have to bring them some casualties. From the crowd's reactions, he could tell that his gambit had played off perfectly. By the next day, all news networks around the world would broadcast his image and actions for the rest of the world to see. And he would doubtlessly be a global point of interest. Since terrifying creatures like dragons and Cthulhu had appeared, there would naturally be righteous people that would fight against them. This was more in line with the expectations of the people. Louis had no interest in pure killing and destruction. All his actions were done to benefit himself. If there was no benefit, he wouldn't bother messing with things. He had to carefully maintain a good relationship with the government as well as maintain the balance between good and evil. Having a stable situation where the government was dependent on him would be the most ideal case. In his current position, he had sought politics, became a lord for a long time, as well as expanded his power. Through this process, he noticed that his thoughts became more and more dragon-like, but at the same time, became one of a true political big shot. After sighing, Louis prepared to leave. He still had to carry out his next plans to deal with the monsters he had created and let the Japanese government provide him with the supplies he needed. This was Louis's goal with his current identity. He was neither an immortal who was free of worldly desires, nor was he a god who watched over everything. It wouldn't be too out of place for him to ask the Japanese government for things. Moreover, with his grounded and humane behavior, the Japanese government would probably be happy to communicate with him, opening up a path for negotiations. If he had played the role of an unfeeling immortal or god, the governments of the world would probably be unsure of how to approach him. If he came across as a divine being, then asking for mundane items would likely cause people to question his status. This would in time erode his authority and presence within their hearts. Louis placed his hand behind his back and ignored the noise in the airport, preparing to leave. "Sir Immortal, please wait a moment." Seeing that Louis was about to leave, Ambassador He, who previously did not dare move an inch, finally summoned up the courage to call out. His legs were still trembling, but he managed to breathe through the layer of fear and shout out. Louis stopped in his tracks. He turned his back slightly and shot out a piercing glance at the speaker. At the same time, other people nearby also looked at Ambassador He. This ambassador's heart beat even faster. As an ambassador, he should have been used to being watched by tens of thousands of people, but the gaze of the old man in front of him seemed to exceed that of a million gazes and probed at his inner heart. Although Ambassador He felt a bit dizzy and was about to collapse, he still thought about his duties. He clenched his teeth and said nervously, "Sir Immortal, this little one is the Chinese ambassador of Japan, He Jianghua. This little one wishes to ask you some questions?" His speech was a confusing mishmash of modern and classical Chinese as he tried to figure out the best way to address the ancient being. This was especially so when he called out, "Sir Immortal." He felt slightly embarrassed, but it was the safest option he could take. Ha 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 ha. This old man isn't a stubborn fool who doesn't know how to change with the tides of time. In the past few days, this old man has already gotten used to the current way of speaking. You do not have to try to rack your brains to find the proper words in the old language. Louis played the role of a jolly old man and laughed brightly. This made everyone feel a great sense of security and trust. Ambassador He was relieved at the fact that the old man was not one of those hard to please. After a pause, Louis continued, "As for that, immortal and whatnot, you don't need to call me that. This old man is just a chi refiner. Although I have some transcendent abilities, there is still a huge gap between me and those immortals who can move mountains and fold seas." Although the old man in front of him seemed modest, Ambassador He's heart jumped. He felt that the old man's words contained important information. One of which was the immortals. According to the old man's tone of voice, it might seem that immortals from legends were real. Thinking of this, Ambassador He staggered more. "Then, can I address you as Great Master?" Ambassador He asked cautiously. He thought of the old man's martial arts that were beyond normal. Perhaps Great Master was appropriate. That will do. Little child, you can refer to this old man that way." Louis did not care and waved his hand. He surveyed the ambassador and said, "Are you an official?" "Yes, but it's not an official in the way that you remember. We are now the Republic of China." Ambassador He was a little nervous that he might make the old man furious with his words. With the strength the old man showed, he did not dare confront him. With a puff of air from him, he could be pulverized into atoms. He just hoped that the old man wouldn't try to rebel and declare that he would bring back the Ming dynasty. The ambassador thought dejectedly. Louis showed a look of reminiscing and sighed. Time slides away quietly, no matter if it's day or night. The dynasties have changed, the world has changed, the seas have changed. Emperor Qin was also in the past. My Ming also has its fate, so little child, don't be too worried. Damn, the old man really is from the Ming dynasty. Hearing the old man's words, everyone had complex expressions. A certain building in Shanghai was currently protected by police officers and soldiers who bore fully loaded weapons. There were many people coming in and out of the edifice, and each person was subject to the most rigorous body searches and checks at the entrances and exits. This was the newly formed department by the Chinese government that was in charge of investigating mysterious affairs. Gu Bin was sitting inside one of the offices with a laptop in front of him and was watching domestic as well as foreign videos. As a member of the special department, Gu Bin naturally had to pay more attention to what was happening in Tokyo at the moment. Previously, he was already on the internet collecting specific information about what was happening inside Tokyo. Now, he was just as concerned as everybody about the mysterious old man who suddenly appeared at Tokyo Haneda Airport. Damn, that power is simply beyond imagination. Gu Bin stared wide-eyed at the video of the old man. With one fist, the old man instantly killed a deep one, causing Gu Bin to suck back a breath of cold air. No matter who shot the video, all videos related to the situation in Tokyo were all top-ranking in every country. No one was focusing on games or other entertainment anymore on various live streaming platforms. Instead, everyone turned their attention to the live streamers in Tokyo. Despite the danger to their lives, they had boldly decided to broadcast the events surrounding them. For example, the streamer named Tomato on B Station was now exploding with popularity. He had gone to Tokyo without any real expectations of finding monsters, but in an almost karmic irony, the monsters began to attack once he started broadcasting. Now he was caught in the chaos and couldn't escape. With some luck, if he managed to make it out alive, he would certainly become a big-time name in the streaming community. Governments all over the world had mobilized military satellites to watch over Tokyo. Many countries had also sent in military forces to help contain the chaos and obtain information about it. Nonetheless, information could be gleaned from publicly available content as well. This was Gu Bin's job. No matter how powerful a human's fist was, it could at most penetrate through the body, but the old man's punch could actually disintegrate living beings. The mechanics involved were surely very complex, and power alone was far from enough to produce that effect. The afterimages he had left behind while moving were another mystery. Scientifically speaking, they made no sense. Perhaps they were a visual residue of some sort, but raw speed wouldn't allow someone to perform that. Gu Bin looked at these. As a young man, his heart was surging with excitement. He wished he could worship the old man as a master and learn from him. Damn, too amazing. Is this the legendary martial energy penetration? Even the ceiling of the airport was penetrated. Isn't this just exaggerated CG effects? Did the old man just say he lived in the era of Emperor Jiajiang? That's in the Ming dynasty, right? Doesn't that mean he's 500 years old? This is not a joke, right? Hee. If any other old man says it, it would be a lie, but this old man's words are definitely true. Could it be that immortality truly exists? Longevity may exist. I don't know about immortality. Take a look at the old man's appearance, he doesn't look young anymore. I, Zhu Yuanzhang, will put my money on it. I, Qin Shi Huang, am not convinced. Find this old man's contact information. A fortune teller told me that I have extraordinary spiritual roots and bones. I can have achievements too. I want to worship him as a master. Looking at the pop-ups on the screen, Gu Bin just shook his head and laughed. All this time, these netizens were still in the mood to joke. This was because this was not happening to them and they could only express some sympathy for the people in Tokyo. If these things happen close by, or happen in China, I wonder how you people would think. Gu Bin was a bit flabbergasted at his own words and immediately slapped his own mouth. He said to himself, I told you to stop speaking nonsense. It's better if this kind of thing doesn't happen. The head of the division walked in. Seeing Gu Bin smack himself, he asked in puzzlement, what are you doing? Self-harm? Nothing. There was a mosquito just now. I'm just hitting it. Upon his boss's unexpected entrance, Gu Bin could only smile awkwardly. The leader was a bit doubtful of mosquitoes in the current season, but he did not ask much. Get up and follow me to the meeting. Gu Bin quickly stood up and put on his jacket. The two of them walked towards the conference room. Naturally, it was not only their department that was working in this building. When it came to events involving mysterious forces, the political and military bigwigs treated it with great importance. If not because Gu Bin and the others were experienced in facing unknown events, they weren't really qualified to meet such distinguished individuals. The 1st Division Chief's travel plans have all been cancelled. Now, he is sitting at Zhonghai to lead the overall situation. The Politburo Standing Committee has also gathered there. They have prepared for combat against enemies that could come from any direction. Qingdao Base's aircraft carrier fleet has also been deployed and set up in the East China Sea. The team leader whispered to Gu Bin while walking. Isn't that too much? That's simply war preparations. Gu Bin was surprised to hear the country's preparation. He did not expect that the leaders seemed as if they were facing a great enemy. This couldn't be helped. The incident this time is too alarming. Carefully recall what you know about the Deep Ones. According to Lovecraftian records, the Deep Ones should be an intelligent race living in the deep seas. Gu Bin instinctively answered. That's right. That is what the country is worried about. Although there is evidence that the Deep Ones appeared because of a mysterious ritual, there's no guarantee that the Deep Ones do not exist under the seas of Japan. The role of the carrier fleet is to serve as the first line of defense in that worst-case scenario. At the same time, we can send support if Japan calls for it. Although our relationship with Japan isn't good, this is an issue of the survival of the human race. As long as we are not standing on the opposite side of the human race, we must also declare our position. Moreover, Japan is too close to us. If Deep Ones also appear in our country, we will be able to control the situation faster and prevent the situation from being similar as Tokyo. The leader explained the details to Gu Bin. It did not take long for the two to make it to the conference room and find a seat. Not long after, other important people also began to arrive. Everybody already understands the general situation, so let's get straight to the point. A general was presiding over the meeting. He kept his words brief and got to the main topic. First of all, do any of you experts know about the possible identity of the old man? Hearing the content of the meeting, Gu Bin pricked up his ears and listened carefully. The government wanted to know who this old man really was. Was he a real antique who had lived during the Ming dynasty? Did he really live for 500 years? Were his name and deeds recorded in history books? Of course, the government wasn't the only party interested in this information. Everyone else was too. Hearing the general's question, Gu Bin unconsciously sat up straight and swept the surroundings with bright eyes. The conference room was very large and could seat many people. Gu Bin did not recognize the vast majority of the individuals seated, but they gave off the air of distinguished leaders. On the other side, there were also a group of old people wearing strange clothing ranging from Taoist robes to monk robes. There was even an old man who was only wearing simple clothes and sandals. These people looked strange and out of place at a glance, but they all bore a scholarly aura. The leader whispered to Gu Bin, some of them are well-known Taoists and monks. There are also people from the Taoist Association, Martial Arts Association, Buddhist Association, and religious sections. The rest of the old people are experts and professors from famous schools in various related fields. Do not underestimate them. Gu Bin nodded. Once upon a time, these people were considered eccentrics. Most probably only the government could bring these experts and scholars together quickly. According to the video taken from various angles, there are no traces of a change in expression from the old man. Whether it's his facial muscles, eyes, or the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. All of them indicate that he is possibly not lying. But, I should say that the old man's expression from beginning to end was very calm and serene, as if there was no change in emotion at all. Even the most strictly trained personnel could not do this upon encountering those monsters. I suspect that he is not human. An expert in reading expressions exclaimed. These videos were taken clearly and without post-production. From my observation, his skin is not like an old man's at all. He looks more like a newborn baby, which is incredible. Even 9-year-olds can't have such good skin. As a pathologist, I can't make any medical observations to see through his true age. I agree with Professor Li that he may really not be human. A medical expert who was well established in both Chinese and Western medicine said. There are also no obvious signs of plastic surgery. Even if there was, it would be far beyond what the discipline allows at present. His accent sounds northern, probably from the capital. His speech and dialect are also quite similar to people from the Ming dynasty. In the end, his words became similar to modern times, showing that he is quite up to date. The experts and scholars were throwing arguments and conclusions. With their own expertise, they were trying to analyze the old man, but no matter what they did, they could not find anything that indicated that the old man was lying. In the end, everyone went silent. Although their expressions were filled with incredulity, they concluded that the old man was a monster that had lived for 500 years. With this conclusion, some big shots had light in their eyes as they were vaguely excited. For these people in power with untold wealth, their greatest desire was to live long. Even Qin Shi Huang could not control such a desire. Of course, these people did not dare force the mysterious old man. The old man's power was nearly equal or surpassed that of modern military might. It was not something people would dare covet. Moreover, who was to say that there wasn't some even more powerful force behind the old man? Before they could confirm these things, they did not dare disrespect him. Even if they had power, in the face of something beyond common sense, they would show respect. Even if they could not use force, they could use other methods as long as the other party was still human. And as long as the other party still had human desires, there were benefits in performing an exchange. The general raised his hand to stop everyone's discussion. He thought for a moment and spoke. After the old man left, the people at the scene immediately searched around the vicinity, but they could never imagine that the scene was surprisingly clean without even a single hair or a bead of sweat left behind. Wow! The meeting room burst into a flurry of conversations. The human body was in a constant state of metabolism, and if this old man could truly perform all of that activity without breaking a sweat, then he was likely beyond human. The fighting style he's using is easy to see. Suddenly, an expert from the Martial Arts Association spoke. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. This expert coughed lightly and did not dare keep everyone in suspense. He quickly said, he used Bajiquan. We have already discussed this. What he used was without a doubt Bajiquan. It's just that his stance was not the standard one. After saying so, the expert smiled awkwardly. Louis's fighting stance was indeed not standard because it was a fake that he used after watching videos. But other people wouldn't see it that way. Everyone laughed out loud and jokingly said, "Isn't that just because your skills are not that good, right? That old man is a real master whose fist is like a tank cannon." This reminds me of a saying, a one-man army. Is there any old master that could even contend with the old man? The general asked in a hurry. The person from the Martial Arts Association shook his head. The most famous master of Bajiquan of the modern era was Li Shuwen, but the old man said that he was from the Ming dynasty, so it's impossible for him to be Li Shuwen. There is a difference of several hundred years. It was said that Bajiquan originated in the Ming dynasty. It was mentioned in Qi Jiguang's writings, and he lived in that era. Another account said that it was created at the end of the Ming dynasty by a Taoist. A third account said that it was created during the Qing dynasty by an abbot called Zhang Yueshan. The general went silent for a while before continuing. When our staff talked to the old man, he said that his last name was Zhang. Clap. The Martial Arts Association clapped his palm with an excited face and said, "Then there should be no mistake about it. Our martial arts are basically passed down by oral dictation, making it difficult to determine the origin." The old man claimed to be from the Ming dynasty, and his surname is Zhang, so he was probably the founder of Bajiquan. Afterward, many versions of Bajiquan was spread in oral traditions. There is a saying that goes, culture has Taijiquan so all under heaven is peaceful, military has Bajiquan so the universe is stable. The old man claimed to be at the Qi refining realm. I'm afraid that his Bajiquan is the original one. Its power is as everyone can see. The crowd thought of this. If the old man displayed his powers in ancient times, he could have overthrown the dynasty. After a long brainstorming session, the majority accepted the theory of the old man's origins, and the matter was drawn to a close. It was human nature to seek answers to mysteries. And if they could lend scientific credence to their theories, then it was all for the better. After much of the side discussion died down, a member of the meeting asked cautiously, "Sir, can we get in contact with this man?" Rather than making speculations, it would be better to approach the old man. That would be the best way to do things, and perhaps they might even be able to explore the secrets of the world. The general shook his head and sighed. Our ambassador tried to make contact with him, but the old man said that the servants of the evil god were wreaking havoc at the moment. We have to wait for him to destroy the monsters before we can say anything. Since we can't even try to force him, we have to play our cards carefully. Our military is studying how to get in touch with the target. By definition, the old man is a citizen of the Ming dynasty or is even one who is not bound by mundane laws. Perhaps the concept of the nation, state or country has little meaning to him. The people who heard the general's words secretly nodded. It was best to hold as few assumptions as possible when meeting the target. In particular, the general's words were correct. The map of modern China was decided after a brief period of humiliation. In that case, would these superhumans acknowledge the current government? Would they acknowledge the changes in the map? Even if they did not have the concept of a country, with their power, would they even bother with the government? If they were aggressive, would they use the sword of the previous dynasty to cut down officials of the current dynasty? Even in ancient times, the government had little reason or excuse to engage with the people. From this old man's words, do you have any idea about what he means by the return? The general asked again. Gu Ben was excited to answer this question. In some historical records of the country, there are records of demons and monsters before. First of all, regardless of whether these records are true or not, from the current situation, we can see that they likely exist. Even divine beasts and immortals might eventually appear. Could it be that during the pre-Qin era, these supernatural beings still had some traces of activity? The reason for their disappearance might be due to what Buddhism called the end of Dharma. Even if we speculate a little, we can't find any proof. It is likely that when the first emperor burned books during the end of Dharma, he burnt books related to the records of these beings. These people with mysterious powers might not have been able to survive in the open during the end of Dharma, so they left this place. We can assume that there are extremely frightening powers in this group of people who could open up new worlds or even go to other planets. Now that the event is over, these people might begin springing up again. From the words of the old man, we can also see that these superhumans aren't ironclad. There are also many different factions and camps, otherwise, he wouldn't have called Cthulhu an evil god and opposed it. After the general heard Gu Ben speak, he did not say anything and instead praised, young people are quite imaginative. What you say might be a possibility. The power these people have shown could not easily be explained by science. It is not necessarily impossible for them to travel the stars. Using science to explain these mysteries seems impossible. After his speech, Gu Ben had been anxious, but fortunately, the general did not rebuke him and instead praised his speculation. But the general's words also seemed to admit that the study of the occult would be beneficial. Although everything was only speculation, science was about seeking truth from facts. In the absence of evidence, they could only speculate. But someone spoke out against Gu Ben's theory. According to your words, the end of Dharma was when the Qin dynasty began. But the old man is from the Ming dynasty, which should also still be in the post-Dharma period. Every era, there are some people who are particularly lucky. Maybe this old man was one of those people. He might have found some treasure left over from pre-Qin, allowing him to become a superhuman. Gu Ben spoke without thinking. At the same time, he secretly looked down on them. You old people don't know how to follow the trend. Look at more current novels, and you might be able to understand the fate of protagonists as well as what is called plot armor. Thinking about plot armor, he thought about the journey to the West. Gu Ben thought that it would be good if it were true. That would mean that he could also become a superhuman. I'm just not sure if I can still cultivate immortality since I'm old. He sighed. There is no point in speculating wildly. The government will send people to visit famous mountains and rivers as well as blessed places. We will try to find if there are any leftover Taoist temples or Buddhist temples. Maybe we can also find superhumans living in seclusion. The general's words ended the conversation while looking at the Taoist Association and the Buddhist Association. These people were just ordinary people. The government had already confirmed this. Just think about it, these people were too involved in the mundane world, yet claimed to be practicing Taoism and Buddhism. The people of the two associations promised to cooperate with the government and search for possible locations of reclusive superhumans. Louis did not know what was happening in China, but he could imagine that the governments of the world were probably having conversations about him. He chatted with Ambassador He at the airport. He said all he needed to say, and nothing else. Louis did not pay any more attention to the crowd. He exited the airport and headed to the heart of Tokyo. He walked on the streets with his hands behind his back. The serene atmosphere around him left a contrast with the noisy atmosphere afar. Louis made a few gestures with his hands and recited a spell. The main character has now appeared. After activating the spell, the climax was also approaching. Legendary spell, legendary undead transformation. Louis walked towards the center of Tokyo with his hands behind his back. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he activated another spell. One more time and this stage play will be over. This way, no matter how skeptical people are, they would have to believe in the possibility of superhumans, and in the reappearance of the mysteries. Since they cannot explain the mystery, the governments of the world would likely treat me quite well in order to have me share any knowledge and information. Louis wasn't a warmonger, nor was he a patriot. He had no interest in fighting and dying for any country. As a dragon who had already gained the power to become a god, he would not let himself be controlled by any power. On the contrary, his goal was to override the state institutions. He was a complete egoist who would turn anything into his own benefit. Common sense dictated that China could not be the only country that would have people with supernatural powers. For example, in Japan, there should be shrine maidens and onmyujis. In Europe, there would be witches, vampires, wizards, angels, demons, and so on. These things should also exist, and Louis would definitely prepare them. The only reason why he appeared as a Chinese this time was that he was previously Chinese. He let the first superhuman be a Chinese as a repayment for his past life. Louis wanted to leave behind the idea that true superhumans did not belong to any single country. He was prepared to play different superhumans from around the world to solve different supernatural events. He wanted to give the world the impression that superhumans also had their own groups. This group's power would prevent the countries from coveting and waging a war against these superhumans. Secondly, Louis was trying to do a cross-dimensional faith experiment. Else, there was no reason why he would have to exert this much effort just to cause chaos. He could just control the human race by secretly controlling the heads of each country. This was the simplest way to rule the world. But this would only give him the kingly right rather than the divine right. As a result, to obtain that divine right, he had to show signs of the divine coming down. Tokyo, U.S.-Japan Joint Operations Department. SHIELD Smith and the SSSP, Science Special Search Party, Oshima sat and discussed Tokyo's situation. As to why it was called the Science Special Search Party, Oshima felt that the name SHIELD was too pretentious, so he asked the government if they could rename their department. He did not expect the government to just agree to his request. Doesn't SHIELD have Iron Man and the Hulk? Well, our SSSP also has Ultraman. Looking at Smith beside him, Oshima's mood relaxed. Smith did not know of Oshima's childish thoughts and just took out a few pictures. This is the current situation at the core of Tokyo. The Deep Ones and our forces are in a stalemate. No one is able to take another step forward. Oshima looked over the photos one by one and nodded his head. These Deep Ones seem to also be at a loss. It's amazing how they don't kill discriminately and only kill those who resisted. The rest of the people were just kidnapped and gathered in one place. This behavior of theirs is a blessing. I don't know how many people would have died otherwise. But this unknown behavior is also what makes them more dangerous. Smith and Oshima looked at each other with serious faces. They didn't know what the Deep Ones were doing, capturing this many humans. Could they be hostages or were they sacrifices? In the records, Deep Ones were a savage race that performed brutal blood sacrifices. What they were doing at the moment was definitely the same as preparing the sacrifices. This is the report from Haneda Airport. As expected, with the appearance of these evil monsters, there are also those among humans who have mastered supernatural abilities. Smith handed the report to Oshima and frowned. This old man should be Chinese. Do you think that he will cooperate with the Chinese government? This was Smith's biggest worry. If the Chinese government was the first to grasp the mysteries around the world, the current situation would reshuffle the hierarchy of the world. It might even cause big waves in the world and lead to war. According to field intelligence, this old man seems to have no respect for the Chinese government. The Chinese ambassador was also treated with indifference. Looking at the direction he's going, he's probably going to help Tokyo deal with the Deep One's invasion. Honestly, Smith, if you have such strong powers, would you still feel any respect for human laws, morals, and government? Oshima countered. Smith thought for a moment and shook his head. If a person's strength is really uncontrollable by the country, then they wouldn't respect it. The basis of a government rule is actually violence. If violence cannot stop you, then there is no point. Although movies like those from Marvel showed people with extraordinary powers following government orders or even being framed by politicians, this is also done to spread justice and political correctness. In reality, when such a situation occurs, no one could predict the outcome. I understand what you mean, Oshima. If an individual had such strong power and no one to hold their reins, then they could just do as they pleased, but we aren't superhumans and don't know their way of thinking. So, it's still important to note that this old man has gotten in contact with the Chinese government. I understand. We will pay close attention. For now, it's better for us to solve the current crisis. With the strength the old man displayed, he can enter the core area alone, unlike our soldiers who would have to pay with huge casualties just to go in. Oshima sighed. This was truly the gap between those with power and those without. No matter how strong human soldiers were, even if they were equipped with tens of millions of dollars of equipment, individuals could only display a certain level of strength. They couldn't reach the level of being like Godzilla. Little ones, you do not have to worry about these things at all. Although I do not like Western people, there is a proverb, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. As far as we are concerned, we have no interest in getting involved in your boring politics. Mortals to mortals and gods to gods. As for what is between them is to what is in between them. A dry voice suddenly appeared in the command room. Oshima and Smith flinched. They quickly looked back and were stunned to see an old man in robes appear a few steps behind them. Behind Oshima and Smith stood a man wearing white robes. On his head rested a solemn black hat, and his frame was lanky and shriveled. In contrast to his benign appearance, however, he radiated a powerful aura that placed great pressure on them. Kanushi, Master of Divinities? Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared, Oshima subconsciously shouted. The old man was wearing Shinto clothing, but after looking at the old man's clothes closer, Oshima sucked in a cold breath and said, Chief Priest. The old man, who looked like a Shinto priest, was wearing the same clothes as the priests of the Ise Grand Shrine. These holy men had the highest position of serving the three gods of the Shinto religion in Japan. After a moment's confusion, Oshima was shocked. The old man who looked like a chief priest appeared unnoticed in the heavily guarded U.S.-Japan Joint Operation Headquarters. Even the most foolish person could guess that the old man was an extraordinary person who had mastered mysterious powers. In Japanese culture, those who were known for their grasp over mysterious powers were onmyoges, shrine maidens, Shinto priests, and many others. However, the modern priests were more of a position and did not have any extraordinary powers. After the appearance of the dragon and Cthulhu, the Japanese government had investigated these priests in detail. And now, after the appearance of the suspected Chinese chi refiner, he did not expect that a real Shinto priest would appear in Japan. It was obvious that Oshima trusted this person, who was closer to his country's culture than the mystical Chinese individual. It was only at this time that the guards around the area noticed something was wrong. When they turned around, they noticed the stranger that appeared. Several guards stirred and loaded their guns, but they were immediately stopped by Oshima. Your Eminence, have you appeared here to help us solve this crisis? In Japan, seniors and juniors had a strict hierarchy. Oshima unconsciously bowed and respectfully addressed the old man as Your Eminence. Although the Shinto priest did not show any supernatural power, just the fact that he could appear inside without anyone noticing already proved that he was not ordinary. Moreover, his previous remark seemed to be explaining the relationship between superhumans and mortals. The priest nodded, shook his head, and said in a milder tone, I wanted to solve this crisis by myself, but I couldn't fully return yet, so I deliberately asked my good friend to help me. Saying so, the priest looked at the picture on the table, which was the mysterious old man who appeared at the scene at the airport earlier. Oshima took a closer look. The Shinto priest's image truly looked strange, as if he was a hologram and not physical. This might be what the Shinto priest meant by being unable to return. At the same time, Oshima also realized that the old man was invited by the priest. Seeing the cold expression on the Shinto priest's face, their relationship should be very good. For a moment, Oshima felt that something was strange. China and Japan had a complex relationship, after all. Back during World War II, China accumulated a lot of hatred against Japan, but during the latter half of the last century, two great men led China and substantially improved Sino-Japanese relations. Things got worse again at the beginning of the 21st century, but they were getting better again recently. Indeed, there were countless ups and downs during the process. At this point, the Shinto priest suddenly looked at Smith. With a stiff and cold tone and a lean body, he asked, "Do you believe in God?" Smith could clearly feel the coldness coming from the Shinto priest's gaze, as if he was trapped in an ice cellar. His teeth chattered as he nodded reluctantly, I am a faithful follower of the Lord." The Shinto priest continued to stare at him, making Smith feel pain. Just when Smith suspected that he was going to be frozen to death by this old man, the old man closed his eyes. "Forget it. You are just a mortal. There is no need for me to do anything." Smith was drenched in sweat. He was able to experience firsthand the terror of these superhumans. He had seen the old man at the airport through a video and felt that he was outrageously powerful, but only through real contact was he able to feel the true horror of these superhumans. This odd, shadow-like Shinto priest had almost killed him with a look. Oshima, at the side, was overjoyed. Just as he had expected, this Shinto priest had mysterious powers. Perhaps it was as the Shinto priest had said, superhumans would not come into too much contact with normal people, especially governments, but at the same time, it was impossible for them to not come into contact at all. Being able to learn some mysterious knowledge from the priest's mouth was good enough. At the same time, Oshima also had a bit of understanding and probably guessed how the forces of these superhumans were formed. They were distinguished by culture. East Asia, which was China, Japan, and Korea, all traced back to the same origin, so these people might have a closer relationship. On the other hand, Western culture might be another system and they might view each other as enemies. Oshima felt that this was how things were. Ordinary people were hostile to others because of politics, geography, and economics, while superhumans were on a grander scale, fighting due to culture. For a second time, Oshima only felt confused and worried. He wondered how the future international situation would change with the existence of these supernatural powers. While Oshima's imagination ran wild, the Shinto priest opened his eyes again and folded his hands. His thin body seemed like it would fall with just a breeze, but his spirit was extremely high. The Japanese and Americans in the room were staring at the priest. The Japanese side even stepped a bit further from the Americans. They could feel that the Shinto priest was disgusted with Catholicism. "You need to ask my old friend for help." The slim Shinto priest lowered his eyes and said, "The high priest of the evil god has appeared." With the priest's words, the others subconsciously looked at the display. In the next moment, all of them went pale. In the real-time satellite display, an even larger, more terrifying Deep One appeared from Tokyo Bay. It looked like the king of the Deep Ones as every monster was kneeling to it. These servants of the evil god are making a ritual. They want to get the attention of the evil god, to make the evil god look at this world. If the will of the evil god descends, everyone in the city would be corrupted. Under the will of the evil gods, they will become crazy degenerates. The Shinto priest said coldly and ruthlessly as if he did not care about the life and death of these ordinary people, like what he said, mortals to mortals and divine to divine. These superhumans who had mastered mysterious powers seemed to no longer be Homo sapiens. But the others who heard his words immediately panicked. What did it mean for all of the people of Tokyo to become deranged monsters? That would mean around 30 to 40 million monsters. Cthulhu was a descendant of Yog-Sothoth. It was known as the Great Dreamer, the Lord of Relaya, the Great Old One. Anyone who came in contact with it was known to give themselves up to complete madness. Although everyone doubted whether this kind of esoteric evil god really exists, doubted that it was able to really make 30 million people go crazy, no one dared to ignore it. Tokyo Bay was a famous location that appeared in many Japanese films. Often it served as a place where the Yakuza would dispose of traitors and enemies by placing them in a drum of cement and drowning them in the sea. Right now, however, it was far more terrifying than pop culture ever made it. The surface of the sea's waters bubbled relentlessly before a patch of water erupted into a powerful geyser that shot 100 meters into the air. Gallons of water poured onto the surrounding environment, and in the middle of it all floated a hideous creature reminiscent of the Deep Ones, only 3 meters tall and with larger tentacles and muscles. Etched onto its body were moving tattoos that captured the forms of crazed and suffering humans who could only moan without a voice. They almost seemed like the souls of the damned. This is the high priest of the evil god, just like what the Shinto priest said. This high priest is also a deep one, and it actually came out of the water. Quick, have all our ships and the American ships guard the mouth of Tokyo Bay. This monster probably came from the Pacific Ocean. That is probably a real deep one. The ones that appeared in the city before were probably humans that had been turned into deep ones through a strange ritual. Hugh, quick, the monster seems to be doing something. The boss had finally appeared. And once again, fear swept through the city. With its appearance, the remaining deep ones in Tokyo let out ear-piercing screeches, which coalesced into a disturbing yet harmonic rhythm. There was something almost sacred about the way they acted. As though they were humans worshipping some ancient deity. The deep ones drove the tens of thousands of humans they had captured earlier to different spaces in downtown Tokyo. Then these people were made to kneel. Satellites captured everything happening. Some lucky humans who were not captured were also filming the scene in front of them while hiding inside tall buildings. As the image spread across the world, everyone was filled with a certain dread. They really have intelligence and a social class. It's just that their civilization is much more barbaric, like primitive people. Some sociologists shouted excitedly. An unknown race living at the bottom of the sea suddenly appeared in front of the world. Sociologists all over the world were excited at the incredulity of the situation. They could not wait to go to the cities where these deep ones lived and observe their ways of life. But no one paid attention to these sociologists at all. Many military officials and politicians were observing the scene with a frown. Some captured humans also noticed that something was wrong. They tried to resist, but the deep ones unceremoniously executed those who resisted. With the victims' headless bodies serving as grim warnings, the remainder of the majority could only accept their fates. Without firearms, how could they be opponents of the monsters? Despair enveloped the entirety of Tokyo. The majority of the people captured were locals of Tokyo, while the rest were tourists from different countries. However, at this moment, there was no distinction between them at all. No matter their skin color, they were all human beings who were at the mercy of these monsters. Homo sapiens were often known as the rulers of the earth, but here they were being herded like cattle. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but the stars in the sky seemed to brighten. The prayers of the deep ones also rose in volume. And under the eyes of the world, the figure of a giant monster gradually emerged in Tokyo. Its absurd octopoid bulk seemed to blot the entire sky. At first, it seemed only like a projection, a hologram essentially. But as the prayers continued, the figure seemed to become more and more tangible. As though it was trying to manifest in the human world. The deep ones shouted with even greater fervor. They are calling the evil god with sacrifices. Once the image becomes real, the evil god will wake up from its slumber in an instant. Once its gaze and will descend, a true disaster would happen, and this city will completely turn into the kingdom of the evil god. The Shinto priest's face became serious. He had also been watching the screen. The high priest is surprisingly strong. It would be difficult for that old friend of mine to defeat it. Huh. If only I could join forces with him. Only then would we be certain of defeating this high priest. The Shinto priest was angry. With his anger, the surrounding temperature seems to drop several degrees, as if his emotions could induce a change in the natural environment. The distorted image of Cthulhu hung above the Tokyo Sky Tower. Its countless tentacles pierced into the void as if searching for the location of its real body. The Great Old One. Someone murmured. This was a terror that humans could never overcome. There was a huge possibility that it was a real evil god. If even a silver of its will descended, mankind would face a disaster. Quickly have the troops stationed in the vicinity to attack. Don't give those monsters a chance. Some of the officers on site quickly reacted and roared in anger. Although they still had some doubt of the Shinto priest's words, they could see the sacrificial ritual happening in front of them that made the distorted image in the sky clearer and clearer. They knew that nothing good would happen by waiting for the ritual to finish. Once the stars align, the old dominator sleeping in the abyss will open its eyes. The end of the human world will be ushered in. In the US-Japan Joint Operations Headquarters, some people seem to have already gone crazy. They were muttering words while looking at the sky with a smile. A chill washed over those who were witnessing this. Break! The Shinto priest shouted, sobering up the humans who were controlled by their fears. Do not let fear invade your minds, or you will become a prisoner of the evil god. He became expressionless and said, looking directly at the figure of the evil god will give you unimaginable knowledge, but the price is to be infected by true madness. When the excited crowd heard the Shinto priest's words, they immediately came to their senses and broke free from the control. At the same time, an attack order for the army was issued. Take a look, the High Priest of the Deep One seems to be doing something. At this moment, an observer sensed something was wrong and pointed at the screen. The High Priest performed a strange dance. After chanting a magical incantation, illusory shadow monsters appeared around it. These monsters went in all directions and began attacking the army on their own initiative. Ghosts. It's actually summoning ghosts. If the strange deep ones could still be explained by science due to their flesh, the appearance of these ghosts couldn't be explained by current technology at all. The mystery and supernatural power were once again imprinted in people's hearts to make them believe that everything was real.